logging. In games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. We lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we logging. In games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. So we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We think for the win when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty she's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these news while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Welcome, everybody, to the Northern Conference Finals of the UEL Season 8. We are headed towards our grand finals with one last match to go, Reapers and Bots. This is going to be a big matchup. Could have been a finals match if there were another scenario here, but here we have it. This is the finals for the Northern Conference. I am Speedy. I'm joined here today by Strix. Strix, how excited are you for this game?
This game is going to be huge. At this point, the stage is set. We have the three champions that have ever existed in the UEL, and today either the Bots or Reapers will go on to meet New Moon in DC in 1 week's time.
Yeah, New Moon taking the Ravens out of the running yesterday and locking in their own slot for grand finals. So we will see them in our grand finals in Washington, D.C., which will be fantastic. We've got Gears of War 5 coming up as our first game. This is, we saw this in our last game with the Reapers, was the first game to spin. And, well, we know how that went.
And Funnily enough, the Reapers won RPS, so I think we're playing it,
Oh,
and
we're playing it.
they are, if the bots want to play. This is one of those games. The de facto best team in the league in Gears is the North Carolina Reapers, headed up by Cuddy as their standout player there. But this entire lineup is ready to go. They have looked like they're on a different level compared to every other team in the league. And so if this was one of the bots guaranteed forfeits, it wouldn't surprise
Yeah, the bots here, they've had a few different lineups, a few different looks throughout the season, and it looks like these 6 here are what they're gonna take against the 5 Reapers. The Reapers, once again, fielding 5 players and not a full roster of 7. Why do you think that is?
I think that ultimately, and we saw this actually from the Ravens as well last night, the bots have been known to do it. I think some teams are now really prioritizing these resets and having optimal lineups as often as possible when this could very much come down to a game of inches, right? In a situation where we're talking Mortal Kombat and you want hit and available, it's far easier when you have 5 versus 6 men, and I can tell you, there's a lot of rumors around the UEL about the cursed 6 man. So it's really funny to me to see it coming out today. But we will. I think it'll work out. Billy always has a plan whenever possible. I think we're in for a great game.
And so we see Mordecai there at the beginning being blacked out. Now, that may be a situation where he's not here yet because I don't see an in-game tag on him. So it looks like we may know who our 5 bots and 5 Reapers playing this one are already.
Yes, and I think this is still a pretty good lineup. Obviously, Mordecai being one of those standout players for the bot, you would normally want to see him here, ready to go for a game like Gears. But again, I don't think it's going to hurt the bots too much. I think the bots, though, are planning obviously for him to get here a little bit later. And once he gets here, I think it will work out. Both of these teams are well rounded enough to where one player being a little bit late, obviously not optimal, but it's not going to throw their entire rotation out of whack.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of really big names here now that we are down to one of 2 of the 3 remaining teams in the league. There are a lot of people to keep an eye on, but who are some players that you think our viewers should be looking at today in this game?
So for this game, I think we're gonna always, when it comes to the Reapers, you look at a lot of them, but Kitten and Twig, how they perform is always going to be key. In their one loss this entire season during the regular part of the season, it really came down to almost what felt like an uncharacteristically miscommunicating and discombobulated situation when they were going up against New Moon. So I think if they're on point, you always have to be afraid of what the two of them are able to cook up. And on the flip side for the bots, uh, funny enough, I'm looking at Billy the Goat as we always talk about. And then beyond that, this lineup of the bots, we've seen the Reapers have a weakness in fighting. And so players like Silver and Scance being able to come in and perform to the highest level, really knowing that fighter category, I think is going to help elevate and give them a place to target the Reapers.
Absolutely. The bots this week may have a similar game plan to what we talked about last week with the Reapers opponents, which was target the fighting games. And unfortunately, the Ghosts were not able to quite get that going. The Reapers showed that they have been putting in the work on fighting games, that just because it's their weakest category doesn't mean they're not still one of the top teams in the league. They can cover anything at any time. Do you think the bots have a better chance?
I do. Funnily enough, they ended up playing the Cobras in the playoffs, and those two teams, the Bots and the Cobras, were kind of in the running for best fighting game team of the league. They have multiple levels of fighting game players, all from the top end of the league down to upper half of the league. And it created the situation where even in that matchup, the bots were able to edge out a good number of the fighting games consistently. And so I think them being the strongest fighting game team, comparing that again to one of the Reapers' earlier games against the Cobras, where the Reapers managed to beat the Cobras in a bunch of games, except the fighting game category, which went something like 4 or 5 to 1 in the favor of a strong fighting game team. It is the one avenue where I don't see an overwhelming force on the Reapers. To your point, Kitten came out last week, swept in Street Fighter, which we didn't expect. Mortal Kombat were sweeps. Uh, Cuddy came out in King of Fighters. They all stepped up and showed out, and we know that they have these players that ultimately why they're a two-time champion is they've put in the work regardless of the category. If you think they're weak, that is the exact place you're going to get punished.
Yeah, and with new games coming onto the wheel every single season, a top team has to know that they're going to develop over time. Even if you are considered one of the best, you're not going to start there. You are going to build and grow throughout the season. And the Reapers, the Bots, the New Moon, these are all teams that do grow. They know where their strengths lie and they build on them. And they know where their weaknesses are that they'll have to cover for toward the end of the season when teams become more well rounded. So here we head on into our first game, which is going to be Gears 5. And it looks like we've got a control point game mode to start. And this classic map here, Gears of War 3 map, highly contentious upper area. We are going to see teams gaining points on capturing, trying to get that timer to tick down.
And so immediately we are watching the Reaper perspective, Wood specifically, and this is that
one shot back
strong,
there.
Strength and teamwork that we talked about earlier with the team. Gridlock being one of those iconic maps all the way back to Gears 1. Players like Cuddy who have been for the decade and a half plus that it is now familiar with this map, familiar with items spawn, and right before another following this, we can see in the control mode, it changes how teams play around because you have both a place that you need to be contested. You need to be playing up here in this point, in this tower, and the bots look like they kind of just conceded the point, not willing to run in time to time again. Now it's think about the position to down below ground, hopefully have a placement, but would immediately opening up and have them in with this hard flank, 2 kills, continuing to apply pressure.
Yeah, spotting that next objective and moving in, taking his 3rd kill here on this second objective. Not only does his team have a lead, but Twig right now putting in so much work to make sure that they sit in a comfortable position. These kills are coming out staggered, so the bots are not going to have a lot of room to come back in as a team and push this completely. So much of this beginning second control point is going to go the way of the Reapers, but you can see that the bots now wanting to concede a little bit of time on the objective in order to get themselves together and take a fair 5v5 fight. Twig in the middle of a few enemies right now, but it doesn't look like anyone's got eyes on him. So he approaches one of these bots players here and taking him down, he makes it a 4v5.
And it looks like one of those you mentioned that the communication feels a little bit odd, or maybe that is just the strength of the Reapers, just kind of able to throw the game into chaos and use their skills to take these fights, trust those exactly where they need to be. They've already crested the 50% mark in terms of points they need. We're playing for 100, and they're
all 3 on me, all 3 on me.
120 mark, not even minutes into the game.
Yeah, and you can see the bots bringing out their strengths and strategy. Those 9 points off the beginning of the game were all about approach to the objective. That's where their strengths lie, but once it comes down to the first-person shooter capabilities, third-person shooter, whatever kind of shooter it is, the Reapers have so many players that either specialize in or are very solid in this category. We see Twig finally take, I believe, his 2nd death of the round. He won't be too upset about that one, considering how much work they've put in.
For his team, 6-2, as you highlighted, and is more than happy to continue to run in here. 40 points, even with his death. His team is now not even necessarily playing on the point, recognizing they have complete control. This is the benefit of the team of the whole game. You don't have to sit in there. As long as you can stop them from getting to the point, you will complete the game. Now with 3 to go, they're managing time and time again to find kill after kill. I thought that Twig was in a bad position, and immediately 2 of his teammates are there, ready to assist him. One of the bots players hoping to break that circle, but with that death in less than 10 points remaining on the game, you can see a little bit of celebration. Pebble there. Hog victory going over to the Reapers. It's why I brought up you might want to forfeit it. I think there's still an opportunity for the bots having strong showings to try and contest there, but it's one of those strong games, and I'm worried about giving the Reapers a little bit of momentum going into this next game of Fortnite.
Yeah, you have to wonder if the bots are going to play out Gears, what are they going to forfeit in this one? That should be considered a given, but maybe they didn't want to start down 1-0 without trying. There is something to be said about momentum, like you were just talking about. Going down with a forfeit off the bat and conceding immediately shows that you're a little bit afraid to take it to a team like the Reapers. But showing up and going 180-9 in Gears of War also isn't much of a better showing.
And I think we might have an even bigger clue as to why that happened going back to last Sunday's game, it was plagued by, funnily enough, traffic limiting some of the guerrillas getting here. We mentioned Mordecai, but it looks like another player in Scance may also not have been here. So that might have been a 5v4 game, which in a game that maybe you thought you can contest, playing down a man into the other team's strongest shooter immediately is a worry. Reapers are happy. I think the bots aren't going to let too much of that sit on their head. They're going to go ahead and quickly transition over here into Fortnite.
Yeah, but these players have to get here because not every game is going to be 3v3 or allow for fewer than 5 players. So,
And again, Mordecai and Scance are both premier fighters for the bots. We saw it yesterday or last week, excuse me, when the Reapers played the Ghost. Not winning those fighters ended up creating a much bigger point deficit than I think most people were expecting. So you got to show up. You got to be ready. That is one of those consistent things that needs to happen to find success. And we at the UEL are able to find that consistency in our PC sponsor of SurfThing. They've helped power our playoffs to a completely new level, giving the players the ability to play any one of the genres with no time, no worry. Everything is lickety-split, instantaneous, top-tier performance with great peripherals. They've provided everything from PCs to monitors, mice, keyboards, and it has been an amazing setup.
yeah, thank you very much to SurfThing for sponsoring the UEL, the official PC of the UEL. Been running great here. And as we hop into this Fortnite, we have to wonder who they're going to field on the side of the bots. We talked about 2 of their premier fighting game players being absent right now, but there are still some possibilities for them to use during these shooters. We have some opportunities here for the bots to still contest at the very least. For the moment, though, the Reapers putting in their lineup, we're going to see 144p, Pebble, and Cuddy all going in. Not much of a surprise to see Cuddy going in. Not seeing Twig in a shooter, it's not something that never happens, but he is often playing alongside Cuddy in those shooter games, so it is interesting to see him not go in for this one.
Both of them, funnily enough, were up for that Shooter of the Year. Cuddy edging it out this season. Many people know Pebble is kind of this young, energetic star over on the Reapers as well. So it doesn't surprise me that they may be sending some of their younger talent with a veteran like Cuddy into a game like Fortnite, where we've seen the younger players excel more so than some of those older veterans that have maybe been in the league a little bit longer. On the side of the Reapers, though, we're seeing Silver, La Bamba, and RPG going in, with Billy the Goat being their anchor. A pretty consistent idea. The bots have always found a way to surprise, so I'm going to be interested to see how they're able to challenge here in Fortnite. Both teams were warming up earlier when getting set up. I kind of stuck around just to look around and see what people were doing, and both sides were kind of warming up, as cranking their 90s and just making sure that they were on top of it. So I think we're going to get a Fortnite game here.
Absolutely. I mean, if they're going to play Gears of War once again, I don't think I can make any predictions on what they're going to be forfeiting. So anything they do decide to forfeit will probably come as a surprise to me from this point on. It's going to be very hard to predict now. I think Fortnite is contestable. You did talk about the younger players being pretty skilled at this game because it's something they grew up with, something they dedicated a lot of time into, and that's something that's great about the variation in games in the league as well. Gears of War, definitely an older shooter that some of our older players in the UEL have a lot of experience with, whereas the younger players are more experienced with something like Fortnite.
And only in Fortnite can you see an NFL player going up against a banana. F1 being our next game on the list.
So getting set up here, but we often see a strategy. Nobody checking up pop yet. We've seen a strategy a few times of just instant rushing the enemy team's spawn. Doesn't look like that's quite the case yet. Shots are coming from long, so both teams going to start slow. Not going to throw anything out there and get too crazy. The Reapers last week did use that as their strategy against the Ghost to just bombard the Ghosts in their spawn. And twice, 2 rounds in a row, it actually ended up working out for them. Right now, we're just going to see Pebble here building up here as that banana that we mentioned, taking long shots at their spawn. The bots still have not moved very far out of spawn. We see a little bit of building, but what their rotation is or where they want to be setting up is not clear right now. They've been moving pretty slowly, and the Reapers don't look like they want to challenge it too quickly. Maybe just set up a little bit of a base of their own. They're over here by the airdrop. Not going to be taking advantage of it. Going to approach.
They still gotta push y'all. They still gotta push y'all to zone. One's knocked. Watch zone. Watch zone. Let's go.
Oh,
That's one. Yeah,
yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh. That.
Get to zone. Set up with the turrets. Get to zone and set up with the turrets. Get to zone, Cutter.
There's two in the green building and one outside.
Set up turrets. They gotta push y'all. Protect the turret. Don't just toss them up. You gotta protect them.
Yeah, we did. Hey, one shot on the back. Down. We getting it?
Push, 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 push. Throw a turret out there. Throw a turret out there. Rest, throw a turret out.
One down.
Throw a turret out. Throw a turret out. Yep.
Two down. Two down.
Alright, that's good. Let's go.
Reaper's run.
A full 3-man wipe for Pebble. Woo. Yeah, in F1, that means a little bit of dirty play. But not every strategy is a clean one. So we'll see what Billy opts for here. I think this has the potential to be one of the closer F1 games that we've had in the league. Sometimes we see it being very distant, something around a first place, 10th place start for our players, and then continue until that 10th place player usually wrecks out. However, between Billy and Twig, I think they're going to be competing for a really high placement in the race. I think they're going to be competing for a win and not really just whoever can get to, fifth and keep the other player behind. And if anybody's going to, it might be Billy. Billy, definitely a well-rounded player. It's one of the most complimentable things about him, honestly, is just how many games he's willing to learn with his limited amount of time. And he puts in a lot of effort. So he brings a lot of leadership to the team. He has a lot of game knowledge, and some of these games on the wheel already in which he could be argued as the best player in that game, StarCraft being one of those, for example. It looks like we are starting with a pretty a high-paced race here. A lot of action going on. See some. It will be conceded, though, and it looks like we're going to start off with this maybe Twig on the top here. Karak Drift going into a racer next again. And it looks like right now we've got Twig up on top in 4th place, Billy holding 9th.
And we immediately see Billy probably tried a little bit of a tactic there at the beginning of the race, had to hand the position back over so that ultimately he doesn't get in trouble. But Billy I can tell you right now, he's not trying to race this out. He's going to have to let these cars pass so that he doesn't DNF. But Twig just realizing, hey, now that I'm in 4th, I can just hold this position. And amazingly, Billy is going to have to find his opportunity to catch up. He's managing to close these spots time and time again, getting a little bit faster each and every single time. But it looks like Twig is comfortably in this next pack. And every time Billy has tried to maybe cut a corner, he's put himself in a position.
A little bit of damage going on to Twig's left wing there on the front of his car. Going to make some of the functionality of his car difficult if he takes more damage to it later on. Right now, a 4th and 7th place hold. Twig looking more comfortable in that 1st place position right now. Billy kind of fighting for position there at the bottom. He's got a difficult 2nd line to lead, but he is catching up with his 1st line now. This 6th player here, 6th position racer, he is catching them, but it seems like he's a little bit slow on the turns, which is going to make it difficult for him to catch up to Twig, especially as Twig now takes 3rd position. He knows where to find his passes in a legal way, whereas Billy really struggling to find a passing position without cutting a corner.
And I think that just speaks to Twig's consistent play of these racers. Knowing as being one of the top racers, he knows these games. He's messed and found those little nuances. Even over just knowing what he's trying to do, he's able to mechanically accomplish each and every single one of these goals. And every turn, we recognize that all Billy has to do is get past these 3-4 cars directly in front of him, and he has a clear shot on Twig, but Twig is just not giving him that opportunity.
Yeah, Twig is only going to create more space as time goes on. Not only is Twig going to distance himself from Billy, but he's going to distance himself from that 4th place position as well. He wants to keep with the top 2 here. He doesn't look like he's trying to get into passing position right now. It looks like he understands that 4th place is leading a little bit of a separate line of 3 cars right behind him, and that Billy is going to have to surpass all of them before he catches up to this 1st, 2nd, 3rd place area. So right now, comfortable just playing it safe, keeping distance from that 4th place racer, and just holding behind 2nd place, leaving a little bit of room, making sure nothing goes wrong. Because in a winning position, you don't want any kind of easy wrecking opportunity to hit you. It is so easy to DNF in this game with one mistake. Keeping yourself in a safe position is very important. And right now, he's doing a great job of it. He's holding a pretty consistent spacing with that 2nd place, but we do see Billy take 6th. It was a little bit of a dirty overtake, but nothing illegal, nothing outside the bounds of the rules. May try to overtake 4th and 5th here on this turn.
I think almost Billy was trying to possibly crash himself out there to end the race. It didn't end up working out, but he saw an opportunity to push further and further ahead, getting a little bit more space, but finds himself back in 6th once again. Every time it feels like he gets a 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and is fighting just to see now Twig, even with 1 turn separating the 2 players.
Now, with the way he's racing, I can tell you Billy is not thinking about how many laps he still has to go. He is trying to find a pass with every single corner. So he wants to take a lead fairly early on. He can see Twig. He is very close. That car, 2nd in front of him, making a little bit of distance now. You can see that Twig doesn't want to play this close-cut game, because as he starts to get inside of him, Twig trying to make some distance. But you can see that he's still not really trying to catch 2nd. He's not trying to overtake and get in the lead. He knows that it's dangerous to try to overtake the 2 top racers of the race. So right now, playing that comfortable 3rd position, Billy trying to find his way into 4th. He's going to find it. He's going to be stood right behind Twig now in this race. Way more penalties on Billy right now. So finishing slightly ahead of Twig does not mean that he will be winning this race. He's going to have to get some significant lead here. Takes that turn way too fast. Gets a little bit in over his head. And now he's going to fall back into 6th position. You talked about 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That is 2 positions back that he just lost there. 2 laps left for him to make it up now.
And that's what I'm looking at now. These opportunities, because they're in the front of the pack, there's not even the opportunity for Twig to possibly catch him. He has to make up this difference And now all of that distance that he had made, he was right there, right behind Twig. The opportunity was in his grasp, and yet now I'm looking, and I can't believe to say it, that he's got to just find a miracle almost, it feels, for him to have a chance to come back in this race. Twig is following, like he's on the right lane of I-95 right now. Just, all right, my exit's coming up. I don't need to do anything crazy. I just need to make sure I stay here. And that gap is widening and widening. But again, I'm happy to see Billy's not giving up. He's not like, okay, the game is completely over. Let me continue to push this pace. Let me continue to throw harder. Every corner, I'm going to try to see if I can't get one more position up ahead. He just needs these two races. It has to feel the worst with it. Just two people. Like, I can see you right there. You're just out of my grasp.
Yeah, it seems like right now, Billy and Twig having the same issue. Twig did attempt to overtake second just a few seconds back, and Billy right now with 2 cars in front of him, Twig with 2 more in front of himself. Both players having the same issue of not being able to hold position after passing, and this is going to be an illegal overtake that Billy is going to have to
recognizing on the last lap, he just has to go for it. And you see Twig speeding up, realizing he just needs to make it to the end of this timer. Billy having to slow completely down just to hope, realizing that he couldn't catch Twig in that moment.
Yeah, that is, he did want to go for a little bit of wrecking action there. He is going to cut this corner, make his intentions very clear. He's just going to stick behind these 2 cars. This is going to be another illegal overtake. He will have to concede, but he does. Has to find the straightaway. There's not a whole lot of time left for him now to try to wreck Twig, and it doesn't seem like he's gaining distance. It's almost as if he should have just stayed on the track and attempted to overtake that way.
And he got a message that popped up there for those that might not have seen it, saying that he is approaching a level of penalties that will give immediate disqualification. In his attempts to try and catch him now, he has to basically now find that one opportunity that he can go, because I think if he makes another big corner cut like we saw before, that might spell the end of his race. But Twig is saying we have 2, 3 more turns left, and he should be rounding the bend up to the finish line right now in second place. Twig might have just waited and said, all right, cool, I'll finish in first now. As he comes around this last bend, challenging the last CPU, accelerating hard, taking the checkered flag, and with that, Twig will finish in first place.
Finishing in style. Twig picking up a 3rd win for the Reapers, deciding to hold 3rd for the entirety of the race, and only at the very, very end will he say, all right, I'll win.
This game was fun. I'm happy that everybody came and showed out. Let me just really quickly pass up. And CarX Drift coming up next, and a reset. We can talk about right now lineups, because lineups, I think, play a huge part in this playoffs, and where both teams now will have access to that player that just played because both got that reset. Having Twig available in CarX Drift, I know Cuddy also plays the game, and Kitten, I don't have to guess if Kitten plays the game. He plays the game. MVP of Season 8. He has made it known far and wide how much time, energy, and effort he puts into making sure he can cover the whole wheel. On the bot side of things, I want to see who their CarX Drift players. We haven't seen them play the game too much this season, whether that's beneficial for them or hurtful. We don't really know now, and so I don't actually have a great read. Maybe you do on who you think might be going in here.
I don't think I've seen many of these players actually play CarX Drift. I want to say I've seen La Bamba play it once out of the players that the bots are fielding right now, and I'm not even sure if that was out of necessity or not. So I couldn't really tell you. The bots not the most CarX Drift recognizable team, that's for certain, but the Reapers, on the other hand, being one of them. The Reapers have had a good set of wheel spins so far. Having Pebble available for Fortnite, having their entire team for gears and just spinning gears first for the second playoff game in a row. It's got to make you curious if the Reapers are going to be the team that end up winning this one and going to grand finals. If we were to get a Gears of War spin off the bat, I think that would be a very excited team in the arena.
Absolutely. 1 week from today, for anybody at home that wants to join us up at District E, you can come on out if you're in the DC area. Or we were saying this yesterday, feel free to fly in. Feel free to come on down Father's Day. We have bar, free entry, food, a great show planned. Please come on out and join us. And I think they would be excited. But I have to call out something important. Yesterday's game started off in a similar fashion with the Florida Ravens jumping out to an early 3 to 4 point lead. And what we saw from New Moon was this kind of patient understanding of, okay, that's one of their games. Okay, when I look at this list, Gears, that's one of the Reapers' games. Even something like Fortnite and F1, those are games that I would expect the Reapers to be able to challenge in fairly strong, even Car X Drift. And what we're still having to wait on to me is those fighting games. If I'm looking at the bots with the people they have left right now, something like a Dragon Ball Fighters would be perfect to get that first win on the board and to maybe start to get some of the momentum back in their corner.
Yeah, they do need to get these players here, though, because these fighting games are not going to be solid locks for them if they don't have their fighting game players. Now, something I want to challenge there is that the bots win condition isn't just going to be those fighters. It won't even just be fighters and strategy. They have to take a majority of games, which means that they have to contest the Reapers on some of their games that they are more comfortable on. The bots right now are not doing that. They're not
Yes.
contesting in much. Billy contesting in F1 for sure for a majority of that race. He held, I mean, near a top 5 position for the entire race. But when it came down to Fortnite and Gears of War, they just were not showing the capability to actually challenge the Reapers on games that could be contestable. So right now, they can't just be thinking about we know that they're good at fighters. We
Yeah.
know that they have strategy games that they're going to be feeling very confident about. But we have sports games, we have shooters, we have racers that they're going into right now. They have to start taking games like this that are somewhere in the middle.
I think that there are those games, and exactly to your point, something like Valorant in that shooter category, hoping that they're able to play 5. That's the big
Yes.
thing here that I have to say.
Yes.
That they can absolutely contest and have an opportunity in. And each one of those games in the genre, and even something like this has been the bots' consistent pick when it comes to Car X Drift, when they have played, but Call of Duty rolling next does end up not boding amazing, especially knowing who can go in following this.
Oh,
And we see Cuddy on there along with La Bamba, both sitting down, focused up, trying to get some points. PC3, that's going to go ahead and be one of the bots players currently out to an early lead, but under AJ tag, that's going to be one of the Reapers as well. Both players trying and hoping to get a first place. And it looks now like Hollywood, the player on that tag, whether Hollywood himself or not, is also jumping out to a lead with both Reapers players being these leaders. It doesn't bode super well. We can see, but all 4 wheels coming off the map for La Bamba means he loses his multiplier, which is going to set him further and further behind. Someone needs to stop AJ, who seems to have maintained his multiplier this entire time, which is why you see his points starting to create a bigger and bigger gap from game to game to game. Every turn, he's making more points than his opponents.
yeah. At the moment, we have the Reapers having both of the lead positions. All of these players are grouped up pretty well together. La Bamba, right now, the only player who's falling a little bit behind, had a few spinouts there as he was trying to challenge the player on Hollywood's account, possibly being Twig himself. But we do have. Sorry, no, it would be Kitten and Cuddy.
Yeah,
yes, it would be
Kitten and
yeah.
Kitten and Cuddy here are going in. And this is something that is big about the Reapers. Kitten having to go in, Cuddy being one of the people that have played the game extensively. Their team is making sure that they always have somebody able to play. You're never catching the Reapers out of rotation. You're capturing them in maybe a less than optimal position, but it's never out of rotation. And here we see with one of the Reapers players being at 11,000, and as this last player comes around the turn, being La Bamba, I don't think this is enough for him to be able to finish the game, stopping right there, just having a little bit of fun with the game. But ultimately, that being a W for the Reapers, moving into Call of Duty, where, again, they would normally want Cuddy and Twig, but they have to send Twig in with somebody else. Don't think they're too bad here.
Yeah, I think 144P or Pebble is likely to go in with him here. Kitten being our MVP of the regular season. We know that he's a well-rounded player. We just saw him play Car X Drift. We saw him play Gears of War earlier and play very well himself. So I actually wanted to call back to the Gears of War real quick because we talk about players on the Reapers and their specialties as if everything is a given to go in. When we talk about the Reapers and Gears of War, we avoided mentioning it this time and giving the team their credit because they all have their talents. But Cuddy is the player on that team that makes Gears of War their game. We've seen him take 1v5s when the rest of his team is dead and win dodgeball games that way. But something that I liked that was really interesting is Cuddy played with Kitten, Pebble, and 144P in a cluster and allowed Twig to be the hero player that went around the objectives, taking out the bots before they could approach the objective. So the strategy wasn't to put all the weight on their best player. They distribute knowledge about games that they're good at, and they allow other players to shine when they figure out what role they can fill in a game. So they have more than just a base level understanding of the game that they're good at. When we talk about games that the Reapers are good at, we're talking about games that they have a deep understanding of and can be competitive against any team. They are a Gears of War, a shooter, racer. They have so much going for them.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the most unique things about us ever casting a Reapers game. We almost rarely have to just highlight this person is their standout. It is no, the Reapers are strong at this game. The Reapers are this. It is how they won their first 2 championships, and what continues to put them as a top team in this league is not just the raw skill there, but the team play. Everyone is supporting everyone. Everyone has moments where they want to stand out, and even a player like Twig, maybe Cuddy realizes, okay, I don't need to go crazy. To your point, Twig likes that moment. Oh, yeah, let me take my 1v1s. Let me take these 2v2s. And recognizing that my job is this, and they all have those moments in the game. And I think we're going to see that once again here in Call of Duty, where we're going to be seeing Billy the Goat and Silver go up against Twig and 144P. I like the call out there on 144P likely being the second in command.
Yeah, I've seen this duo put in work together on shooters before. Hollywood Twig is a great leader, like we talked about. I mean, he took that position in Gears of War. He wanted to take his ones. Instead of everybody running around the map on Gears because they were at a 5v4, I like that they stuck to their game plan. They said, let's not underestimate anybody, no matter how much of an advantage we think we have. So they're going to play all out. They're going to put Twig and 144P into this Call of Duty game together. They're going to be going up against Silver and Billy. A pretty interesting Call of Duty pair. I don't think a team to be necessarily underrated. I think they're going to be able to grab some points of their own, probably work well as a team. Billy can work well with any of his players. He is a great team leader, just like many of the players on the Reapers side, which some would say is more of a benefit to the bots. It does sound like a compliment to the Reapers to say they have so many team leaders. They've got Kitten, Cuddy, Twig. They can pass around the leadership stick all they want. The bots having one singular leader to look to, it gives them more of a sense of a rounded team where everybody has somebody to rely on. Only one person has to hold the pressure because everybody else can rely on them for a game plan. And then I feel like Billy almost feels himself more like a coach that plays.
That's the best part about it. Having had a chance to play with them, scrim a little bit, and hearing some of their comms, it is far more of like a conversation amongst them. But then an example like you presented of Billy being just that voice and like, this is our direction. Like everybody's talking, everybody's working together, but not having to maybe be like, well, is that the right idea? It's like, we're doing this. Cool. And that to me is where we will start to see that strategy element that the bots are known for, not just in game, but outside of the game. These are 2 teams that play UEL the best in the league. They don't just think about this immediate game. I can tell you both of them are looking at what's left on the wheel, what's coming up. The fact that we're only half an hour into the game, where some teams might be sweating, we're down 4, we might be down 5 points, what are we going to do? I can tell you that the bots are sitting there being like, this is fine. We understood that we could end up in this position. Now, how do we do it? And then Billy's going to be that voice who's like, cool, you go in, we're going to do this. You go in, cool. And people being like, yeah, I've practiced this, I've worked on this. So I think, again, very good game, very good opportunity here. But Call of Duty here, as this setup timer runs out, I'm looking to all of these teams. Are we going to see our first timeout used to hopefully get into this game a little bit cleaner? Because I can tell you, SurfThing has us locked down. The speed at which all of these games load up, the fact that you can have, and this is the crazy thing to me, 30 plus games loaded on these PCs, everything loads up with no problem. We're jumping into the game. And I'm laughing right now because Billy's camera, the light on high, illuminating Billy the Goat. Please say the goat. Ready to go, ready to jump in. And it looks like the map actually has changed. Yesterday we saw Rebirth Island, and this map does have a chance to rotate, and we're on Fortune's Keep actually today. So I want to see if any of these teams have adapted. We've played a few different maps across the season, and so definitely understanding maybe what the hot spots are, where these zones are that you really want to find kills, which I expect to see out of Twig and 144P. They are that aggressive team. they're going to be looking for fight after fight after fight. We are watching Twig's perspective for those of y'all at home who are wondering. As you can see here, he is happy being like, okay, yep, all my headshots are lined up, ready to go.
And as we load into this, as we wait for them to actually get prepped to load in, I do want to mention something you said about these being two of the best teams that they play the UEL. They don't just specialize in games or have players that are special in certain categories. I think it's the biggest culture difference we have in North and South Conference. I think the Northern Conference is very much about playing the UEL as an entire match, whereas the South Conference is more about finding players that can fit into every role. And it's a little bit of a gameplay difference. We see well-rounded teams in the South and well-rounded players in the North, I think is the best way to describe it. And I think it's very interesting because both sides have found success with those different styles.
And we have to see, because again, to your point, both sides have found championships. Yes, the Reapers managed to take the last two championships, highlighted by that team play that we're talking about, but New Moon still looms. As I spoke to, I think a little bit yesterday, this will be their 7th time in the finals. If you're out here again next week, we'll find out who, at the end of this game, they're going to be playing against. And if you're home, well, as we get into this Call of Duty game, we're going to be dropping in here shortly. If you're at home and maybe you see something and say, well, I could beat the Reapers. I could beat the bots. I could challenge them. Go ahead and jump on in the Discord, head to our social media, and feel free to click on the links in our descriptions and sign up for Season 9, a $1 million prize pool coming out there. You can make up to $2,500 per game, up to $100,000 a year. And if you got the skills to compete, any of these teams will be happy to have you. Jump in the Discord, try out. I know people are more than willing to get people into this. Let us see what you have.
Yeah, these teams are going to look a little bit different next season. It's going to be exciting. That's the thing that's always fun about we got to wait to talk about it until the end of the season. Right now, these teams are all still together, all still working together. We still have 3 teams competing for a $100,000 grand prize, but there is some excitement on the horizon for where some of these fan favorite players are going to end up, what these teams are going to look like. Even our championship team of this season may not look the same. You never know.
You never know. That is what is amazing. I love, and I want to call out there, shout out to 144p. Him landing and doing an execution animation is the most 144p idea out there. He is a fairly quiet player, but overwhelmingly bursting with confidence. Always ready to be like, oh, you think you're better than me? Got it. Well, that's cute. That's funny. Let me show you exactly what I can do. You see smiling. And that is something that I think is so different from yesterday's game. The teams today were very serious, stoic when I came in. Everybody being like, like, let's set up, let's go. We know today is going to be that game day. As we watch 144p, I think this is going to be the Reapers jumping out and making a shot at Courtyard, looking for maybe some loot and some early fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Fight's going to come first. 144p wanting to nail some of these players as they land, but deciding he's going to have to go for some ammo pickups. Here he goes, picking up the SMG. Now the Holger going to wait. It looks like the player that he was being shot at by finally finds him, puts some damage on the shield, being contested, and a quick shot's going to put him down. So going to go straight for a resurgence now.
And I need this to be stressed. For people that don't know, we do a kill race. So this is a 2v2. They are in quad lobbies. So every kill is going to be a point there. We can see Twig immediately picking up a point for his team. That player not noticing him looking to cut the player off. But every 1,000 points of damage individually is also another point for your team. So landing some shots ends up being huge. As we saw yesterday, the game, I think, came down to 100 points. So every single shot you are able to land will end up mattering. Twig armoring back up maybe before taking another engagement.
Yeah, and he finds it. He gets it down on that player. Is able to kill him, but that looked like it may have been one of the bots that was down there. So Twig not really wanting to revive that player anyway. That player will stay down. And right now we are going to have Billy dropping back in after his resurgence. Not going to find a weapon just yet. Going to take a fight with the handgun and go down. So he's going to have a resurgence as well. We'll get to another player POV here. A lot of players down at the moment. 144p redeploying now. Maybe his first redeploy. This game feels like it's gone so... it's been so hectic, but not that much time has gone by yet. And it looks like right now the Reapers sticking together, which is going to be great for them. And this is the first time that we're really seeing a team stand by each other's side. They're going to be able to take 2v4s. Still not the best situation, but it is often that our teams are able to find fights against smaller groups of other parts of teams. So might not necessarily be 4 players they're going up against an RPG. Not a bad find to start with. 144p almost having a guaranteed kill there. Picks up an assault rifle as well. He's got that M16, but going to switch out the RPG for something more solid. The Riveter wants to get a little bit of that full auto shotgun. But right now we see a few squad mates going down. Almost runs into that Claymore. Gets a little XP off of it. That's another important thing. It's not only going to be... well, it is only damage, not XP. Sorry. It's not going to be just points. It is damage and kills, which are what will get you there. And every... it is 100 damage, or is it 1,000?
1,000 for a
damage
point.
is a
but
point.
We saw this yesterday where all 4 players, both teams sticking together and helping each other technically with kills, but that damage ended up adding up and coming to be the deciding factor. What I'm looking at here is this play around keep is always interesting to me. Usually a hot zone in this map. Specifically, a lot of players drop here. There's plenty of loot consistently coming out time and time again, but it seems like it's calmed down. Maybe the initial fights haven't gone down, but we see these fights coming. 2 players going down, but is able to trade your teammate out for another kill is another point. Both of them not worried about helping each other, but we see immediately not seeing the player has to jump down and try and reposition.
144p getting out of there just in time as another player faked dead to try and finish off their entire team. 144p smiling there. Even he knows that was pretty entertaining. That one player still around here somewhere on one of the higher floors. And it looks like, 144p not able to hit the second half of his shots there, so not able to get it down. He will go ahead and shield himself up. He gets some of those armor plates, lands some nice shots. Now going to go for the sniper. Oh, barely misses that shot a little to the right. May try to peek it again.
He's more than happy. This is, again, I'm looking at his willingness to challenge, holding both these angles, and we see once again the Reapers players have spread back out. They grouped back up momentarily, maybe realizing like, hey, we need to find our next conflict, our next hot area that we can try to pick up kills. And the moment they get here into the keep and having that opportunity, they're both willing to say, all right, you go get your kills over here, I'll be over here. If we absolutely need to, we can regroup back up, but the 2 of us just need to frag out to hopefully find this win.
And it looks like 144p wasting a little bit of time now. Hollywood may be wanting to move this way to regroup. No! 144p going to find an enemy. Looks like some of the gear set down, some of the bouncing betties there set down by the enemies previously. And a lot of them. So finally all being destroyed there. That enemy likely being eliminated at this point on their resurgence. We do see one of the players go down, and I believe that was Hollywood, and finally 144p gets caught by his nemesis of this game.
Oh, and I love the commitment there of like, yeah, you destroyed the bouncing betties. That's what you got to worry about. And not realizing I'm lurking right there behind you the moment you decide to take another fight. You can see him laughing up there at the cam like, I can't believe he waited. And here we go. We got the respawns going. This is very interesting. So I think here that the bots players are being incredibly patient and waiting because they still need these points to get back into the game. Maybe realizing they're down on kills. If they die, the game ends and everything's going to be totaled up. But as long as they let the Reapers redeploy, while it gives the opportunity for the Reapers to get more points, they themselves have the opportunity as well to maybe find some kills as this game winds down and these circles become closer and closer together. Here we go. 144p dropping now basically to the other side of the map. So look for more people saying, hey, all right, well, I think we cleaned out the keep. Let's try to find another set of teams to fight here. Again, looping up, got a gas mask and is heading back to his home, possibly.
Yeah, by playing this side of the map a little bit further away, it does give them an opportunity to play later into the game. But as I say that, they actually are going to have an enemy here that they find. And it's going to be a down for 144p. He is going to be able to finish that player off. Doesn't opt to pick up any of his guns. He is being hunted down by that player's teammates.
Doing a great
Assumedly.
job of using movement, but gets caught out. But a nice
Oh,
stop
man.
and duck to pick up another kill and continue to extend this lead.
144p with 2 now on this life that's only been about under a minute. Finally going to take a chance to scan the weapons. Doesn't see anything he likes. And why would you when you could take a 1v2 like that with these weapons? Not much you need to be replacing. So just going to be gearing himself up a little bit. He does find something that he likes. Maybe just like the skins on these weapons, because I know I did. Looking pretty stylish now. Lands some nice shots. That's a down, but not a finish. So gets the damage, but does not yet have the points for the kill.
I did not see. I couldn't see him in the bush. I'm going to be very honest. I was like, why is he running over here? What does he hope to accomplish? And it looks like they're trying to boost each other up, possibly to get up to the next level, to continue these fights, but jump directly into a fight. But they're able to help each other. One goes down, another picks up the kill almost immediately.
Yeah, 144p. We talked about Cutters and Twig being great shooters and Kitten being able to stand for himself. 144p here, I think, may be the kill leader for the team. Damage leader, definitely.
I'm very quiet, and he's very quiet about it. He has to be reminded, not people at home, he was the rookie shooter of the year last season. Again, the awards seem to come out a lot of the times for these Reapers players, whether they're young or new. Young or new, I guess that would be the same thing. Young or veteran players, they're able to both find these opportunities, and we can see why they picked up a talent like him. He's now running in here once again, just looking for more and more loot that he would absolutely want, jumping down and immediately into a fight. His opponent says, I don't want to even deal with it, and he says, whoa, where are you going? Where are you going? Nope.
Gonna hunt this one
Are
down.
we playing Assassin's Creed, or are we playing Call of Duty?
They may have no idea where he is. They're gonna have to look up in the rafters. It's a dangerous fight for that team to take. So 144p gets 2, and I did see more running around down there, which means he's got more to pick off if he'd like to. His shadow is visible down there.
That's scary. I was like, did he not see that person? And that is one of those big differences. Now I'm gonna ask the question, and maybe just maybe cast or curse the players. Is this the first win we see of Warzone this season? Every single time, I feel like we've gotten a lot of second places, but we have not found that win. As the zone comes in, he's going to have to move, finds another fight, and finds another kill each and every single time now.
Almost too easy for him. He's going to find... No, his ammo was too low.
Reload. And is that the game? 43, 42, 40 seconds to survive here. And I think that the bots are once again... We haven't seen them necessarily. So 7 and 7 from each one of the players there. So 144p there on Cutters Gaming, and then Twig being on Hollywood. They both have those 7 kills. That's before we get to points. Yesterday we had a tied game at 14-14 in terms of points. This is what solo by themselves, the Reapers as a team, were able to post up between their two players. So right now, we have to worry, immediately calling out like, oh, there's somebody else over there. And I see, yeah, the bots are just taking this slow and steady. And this, to me, is also pretty smart. You have to play these games out. You have to do the best that you can. But even beyond that, this is something that's really small, but I think plays to the strategy. If 2 of your players aren't here yet, you want to do your best to play these games, play them to completion, continue to push the game forward. But you don't have to play reckless, immediately getting jump scared, I think, by the Reapers there.
By the Reapers.
Trying to force this game to end, actually, I think is what the Reapers are doing.
Yeah,
realizing,
I think they're making some noise.
Realizing, hey, like somebody's there, and it looks like somebody has found, it's 2 players that have gone down.
May even go for the revive.
And 7th place ending the game. We see smiles on everybody's face. I don't know if we have to count up the points there. Looking at that scoreboard briefly, I think I'm going to squarely put that W in the Reapers column.
Yeah, I believe that was 14 kills to 1 kill, and I believe that there was about 1,700 damage for the side of the bots, so 2 points for the bots, 14 kills alone for the Reapers, not to mention other points from damage. So yeah, I think something over 20 points there for the Reapers. Very heavy-handed win for them. Everything went in their favor that time, but I mean, when you've got 144p performing like he did, we rarely saw Twig even helping him.
Yeah.
He took. Not only did we talk about 2v4s earlier in the game, but 144 just wanted to go for the 1v4s.
Yeah.
He thought it would be fun, so he did. We did see some good team play out of the two of them as well, though. We talked about how all of the Reapers. There's only 5 of them, so you better bring synergy, and they certainly have synergy. This team is great together. So a 5th win for the Reapers, halfway to 10. The bots still don't have a point on the board.
And I think now something that's big here is we are going into DBD, which is the asymmetrical game, one of 2 here on the wheel. Rocket League kind of being one. Usually teams match each other. But what this means is lineups are going to finally become desynced. They're not going to necessarily all be looking at the same players, but notably the bots having set up get that choice of killer or survivor or map choice. If they maybe really believe in what the Reapers want to play, maybe they're like, oh, like the Reapers, of course, are going to take killer here to not completely mess up their lineup, or they're going to take survivor because they don't really, or they really like survivor. So maybe you get a home field advantage there. I'm really interested to see what the bots are going to do. They do have a few of their killers. La Bamba's played killer on their side, notably. We actually see RPG, who we haven't really seen much over the season. He is the GM of the team, maybe stepping in here, realizing some of his skills and abilities can be super helpful in this really close matchup that they're hoping to take a win over here. I'm interested to see where we go. 4 players would make me say, as a normal UEL player, take survivor, get my reset, and let me keep on playing the game. But I don't know. I'm always interested because these 2 teams always seem to have something cooking.
Yeah, right now it might not be about playing the long game and playing the lineups. Right now, it's about playing for your first point on the board after almost an hour of gameplay. So we're coming down to 25% of this game is already done, and the bots don't have score on the board yet. So they need to get anything, and they need to do it however they can. If that means playing a 4-man is what's going to work, then they should do it. But if they have a better shot putting one of their players on the killer, that's what they should do. They shouldn't worry about lineups right now. They need to be taking games that they think they have a chance in and winning them. That is their path to success here. We've seen the Reapers dominate too many teams for the bots to consider themselves long game players. Nobody is a long game player when you get this far into the UEL. When there's only 3 teams left, 4 teams as of yesterday, there's no such thing as playing the long game anymore. It is really, really difficult to get any further than about 2 games in and start thinking about the future. You have to play for every single game.
Yes, I think you want a point, because at the end of the day, even if your players show up and you're 10 points down when you could have been 6 points down, it changes the entire flow of the game. You're putting yourself in a position. I always highlight the fighting games are the biggest category, but unless you're guaranteed all 8, which guess what? We use a wheel here. We don't get to guarantee. You can't just say, well, we're just going to play all 8 of those games. Then you have to recognize, okay, minimize lead. I wonder, because both players available on the Reapers play killer. He's done it before. Pebble is once again, Reapers players put some time in. We're going to get that information to you. It looks like killer will be the bots, and it will be Billy the Goat. And we see the standard setup here of Petrified Oak, which normally spreads out all of the hooks, with a counter from the... And going into the Xenomorph, we saw this from him actually in their game against the Cobras. Billy did do a great job winning the game incredibly quickly. Overwatch 2 being the next game. Ultimately here, though, we are seeing the bots take that opportunity, feeling like Billy can definitely put a lot of pressure on and win. I don't know how much experience the Reapers do have against the Xenomorph. It's one of the newer killers in the game, relatively, but again, this is a team that has put a decent amount of time in jumping into the tunnel, so this killer can move around the map. If you've seen an Aliens movie, you've seen the terrifying shots of the alien moving through various vents and tunnels and appearing very quickly, and is able to strike with its tail. So Billy now immediately moving around, looking, just trying to identify where everybody is here, popping out, looking in, once again, checking all of these. He has a lot of information. The various person has now found someone working on a generator, whips his first swing as another player just sits there, maybe expecting him to chase whoever else was moving, but you can see all 4 pistons on that already moving, meaning the Reapers were almost already finished with a gen, and this is what has happened every time they play Survivor. They immediately put pressure on the killer. We're going to pop a gen in the first 30 seconds, and then what are you going to do?
Yeah, and it comes down to your point that you mentioned about maybe not having played against the Xenomorph as much. With playing against a killer that has so much movement capability on the map, it might not be as wise to make so much noise and make yourself known just for the trade-off of being able to finish things quickly. Making yourself known is going to get you a lot of damage very quickly. So right now, they're in a situation where they've already got one player down.
And we do have that player dropping. And looking at the lineup, it should be at Cuddy. I believe that's what we saw, 144p in the last game. So Ricky should be going in here as well. But all four of the killers, everybody on the team and in the game, are playing well. But again, I like Billy's consistent use of movement. He hooks somebody and immediately says, cool, I'm not worried about it. You'll probably pull them off the hook. I don't have to worry about that. And this is the counter. In that mode where the Xenomorph has a lot of range and the ability to attack from afar, you have to set up those turrets you see on top of each one of the tunnels to remove that mode. It forces them to move a little bit slower, and the power has to recharge from full here, giving them a little bit more space, a little bit more time. Nice use of the flashlight, trying to blind, but there should be another down, and it looks like it will be once again on the same player, putting them in second health state. A great use of endurance to block a hit, get themselves some more space, and extend this chase. Still only one generator done, but I can't help but believe one or two should be popping any second now. Billy getting his power back is going to be able to hopefully find another kill, is able to sees one of the teammates, sees where everybody is, maybe acting like he doesn't know that the person's there, getting another hit, forcing them away from their teammate.
Yeah, only just now getting damage onto a second player, though, so they've done a good job, the Reapers, of keeping him focused on the same target through this game. Now he's finally got that target down once again, but this second player on PC-10 here does have damage on them finally, so Billy is slowly but surely beginning to make way in hurting the Reapers and getting them closer to being hooked, closer to, I mean, you got to already have this first player here on their second hook.
Yes, and there we go, hooked and locked down. I'm looking at PC-10 should be res, so it's crazy to me to think that it's either Kitten or Ricky, more than likely, that has been hooked now twice. These are two players that I'm so used to having incredibly clean Survivor gameplay, and using this location incredibly well to keep these loops going, buying his team more space, 2 generators done, and I still don't think Billy is feeling that much pressure, being fully willing to commit to this chase, getting Bloodlust, which is going to allow him to catch up a little bit quicker, and using the attack of Xenomorph. So that is the power of this killer's form change when they're all on fours, an extremely long range attack that you usually have to duck or at least have some idea that's coming. You need to be checking behind you, running here, almost catching the player unaware. I like the idea to possibly try to cut them off, playing a little bit of a baiting game, saying, hey, are you going to commit to a side? Player being really smart, realizing where they're able to go. I like this chase. Another gen is finished, trying to fake out the winning hoping Billy swings, but he finds his next down. Now, for people at home, if you're wondering, the 2 survivors need to make it out for the survivors to win here, and it quickly is looking like the Reapers are on pace to do that. I need Billy to find a second down to be able to hopefully put himself in a position, that player number 10 res, if he's able to find him and down him as well, never mind, healed up now, so that's 2 more strikes that Billy is going to have to apply to every other player, and it seems like the Reapers are fully committing. The moment he commits to one person, that person is taking him exactly where he doesn't want to be. He's not able to really guard any of these generators. You see these generators far spread out. We're not going to really see a 3-gen here from any possible players, and a good job trying to lose Billy by using these different obstacles in his vision path to say, you don't know where I am. He's now looking for this player that he's hurt, hoping that he could find an opportunity, and finds them being greedy, checking the crate. And we talked about it. This will now be 2 people on the hook. As I said, that
only one. Yeah, 1 player does come off the hook there, so now it will just be Twig, it looks like, going up on the hook. If
it should be Cuddy
should be Cuddy. Twig, the only player who's not in this one.
Yes.
Funny enough, he's the only actual name there. But that player now on the hook. All the 3 other players are all now completely healed. I do like that they left the residual damage on themselves for a little while and waited until that first player there at the top was on their final hook. They've already been hooked twice. So they waited to use the healing until after that, and now they want themselves fully healed up. They know they're at a risky situation where they could lose a player, so they want to have full health so they can start to finish off this game with only 2 generators remaining.
And I can tell you about Billy's positioning. Part of the reason here he's committing to these 2 gens is his hope would have been to get a 3 gen, where you have 3 gens in super close proximity to each other, allowing you to patrol the area a lot easier and to find kills. We do see 2 players over here. The Reapers wanting to break the possibility of a 3 gen right now. Billy knowing that they want to take one of these gens, force him to have to cover all sides of the map at the same time, spread himself too thin, and with the 4 of them still up, be able to finish this game. Even now, you can see him kind of look back saying, should I leave this? Do I have to commit? And we know that 1 more gen has to be done for the game to be over. He has another down. Does he leave this player? Does he pick them up? And it looks like he might be looking to pick them up, hoping that this hook matters. This BC-10 going on the hook again. I believe this is their 2nd hook stage. So Billy has the ability to snowball this game in these last few moments. If he can find the player on AJ's account, he's going to be able to get them, put them into a situation where they're out of the game. We know that each one of the Reapers have been, I think, hooked at least once at this point, and now is where we can find these huge moments. That turret saved them. Ooh. If he had been able to stay in that mode, the amount of damage they would have taken is far, far worse. He has to jump back in this tunnel, immediately regressing that generator, but has to get back over to this other side of the map where he just saw them working on a generator or pulling their teammate off, able to get an immediate down there onto Hollywood. This should be Hollywood's 2nd. This is where this game becomes incredibly close. We're now getting to the point where the heals should be running out. If Billy's able to continually find these downs time and time again, he's going to be able to end this game, but he has to protect all of these different generators. And finally, it looks like the Reapers are absolutely pulling him to every corner of the map. Ops out, is looking, doesn't see somebody over here, but moving towards this generator. He has the information that somebody was over here, somebody was working on this generator, and that's Hollywood. This would be their 3rd hook and immediately take them out of the game. But can he do it without risk of losing one of the other generators around the map? It looks like he's committing to it, saying, I just need to get rid of players at this point. I can't worry about what everyone's doing. Focus on the task at hand and find an opportunity. And once again, I love the perk choice. This yellow is telling him someone's over here. Someone's working on this gen. It eases his mind of knowing, okay, well, I don't see them on another gen. This is the one that I have to be worried about. This is the one that has progress. This is the one that I need to protect. Hollywood is starting to get deep into stage 2. Someone's going to have to save him, and they finally do. Billy coming out here quickly, looking, searching. He knows somebody's in the general area.
More than one.
Finding them a couple players. We see a nice stun there. He's going to get blinded, but I don't think he's going to immediately pursue this chase. He realizes now, once again, you saw it turn yellow. Nice job getting some extra damage. Is moving around now to this other generator. Him protecting these 2 generators in close proximity. This is that power of the 3 gen that I was getting at. This should be the end of one of the players. Cuddy is done the moment this hook goes up. So if I'm the Reapers, you see them immediately hopping back on that other gen that they were working on, saying, we're going to lose 1. We just need to get 2 out. And on the far side of the map, they're also working on a gen. He has 2 different places he needs to be as 1 killer, but that hook, I think, locked the generator, or they popped off, doing some damage, but that's giving him time to get all the way over to the other side. I think Billy may have this. He just has to find the right hits, the right kills. As the last gen is finished, they move towards the door. He has to find at least another down, possibly 2, before this door gets open. He's protecting 1 door, but I have to believe the Reapers are talking about the other. Cuddy with an incredibly serious face. He downs the player. I don't think he can wait here. He has to go ahead and check. He's committing to this, but if the other players are on that other door, by the time this hook goes up, he could have lost the game.
And it's if it's 2 players, may it come down to points at that point?
The door's open. Let's see. It unfortunately it won't. If 2 of them get out, that is a Reapers Win, and that was what I was
Win.
worried about. He needed a situation where he could put 2 of the Reapers out of the game. If it's a 1v1 situation specifically in DBD, you are able to go to that point situation, and the way he was able to maneuver the map, get into a lot of chases, find those successful hits, I think it was very much possible for him to win that, but he unfortunately needed that secondary hit. The commitment and the communication by the Reapers to say, Cuddy's in a bad situation, he's probably dying. Work on those other 2 generators. We have to just pop one of them. He can't protect the whole map. And finding that opportunity, and then even at the very end, we saw 2 players go to that door, and I guarantee you, one of them was like, one of us has to die. Head to that other door. If he doesn't, he basically needed to down somebody, immediately run to the opposite side of the map to try to make a play to stop that door from opening. The moment he decided to pick up that player, the game unfortunately was over with. And we see another W pop over to the column of the Reapers. And Overwatch 2, which I know you're a fan of.
I've been known to dabble. Yeah, unfortunately in that DBD, that's a game that should have been contestable for the bots. That's one of these ones that they needed to take to start evening the score lines. One of their games finally came around, and unfortunately it did not go their way. So now we do move into Overwatch 2. 5v5 game, which means you need 5 players to make a full team. And the bots, it looks like, still only have 4. So, La Bamba, Silver.
Yeah. It's Silver without an E. He doesn't have an E in the name. It's Silver. It's Silver. Trust me, I understand. RPG and Billy will be going in here.
All right, I can read the rest of them. Yeah, Billy, Silver, La Bamba, RPG, but Scance and Mordecai still unfortunately not here. The bots don't seem willing to forfeit anything. They didn't forfeit gears off the bat. They want to try to save time. So I think while they're trying to get these other players here, that they might just play this one out, waste a couple more minutes.
To be very honest, I think it's unfortunately the smartest thing to do. Even if some of these games, I'll go back to Gears being the first game. Even if Gears is a guaranteed forfeit for you, if your teammate calls and say, hey, I'm in traffic, unfortunately 30 minutes out, buy me 30 minutes, you're playing every game, because at this point it's been an hour, and at the very least that should be an hour more of travel time that they have an opportunity to get here. Yes, you're going to go down, but you'd rather go down, kind of like we talked about before, only playing 7 games than forfeiting games you know you should forfeit and playing 10, 15. The Reapers, it's on them to continue to push the pace of this game, and Overwatch is one of those games that I can promise you
absolutely
they're going to push the pace. Yesterday we saw actually a full-on GOATS comp, 3 tanks, 2 healers come out of New Moon, and they ran away like a freight train with that game, putting a lot of pressure over on to the Ravens. And so now I'm wondering, looking at that, are any teams maybe starting to adopt GOATS? There was a small point in the season where players were like, oh, GOATS is really strong, we should do GOATS. That's open queue. We do play open queue here. But unfortunately now, we saw it fall off, but maybe it makes a resurgence. What are your ideas on the meta as you've seen it develop here in the league?
Yeah, I think that modern GOATS is probably the way to go. I think that some of these star shooter players in the league don't. Overwatch is not one of the games that most of them have under their belt. It's more standard shooting focused games that they typically have, which is why we will see those players opt for the likes of Sojourn and Soldier 76, because they are used to that very straightforward style of shooter. So if you can get players that can play with these interesting FPS kits that are, some of them are melee, some of them involve close quarters and stuns and things of that nature. If you can get players that can really understand the nuances of all the different kits in the game, you don't need anybody playing an FPS character, because they won't be able to break down the enemy tanks quite so quickly. And it looks like, speaking of that FPS, we are going to get some very straightforward FPS play from one of these players here.
La Bamba,
bots.
I can tell you, La Bamba loves his snipers. He will always, and having gone and seen him play a few times, he would usually take the Soldier 76 Widow Maker with that sniper rifle, especially here early on Route 66. hoping to maybe get a few picks and even here on offense, maybe open his team up to be able to play a little bit further. And I can tell you for a fact, this is one of those games that the bots are feeling their missing members for. Something that I always have to highlight from the bots is the amazing team play between Billy the Goat and Mordecai as a dual tank pair. They play really well off of each other. Their teammates are very much able to help them, heal them, keep them up, but the two of them are constantly looking for plays, especially on their signature picks like Diva for Billy and Zarya for Mordecai. Unfortunately, Mordecai's not here.
Yeah, and it looks like right now from the Reapers, we're going to see a very tight hold of this first choke point on the map. They do have a Torbjorn set up with this Orisa here. You can see the Torbjorn there jumping right in front of him. They have a Kiriko as well. They're getting pushed pretty hard. This Ramatra wants to play very far up front, get very aggressive. So they're going to break through that choke point already, dismissing the strategy that the Reapers wanted to use, putting on so much pressure. And this is still a 5v4, but the pressure coming out right now, finally a huge anti-nade comes out, and it looks like we may have 5 players, Strix.
Maybe they just showed up just in time here.
Yeah,
if so,
like
that would be amazing.
Yeah, we've got it just in time, I believe. It looks like Paku in the back, hanging out.
He's been here, I know, helping set up the games and help them on their side. So I think maybe, fortune favors the bold, and they might have just found that moment where people are coming in, or they're just managing to do this. I think Overwatch is a game where the aggression of the Reapers can sometimes work against them. If you have a team that just knows kind of how to play together and where they want to set up a great catch in the tunnel there by Hollywood, though.
That was a great combo from the team. We talked about the synergy of these Reapers. This is a game where you get to see it come out. The Orisa ulting there, pulling all of the bots in toward that circle. And then the Bastion ult coming down, striking from the sky. A lot of heavy damage all at once. Not to mention a lot of those tanks were anti-naded just before, so already on low health. There's a lot of pressure coming out here from the bots, but it's all being dealt with very nicely by this defensive composition that the Reapers are playing. You had just mentioned, we talk so much about the aggression of the Reapers, and right now this aggressive composition is all about staying alive and not just putting out the most damage possible. Mauga going down first there for the bots is going to be a lot of damage taken out. You see this Lucio here that's boosting the team in both speed and health. Soon going to be going down. He wasn't able to focus staying in the AoE of his team, so not able to heal them up as they die. This Junker Queen on very low health will die as well. Somehow this Lucio's still alive. Props to that Lucio player. That looks like that was RPG. And it looks like it may be Mordecai here on the Junker Queen that showed up and is now here just in time.
Yes, I know that the bots have to be happy here. There's an opportunity. You see Twig smiling, and I can tell you if he is smiling, the other team is not having as much fun. He has time and time again shown, I think, the strength of Orisa. Many players that have played Overwatch have realized just how tanky, how difficult it is to remove this character from the field.
And both supports go down for the Reapers, so they're sitting with no ability to be healed right now. A great beat drop there, right there by the Lucio for the bots. Gives them enough health to finish off that fight. May have been unnecessary to win the fight, but getting the first objective here could be really big for the bots. It could set them on a path toward victory. If they play a more open area where there's high ground available, this defensive composition of the Reapers isn't going to work as easily. They're going to have to make a composition switch. So now a nano-boosted Bastion here, almost countered by the Diva, but going to be slept by this Ana, who goes straight to healing up her team. Many anti-nated players for the bots, and they're going to go down to a prolific amount of ultimates from the Reapers, and the Reapers going to clean that one up with a Torbjorn, Ana, and Bastion ult all coming out together. But that does mean the ult economy could be going in the favor of the bots for this final fight if they could just get someone to touch.
They just have to get around this corner, but I think I want to highlight that beat drop that you mentioned that helped the bots take that previous fight, but it meant that when it came down to that engagement, the Reapers went, all right, well, what happens when my Ana ults my Bastion, my Torbjorn ults the point? All of this is coming at you. You don't have something as good as a defensive ult of the beat drop to just give you that extra survivability to maybe have a chance in the fight.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate quick trigger pull from the Lucio player of the bots.
They're gonna shut here.
Not able to support his team through that barrage of ultimates, and now not able to get the first objective. So they're going to have to play a pretty hard defense, but they did make themselves enough room to not have to play a single point defense. They will get more than one opportunity to contest. So we can see that Mordecai is now here playing. We've got Pebble there on the top.
And it's always fun to watch Pebble. Pebble's a fun player to watch in Overwatch.
Oh.
If you ever talk to him, he is absolutely happy to heal. He can play DPS. He always is ready to just play the role, and he's going to have a smile and be laughing. It's the worst. It's one of those things where if you're sitting close enough to hear him, you're gonna be like, and he's just like, no, I'm the GOAT. I'm the greatest. Looking at that Zenyatta, but maybe switching here back to his patented Ana. We've seen this for a few seasons. Actually, the Baptiste.
I have some Baptiste, so wanting to play some longer team fights and engagements here. Maybe not worried about the anti-nade as much. Gonna put out some significant damage of his own. Maybe not just wanting to support with his utility, but also put out a little bit of damage as well. So right now we see Hollywood on that Orisa as usual. Going for a similar composition, but a Junkrat instead of a Torbjorn this time. And a Baptiste instead of an Ana. A very common switch for flex support to make. That D.Va needs some healing. The healing from the side of the bots a little bit slow at the moment. We can see that Mercy is having a little bit of target switching time stutter in between, and they need to get a little bit quicker with their target switching, but Hollywood is going to go down first. La Bamba on the Mauga going to take him down, and Baptiste in trouble here. Pebble able to save himself and keep his entire team up. Get some healing onto that Bastion, but Bastion is going to go down. So now 2 down for the Reapers. They want to back off here. They've got Reinhardt coming in here now from Twig, and Pebble just staying on top of this train car, unable to be contested, but his team is going to die in the meantime. Trades coming out from both sides, but the respawn advantage here going to the Reapers.
And Twig cleaning up this fight after everyone else was running in and out of the train car. He's finally said, it's my time. If no one's alive, I don't have to heal.
And another. And another.
I need you to understand. If everyone's dead, then I'm allowed to shoot my gun.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Maybe you should have let the Reaper stay alive there, because all you did was unlock the wrath of Pebble. And now one more engagement going to come out from the bots. They're going to have a full team engagement here in front of the objective. A Twig going a little bit too far up, but knows what his limits are. Can't push quite that far.
Mauga instantly blown up. A good use, I feel, of the Junkrat ultimate to take him out. And you have to fight the best you can. We see the Zarya ult come out. Zarya falls. Lucio falls.
And I can see there why Pebble made the switch to the Baptiste. He does know some of the very specific advanced strategies behind this character. He did place down the ultimate on the cart so that it would move with the cart as they made progress. It was clear that that's a character that he's comfortable with, that he has experience with, and he's not a one-trick Ana. He doesn't just know how to heal his team and anti-nade the other team at the same time. So it's very nice to see that he's an experienced flex support. He had a lot of the advanced strategies under his belt. Great play there from the Reapers, getting their 7th point, earning it very well. A 5v5 game played by 10 players for the first time in our game. But that is 7 points now for the Reapers. So this is a situation you had talked about earlier, actually, is when we have 5 players and we're down by 7, it's better than being down by 10.
It's smart. Like, it took an hour and 15, but again, we've seen some of the games this season. We have actually, for the first time, completed the entire wheel. So I think 1 hour, 7 games, you're down by a few players are cool. And that Apex, immediately, we saw the effect of having that additional man in the game. If you compare and contrast Gears versus Overwatch, yes, apples and oranges, they are both shooters, but you can immediately tell we have 5 people. We have at least a setup we're familiar with. Let's play. We have an opportunity there. And I felt like it was a game far closer than we'd seen previous.
Yes, definitely. That was the closest game that we've seen between the two teams, I believe. I would say That and Dead by Daylight, I would
Yes.
say, despite the fact that only one player from the bots was playing, maybe having a 5 stack put Billy in a little bit of a better mood, knowing that they had all their players. So the games are getting closer here, and I'm excited to see how Apex is going to be played now that they have more options to work with. Billy playing in the last shooter that we had here as one of only 2 players, this time not going to have to go in. So we do see Scance gets taken out
So I
there.
think
They may have.
that was my question. I was gonna
Yeah.
wait to see the game will tell us the truth. I think Scance is still on the way here. Mordecai has come in, so we do know the 3 going in for both teams now. La Bamba being available is always a great opportunity. I know RPG has put plenty of time in as well to the shooters. He's been practicing scrimming over these past few weeks to ensure that he's up to par. But I'm looking across that other side, and we see the Reapers, Pebble, Kitten, and Twig. They're ready.
It's not a team I'd want to go up against. It's not a 3 stack that I would want to go up against in Apex. But La Bamba, RPG, and Silver, that's a solid team. They could definitely take it to him. We've seen that La Bamba has his preferences in shooters, so he has experience in them, clearly. There is a fighting chance here. I would say the fact that it's Kitten, Pebbles, and Twig, and not Cuddy, Twig, and 144. I mean, Pebble, Kitten, and Twig is still extremely scary to go up against, but I guess there's worse scenarios.
This is the weirdest thing that I could say to you in this moment. The weakest shooter on the Reapers is the MVP of the season, which is to me an insane statement where I'm like, the MVP of this season is probably the person you want in for a shooter, but to then say that he's going to be flanked by honestly 4 people that if you told me they want shooter of the year, I'd be like, makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. The bots, though, I'm hoping to see a little bit of that magic. We've seen it come out time and time again. They find those opportunities, and they will make their moments. La Bamba, I remember earlier in the season, he just finds kills sometimes and finds an opportunity to either get his team a lead or put them ahead. But Apex is a very different game. The question that I have, which we'll see here in a second, are open or closed rosters. It's something that we always have to talk about. We wonder about. Teams can opt to either play base rosters here in the UEL for both Valorant and Apex, or they can open the rosters completely up, play whoever. Teams and shooter players, if you ask them, they want to play open rosters. They want to play the entire cast wherever possible. But with the look of playing on one of these standard accounts, one of the UEL accounts specifically, I'm only guessing that we're going to be locked to these base agents. And we're seeing a slightly different composition than we've traditionally seen. Over the course of the season, we've seen a very heavy reliance on this Bangalore Lifeline Gibraltar setup time and time again. But instead, we see the bots opting in Pathfinder, Bloodhound, and Wraith.
Yeah, I think the Pathfinder and Wraith there are both kind of individualistic characters that people want to play. It's for the movement. It doesn't really do much for the team synergy. The Wraith ultimate can be nice for a single team fight, but for the most part, I would say these players are going to try to get some of these Bloodhound scans, and the bots are going to try to have some individual plays where they just pop off. They're going to rely on their gunplay and not as much of that team synergy that the Reapers are always so good at, especially in shooters.
And here we see Silver on the Wraith, having taken some damage as well. We've seen Watson's pylon pretty consistently over the course of the map. A lot of teams early in the season were playing this top side. And I like, again, Bloodhound is one of those consistent picks as well because of his information in that base roster being so useful. But the shots were good, and they've managed to maintain this high ground. They're not giving it up, forcing and saying, hey, if you want to come up and fight, feel free to come up and fight.
Yeah, the Reapers taking their engagements, but not able to get anything out of it yet. Oh, no, and we get Silver falling down, not taking a single shot, as the rest of they put so much damage on the Reapers that they were all healing when he dropped. Now we see on the other side there's an engagement from the Reapers, and we'll see if they're going to hit from 2 angles.
Nice
Bangalore goes down
swing.
first, then the Bloodhound. We're seeing the bots take a 2-kill lead here, playing together very well as a team, holding the high ground and not giving up any space. They knew where they were going to come from. They didn't give up that one area of contention just because they saw them approaching from another angle. So the bot's doing a good job to keep multiple focuses on the top of this map. And they're doing so right now. You can see that they're changing their angle based on where they see these abilities coming from, the sound cues. The Gibraltar bubble is very good from the Reapers. It allows them now an opportunity to engage as 3, and they could try to get a 1-point lead here by winning a full team
The Bloodhound is down. This is now a 2v3 more than likely, with no information for the bots coming through other than they know that they're on the other side there. That flank came in once again.
Oh, and another one going to go down there for the bots. We do have one more remaining.
But that's a Reaper's lead now, 3-2. I think they were hoping to get maybe 1 kill. We see right now Twig on the Gibraltar, looking for it.
Yeah, this position is a good spot to hold, especially with a 1-kill lead. You have to make them engage you on the top. We've seen teams play a few different positions on this map. Some opt to play indoors on the low ground, and some want to play on this high ground. We see that as the approach comes through, the bots are just going to get wiped one by one. Twig's even going to finish off one on the low ground with a Peacekeeper from mid. That was a rough team fight. All 3 going to go down for the bots, and the Reapers take a decent lead now. They're holding a pretty good position. They could lose an entire team fight instead of the lead. And Twig's not done yet. He's going to put on shots from far. He sees where they're approaching from. He knows his ammunition is unlimited. He's not afraid to keep putting these shots down and make sure that they just have to waste time and not be able to approach.
We do have a time limit for the game of 8 minutes or 25 kills. Whichever one is hit first ultimately will have the game called, but it comes down to realizing your win conditions. Even in Watson's Pylon, we've seen a lot of teams abandon this high ground once they get the lead and start to take up more, you could argue, defensible positions. When you're on this high ground, you have to watch essentially a 360 of 4 different possible angles coming up. That's ignoring the fact that, you know, if someone has a Pathfinder, for example, you can put up a zip line to get up there as well, and you have to defend all of it. We saw the bots do it amazingly that first time, but the difficulty, once again, when I told you and when I said that Kitten is the weakest shooter on this team, I think that Twig is giving you an example of that right now with this just amazingly consistent set of shots. Doesn't matter, he sees somebody, he's landing a good amount of his burst.
Yeah, and we saw that the bots had really, really good control of this high ground before. The Reapers are allowing for an approach here, and this Bloodhound from the bots going to be able to land some shots, but not enough, and goes down on the way off the top of the pylon. So now more of a lead being made here for the Reapers. If they take one more, they're 2 full team fights ahead, and that would be a really good position to hold.
Kitten just looking around. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. You're down there. Okay. And this is where I really want to see that race pick come in for the bots, possibly having that ultimate to help you at least create another angle. If she can get up there to the high ground with that ultimate, create a portal and basically set a situation, even steal a player ultimately, if she's able to time it correctly. But it looks like the Reaper said, I'm tired of waiting.
Oh, my goodness. Silver got beamed down. And now we see Kitten here trying to put some final shots on. He wants to chase this one and get the kill. Doesn't land the punch, but does land the shot with the Peacekeeper. That'll be his 4th kill now this game out of 10. We talked about him being maybe the quote-unquote weakest shooter on the team. He's got almost half the team's kills here so far. But maybe his platforming isn't the best. So gonna have to head back up that zip line. He does get a scan off on the way up. It was all tactical. He just wanted more range for the scan. Exactly. And he does scan all 3 players. So now knowing where they are positioned, there is an 8-kill lead for the Reapers. They are in a very comfortable spot. They're not worried about much. They're not worried about having to push fights. Kitten gonna get it this time. Almost didn't, but does make it back up on the top. Going to pull his ult out now. You can see those red highlighted players. He's gonna have increased movement now. Sliding all the way around the other side. Hit them from the flank. He gets the enemy Bloodhound down with this Peacekeeper. He's gonna get another.
He wants all 3.
Just one more. He does not finish the kill, but he did more than enough damage to be considered a huge part of that entire fight. That was a great flank while using the ultimate. He honestly doesn't even look like he's having that much fun.
Oh, it's the funniest thing. Like, if you talk with Kat, incredibly chill. Kitten is an incredibly like relaxed person. Always great to chat with. Always making jokes. But when he is in UEL, he looks like the most serious player in the world. He is just straight up, I'm locked in. I'm not think about anything else other than my job, getting it done, and taking a W.
Yeah, he is one of the best players in the league this season, our most valuable player for the regular season, and he's showing why. I mean, we tried to talk a little bit of smack on him just for the very first time ever. We tried to downplay Kitten's abilities slightly, and he's got more than his fair share of kills in this first-person shooter game. So we'll have to issue him a written apology later.
Yes.
But for now, the bot's approaching from the backside. So finally, not a complete scan of 3 players that Kitten's going to get on that one. The bots have a little bit of room to approach. And while the Reapers were playing a little bit low, being a little bit relaxed with their play style, the bots were able to get some high ground. So the first player to challenge is going to be Pebble, and he's luckily not going to go down, able to smoke himself and get out of there. But there is a fight possibly going up top. Now we see that Kitten has half health. This ultimate coming down under the bottom of the map, but it's all going to land here at the top.
If Twig got away with that, I would have been losing it, hugging that door, hoping to get away with it. But we saw there that there were 2 players on Pebble waiting. Put him down to 1 shot. He had to leave. And then all of a sudden, his team goes up there and pushes them back, buys them a little bit more space. Yes, we see a death coming out here. The bots putting some more kills on the board, but it looks like the Reapers are just getting right back to it. They are 7 kills away from ending this game, but I have to feel like that 8-minute time clock is coming closer and closer to being done with. And once again, I love the use, you highlighted it before, of realizing that these ultimates do drop from top to bottom. If you want to contest high ground, if you go under them and drop, and I guess I might have had that internal clock being just on point. I think we saw that I was like, yeah, it should be about 8 minutes, and we saw the game come to an end. But they used their ultimates well. They moved around. I think that even beyond that, we again, Kitten, my apologies. I did not know your game, sir. But even beyond,
familiar.
I think that I have to speak to, that's how strong the other shooters on his team are. That every time I want to be like, the Reapers aren't amazing. And they're like, did you just call me bad? I'm like, I did not say that. Let me show you exactly how we have to play. But the great equalizer of UEL is up next.
Yes, it is the great equalizer. I love that little subtitle for Wreckfest here. 5v5, and it looks like, if this is correct, the bots have all of their players now. There are 6 players for the bots. They can strategize however they want. Wreckfest maybe not being the 5v5 game where you need the most strategizing. You can play just about any player on your team in Wreckfest, but moving forward now, there will be a roster reset as of the next game. So they are, and I was incorrect. Scans is not here yet. I was wrong. We know exactly which 5 players will be going in. There will be Billy, Silver, Labamba, RPG, and Mordecai, all going in against 144P, Pebble, Kitten, Cuddy, and Twig.
And now I'm going to set up my own heart for this. Literally going forward, the Reapers have earned the ability to forfeit every fighting game. 8 fighting games are on the wheel. They have an 8-point lead. Every single fighting game could roll now, and they're like, we just have to continue to push this lead. If we get another game or 2, we will come out on top. And that's one of those things that, again, it's those small details that we talked about, and you and I did this literally last week in the Ghost versus Reaper games, about how important certain genres, I'm not going to just say fighting, strategy, whatever, these genres are going to be. But the Reapers time and time again have said that before you even get to your games, we will make it so that we can nullify those ahead of time. We talked about how many of your games can we steal, and the Reapers are like, no, how many of our games do you even have a chance of stealing?
Yeah.
If you can't begin to challenge us, and then we challenge you in your games, it becomes huge. And we're going to be jumping into Wreckfest, powered by our official PC sponsor, SurfThing, high FPS, and lots of buses crash into one another.
Yeah, using all 10 of them right here. And their power is going to use, because this is going to be a hectic one. So going to be tough to follow. But here we see one of the buses flipping, taking a lot of damage there. the bots already, it looks like some of those health pools of these buses getting low, although we do see some of the Reapers aren't looking the best either.
And so I can tell you, a big chunk coming out of Twig's health bar. So if you're at home, the blue score will be that of the Reapers. The red score will be that of the bots. And it looks like the chaos. And I think, unfortunately, we may be seeing a ruling call and a forfeit here on Wreckfest. And that will be the bots' first win. So one of the key rules for Wreckfest is you need 3 seconds to reset, which is why you saw Twig look over, press the button, and instantaneously reset. He immediately realized that the rules were set up wrong. And that is the Reapers just looking over him and him kind of looking to some of his teammates being like, really? We are this late in the season and we set up a game incorrectly. That is the bots' first win. Much needed. Happy to get it.
It looks like Reapers are getting a penalty timeout and forfeit for incorrect lineup.
So this is something that, again, I'm happy I thought about
it. It's both. So you were correct about the setup. They're losing a forfeit for setup and they're losing a timeout for incorrect lineup. How do you send in the wrong lineup? You only have 5 players. It's a 5v5. They only have 5 players. Just put everybody's name in.
They might not have sent the lineup. This is something that I've seen teams do time and time again. When these 5v5s come up, you're like, we know who's going in. Everyone knows who's going in. And you don't necessarily go, okay, name, reset, name. But you have to do that. I've said time and time again, you have to get into the game to play the game. You have to do those fundamental steps. And now you've given the bots their first win into a fighting game.
Yeah, it is. We finally rolled a fighting game on our 10th roll. It only takes up a majority of the wheel and compared to other, and it's got the most slots on the wheel of any category. And it took till the 10th game for us to finally roll one.
So there are 7 fighting games left on the wheel, roughly 23, 24 games on the wheel. That means that 1 out of like every 3 rolls should be a fighting game. Yeah. And this is where I tell people, the Reapers have made it where every game on the wheel is my game. You when you start to rely on it, and I love kind of the bots' identity because they kind of play everything. They wouldn't be in this position if they can't play everything. But I think it's almost like sometimes having those specialties can push you over the edge, but you're at the mercy of the wheel to give you the games that you want when you want them, when you, even worse, need them late in the game. And that becomes such a difficult moment. And I can tell you the bots are playing for a win. I see Silver going in. I see Mordecai going in. And normally they would want Scants here, but I know RPG's probably talked with his teammate TS people to go up against, play against, to steel sharpen steel, ultimately, in these fighting games. But they're going up against some strong players on the other side, that being Pebble, Twig, and 144P. I can tell you we're going to probably see some Lars. I can tell you we're definitely going to see some King from both sides. Azucena is who Twig plays, and Victor coming out for 144P. So we'll see a few different characters going up right now. I want to say, though, at home, if you're watching this game and you want to see it live, not just here where we're set up, but on the big stage, an entire program and an event, please come on out next weekend to District E at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. It's free entry for all ages. Come on in, join us for the game, and see the UEL played live. We have an entire program show being ready to be put on for you all. And you will see 2 of the best teams, some of the best gamers in the world when it comes to playing multiple categories. Your favorite player might be like, oh, I'm great at this one game. Here you have to cover 5 categories, 33 games, where you have no control over what you're playing next. We talked about it. We have been going for an hour and a half, and we're just seeing a fighting game.
Yeah, it is always unpredictable. I mean, when you have 33 games on the wheel, you have to. The games that made it, they're the teams that made it this far are are great at everything. These are, as you mentioned, the best gamers in the world, most well-rounded gamers that we've ever seen. So the ability for them to play against each other, it doesn't just come from we didn't just grab up all the best
Yeah.
players in the world and put them together. You become the best in the world, the most well-rounded competitive gamer in the world by being in an environment like this,
Yes.
by pushing each other all the time. The competition level didn't look like this when things first started. I know I'm new here, but I've done my research. I've looked back. It didn't look quite like this. Now we have listen, I'll say right now, hot take. I know we've probably got some players watching at home. I think Kitten in his current state right now, the way he's been playing this season, this is the best top level player that we have ever seen in the UEL. For this many games, playing at this level, being able to carry his team in a playoff game in a category that his team doesn't even play and taking out 5 opponents on a team that was banking on winning fighters to take the win. There's a reason this man won MVP in the 8th season. Players are only going to get better from here on out. And him winning MVP, I think, is completely earned because I haven't seen a player more untouchable than him.
And elite players need elite equipment, and that's why we're powered by SurfThings. You've seen a lot of genres today. We're jumping into our first fighting game, and it's going to be Silver versus Rez here. Both players going in, getting their damage. I'm trying to see here if this is a button check or not, but I can tell you that Silver as a player will put you in a blender, chew you up, spit you out, and do it all over again. We see one perfect and immediately jumps into the next round. This is Silver on the Lars. 144p being one of the strongest Reapers in the games gets double perfected in the blink of an eye and ready to go on to this third game. If you thought that it was a warm-up, it isn't. Nice job using the power crush, realizing the aggression coming out of Silver, finally getting a chance to play his own offense, is taking him to the wall and looking to continue to pressure, but I'm waiting here because don't think that Silver is just aggression. He just understands how to play Tekken 8. He understands the strengths of Tekken 8 and recognizes that this is an aggressive game, low on health, but constantly making the guess. I don't think this is going to come out in time. It does. That will be a round for those at home. Every round is one of your lives. If you lose 3 lives, 3 rounds, you are done. It is huge for Rez to be able to take a life off. It helps his teammates, even if he goes down, have a little bit less work, but it also puts the pressure now on Silver, but Silver doesn't miss a step. He said, you got 1. I didn't get my perfect. I'll do it. 3 perfects.
He will take 3 perfects in the end, but he does lose a life there. You had mentioned the life system. Those do carry over between games. So against this next player, Silver will only have 2 lives. But I do want to say that is extremely impressive from 144p because he was able to take, after getting perfected twice, he was able to shake the dominance that Silver had on him and come back and play such a well-maintained and calm game. He still remembered he was playing his own game. He wasn't just playing into Silver. It is so rare that you see somebody get just overtaken that heavily and then still able to come back and take a round. So really great on him for being able to help out his team and put in a little bit of his own work for the fighting game players that were coming up after.
So this is different for me because my expectations, unless some of these players had switched characters, that should have been 144p, but he's just sitting down. Now maybe Ricky Rockham having swapped characters or found a character there. Pebble, yes, being able to do that. And so we should see a different level of gameplay immediately. You can see a little bit better understanding coming out of 144p. The Reapers realizing like, hey, maybe to warm you up, thinking like, oh, we don't really know how to play amazingly, but to set you up, to knock you down. But again, like I said, Silver recognizes exactly what's happening here. Nice job by 144p to get the combo. This should carry to the wall. He should be able to get some more damage. The explosion is going to allow him to extend a little bit further.
He might be able to finish this with 1 more contact, but he's not going to get it.
And in that moment, that is the level of Silver and some of these bots players. A lot of them love to compete in tournaments. They're in these high-pressure situations, in these fighting games, and sometimes I think that is what gives the fighting game players an edge. In a scramble like that, you are able to keep your head, but 144p said, hold the line. I'm going to show you time and time again. If you blink, if you aren't constantly pushing me, I can find my chance to fight back. He just run out for Silver, and now it's run out, and the Super trying to punish the aggression, but Lars' movement gets him over. The grab ends up taking it out. Silver stands up and shrugs, says, hey, that happens.
So many rounds almost going the way of 144p and the Reapers here, but being dropped each time.
Heat popped by both players, wanting to hold on to their turn. Silver keeping his turn. Nice job trying to mix up 144p, trying to push them both. His back is to the wall. 144p doesn't have a whole lot of room. And now Silver kind of slowing it down. We see him realizing, like, hey, you want to throw out your Rage Arch, your supers to get some damage. And 144p takes the second life off of Silver. This means Silver cannot lose another round or he's out. He knows he has his teammates in the background waiting to play, waiting to go. A nice block here. Nice low. Overall, and this is what's scary to me, knowing that Twig is probably waiting in the wings of this game. Having to go up against the strongest player with one life makes this incredibly difficult. It's what's amazing about the rule set here at UEL. It forces you not only to play well, but to play as clean as possible. And we see maybe cracks in the armor of Silver being shown here by 144p. If he can take the second round, a nice job, but I think Silver was ready for it, knowing that he could bait out the ultimate. Now Silver has taken 6 rounds, and now he faces Twig sitting down with the Azu Senna. This character is very tricky, a lot of movement, a lot of opportunities to dodge and punish some of Silver's aggression, but was an extremely popular character when the game came out. So I have to expect here that Silver has some experience, but you have 1 round.
Yeah, that's what's so great about the effort that 144p and Pebble put in, is that by taking off 2 rounds, they made this matchup between the two, the anchor and the strong start from either one of these teams. They put it heavily into favor of the Reapers. There's going to be a lot of opportunities here for Twig to take possibly a first round win and hold on to all of his lives.
Yes. And looking to swap skins there. We got Azucena versus Lars. Lars is a great character. Again, a lot of tricky movement, a lot of up and down, but equally over there for Azucena. And here we go. I think Silver might also find a little bit more comfort playing a stronger player, but again, he can't take a whole bunch of damage. Nice try by Twig there, looking for the punish, wasn't able to find it. Heat activation, trying to keep his turn. Keeping the pressure up, and a nice punish, taking Twig all the way to the wall. Twig had to guess there, and it ended up being a wrong one for the game. That's 1 round done, and you can argue that he's already putting in his effort. He realizes that Twig is looking for these power crushes, these armored moves to challenge the aggression, but he has his punishes on deck. He says, I know what you want to do, and I'm ready to play. Twig gets his hit. The wall might mess up this combo. It doesn't. Twig able to get a good combo off, but once again using heat to take back his turn. And this is that aggression that we talked about. 1 more round, and Silver will have completed the sweep.
Yeah, all that work that those 2 other players for the Reapers put in right now, not mattering too much. Good counter from Twig coming out, but he is going to still pay some of his health bar. This being a slower paced game, both players showing each other some respect. A little bit slower, but we're seeing that Twig is usually getting the better of these longer strings. And yet still, Lars's power has been bringing him out on top. Right now, Twig holding so much control. Drops it for a moment, but he's right back into it. Starting to get some pressure on him from Silver, and Silver wants to finish this one up, take that 9th round and sweep the entire team. But he was showing so much respect, and it might cost him just a little bit more damage from either side. We'll finish this round.
Almost
and a great tech on the grab.
And this is what's huge. Both of these players are looking for it and the mix-up. And he shakes his head, hits the fist bump, and picks up another win for the bots. It's one of those things that, funny to me, there are times where playing a better player is helpful because a better player respects certain things you do in a way that you know when it's your turn. You get a more natural. Fighting games are a dance. Is the best way I like to put it. Dancing with someone that knows how to dance, you both kind of get the ebb and the flow. When you meet somebody, they don't know necessarily where to step. They step on your foot, and you're like, okay, that's fine. But they keep doing, and you're like, that doesn't. You step left here. Silver though showing a lot of restraint, showing that hey, you don't know how to deal with my aggression. I know how to deal with yours, and that leads to the bots' second win. With them going into League of Legends, a game they are incredibly happy to play, especially coming off of kind of a softer reset where I know they can get Billy and Labamba, two of their players that have plenty of experience. RPG play plenty himself. Mordecai, another player with experience. You get the lineup you want to send in here for the most part, and they have been grinding this games. I've spoken with them, talked with them. They've been seeking out scrims. There's a running joke that the bots don't practice. I can tell you they have been practicing hard. They've been putting a lot of effort and time in to ensure they're ready for this game, and League is one of those games they recognize we need to get the less experienced players up to speed, up to par, and so I think we're going to get a pretty good game because the Reapers play this game every night.
Yeah, League of Legends is one of those games that I was going to say around the UEL, people are always asking to play because it is difficult to get a 5-man stack of your team together during a weekday. So oftentimes I will see teams crossing over and practicing together and maybe not developing strategies as much. That happens more on the back end, but keeping their skills up and playing as a 5 stack of mixed teams players. And sometimes they'll reach out to anyone they can to avoid actually playing with another team. They'll sometimes hit us up and ask some of the casters, some of production, if they want to join in and just help them out. So it's really difficult to practice a 5-man game with as much strategizing as League of Legends has. So for any team that can do it, good on them. And knowing Billy absolutely loves to strategize in any possible game. I mean, even in Call of Duty, he had a strategy to sit in a corner until the game ended. So until the final ring, so they could just pick up the final kills and try to. They would have to fight less people, but we can see that League of Legends is a strategy team game. This is right up their alley. I think the bots, as you had mentioned, are happy to be playing this one. It'll be the end of the half as well because it is a 15-minute time limit game,
guaranteed.
So,
well, I say guaranteed.
It could be ended quickly.
We've had teams ended in 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. I have a feeling this one's not going to quite go that way.
I don't expect that one to go like that exactly. We do have a timeout used, maybe wanting to save a little bit of that extra time to ensure everything gets set up smoothly because ultimately teams do want to. Maybe it was a punishment timeout, and we are viewing the side of the Reapers. So first and foremost, we have a ban of the Volibear coming out here from the Reapers. Both teams, I'm assuming, have scouted each other, looked at each other's profiles, figured out like exactly what people like to play. The Alawi ban, and this is something that's very big from the bots and from a lot of teams that I think sometimes players and people don't realize is at a certain point, you're banning out things you don't want to deal with far more so than banning out what exactly your opponent's play set. Yeah. That's a ban targeted directly at Mordecai, and then the brand as well has been represented pretty heavily by the bots. If you leave it up, they're willing to play it. So one of the notable things I'm looking here is Lux is left up, and it's kind of been historically banned against the Reapers and the bots. Both teams more than willing to pick up the character if it's available, but you have to wonder if it's bait here. But the Lux is taking strong character in our format.
Yeah, the Lux is very strong. That's going to be Pebble picking up the Lux here. A character that can be played many different ways, but on ARAM, likely going to be played pretty offensively because the capabilities on that character to not only stun lock other players and just keep them completely immobile for the entire team to close in on, but also the fact that she can put out some significant damage of her own, and that ultimate is just the bane of many League of Legends players' existence, especially early on. So.
And as the Shin is grabbed up, I can tell you the identity of the bots team is coming together. This is going to be a very skirmish-heavy fight team. That Shin is going to be likely piloted by Mordecai, time and time again, playing those top lane champions consistently. The Fiddlesticks, we've seen it from Labamba, where he managed to carry a 3v5 game by himself, taking a 1v5 fight and coming out on top. He, time and time again, has found these moments. And I think using those other tanks, the Malphite and the Maokai, as possible safe picks for some of the less experienced players to go ahead and touch, but always finding another opportunity. Now, looking at the Reaper side,
okay.
Quay actually going into the hands of Pebble. We see also they have 144p on the Jin. He loves his 80 carries. He's usually in that role. And they have a little bit more of a traditional comp. Solid front line, some good poke, some good opportunities where they just want to kind of say, cool, you want to fight us? I'm going to stay over here and not let you touch me.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. Both teams, though, are looking ready. And they're trying to lock in. As you see Pebble there, hyping himself up, clapping his hands. And
Having
let's
some
see.
fun.
So the Leona is going to be hitting here. And that was, I think, Cutters on the Amumu, which leaves Twig to play the Lux here. Picking it first. I love the idea of recognizing, like, hey, we can't leave this up. Everyone grabbing their items and heading out early. Now, I do still expect some fighting. If one team is more restrained, I'm going to expect it to be the bots. They're going to not necessarily want to swing immediately, but the Reapers are going to want to get their damage and get their opportunities to jump in, if at all possible. A player hooked up early is going to be big. They might see a kill here, but is this just a bait? Rez taking tremendous amounts of damage, and we see Cat jumping in effectively by himself. And even though they're the ones that started the fight, it looks like they're the ones being routed and forced to run away first. Cuddy jumping in, getting a little bit more damage.
The Reapers having to use some flashes there, losing a lot of health, but this fight's not over yet. There's still some damage coming out. You can see that Lux, that Twig on that Lux trying to make such a big impact. He wants to stun another one of these players so that they can catch one, but it looks like a lot of healing has already come out for them. And no kills come out in that early skirmish fight, but it was hectic.
Yes. And exactly to a degree what I was expecting. The two carries you're going to be looking at from the bot side are Billy the Goat on the Caitlyn, as well as La Bamba on the Fiddlesticks, having a strong front line from their other set of players, but they have to manage to get by this poke first and foremost. You're dealing with Lux, you're dealing with Hui, you're dealing with Jin. If you get touched by one thing, you're going to get touched by all of this damage, and it's creating this wall. I expect the bots, they're going to have to slow down. Billy the Goat on such low HP, and Rez finds the kill, taking the first point for his team. So people at home, every kill is a point. Every tower is 5. Every inhibitor is 10. At 15 minutes, there is permadeath. You no longer are in the game. And whichever team dies post 15 minutes, the points are tallied with the most points being our winner. Taking that early lead now means all of the pressure is on the bots to find a play, find an opportunity to go forward, to challenge, to be willing to jump in and fight more and more. Ricky Rockham is hitting a lot of these abilities on Hui, doing a great job. And I have to wonder if leaving the Lux up doesn't come to bite them a little bit. Like, we just see every one of these bindings, the entire Reapers team is like, cool, I know exactly who to hit here, and dealing tons and tons of damage.
Yeah, the bot's playing back right now, playing under tower when the minions aren't spawned. And looks like even as the minion wave starts here, they're still going to play pretty far back. They want to take advantage of, you had mentioned that they've got top laners on their team. They have a few buildable tanks, a few characters that can be built pretty tanky. So there is a possibility here that we will see them play under tower for a while and just want to use the advantage of that defensive position to win some of the early on fights and then use that momentum to start pushing their attack later on. So they may be building for a late game team here in comparison to, we saw the Reapers wanting to take a fight very early on because they want to get a huge XP and gold lead as fast as they can. So as soon as the bots start taking it to them and start getting some kills, they can build up their items and they can start to get an advantage on stats here.
And I think we're getting close. We see more and more players approaching that level 6 mark. And once level 6 hits, that's going to be the bot's opportunity. A big chunk of damage done to La Bamba there. And Ricky's still throwing out these spells. Some players are finally starting to run out of mana. I'm noticing Rez here, both low on HP and mana. Ricky's at about 40% himself. They don't have this huge unending supply. They can continue to throw spells, but when they run low, are they ready to deal with whatever the response is from the bots? And we see the level 6s come out. Billy trying to get some immediate chunk damage out. 2 players locked up, and I think we're going to see possibly the first big kill, but we see La Bamba with that huge Fiddlesticks ult come in, kill 2, and this is what I meant by 6. 6 is where the bots are able to play the game. It doesn't matter if you try to blow me up from afar. If every single time I can just press my ult, and looking at the kills, I believe it's 2 to 3 now with the bots being up.
And this is the push that they needed. They are a little bit low on health. We see that Billy here going to be going down again. Going to lose yet another life.
2 players, both Billy and La Bamba going down. They'll get the chance to buy. I like the play there coming out of Mordecai. He tried to jump in, tried to help, tried to protect his carries. And again, Sofer here, now we see on the Maokai looking for their opportunity. Now, the issue is because they're down 2, they can't look for a play. Normally, they would want to go for a play. A nice attempt at a taunt there from Mordecai. Wasn't able to find his opportunity. La Bamba taking some more damage. And I'm looking at the bots now, and I'm like, you might just have to wait these ultimate timers out to go for that wombo combo once again, hitting everything on top of each other. I think this RPG taking a ton of damage, and I'm worried for my Malphite, because at the end of the day, the Malphite probably is the best button they have in terms of ultimates. The Reapers are grouping up. The Reapers are presenting these opportunities for themselves to get blown up. But if you don't have the health when the time comes, what are you going to be able to do? Mordecai now getting hooked, taking more and more damage, and they have to be backed up. They're going back further and further to their tower.
Yeah, but the Reapers have given a lot of time to the bots to regain their time on these ultimates. They will be back up soon. You can see Twig on the Lux trying to ult there. Doesn't actually get anything out of it. So right now, both teams just kind of dancing around. They will have their ults mostly available for this next fight. So this is going to be a big team fight coming up. Reapers deciding not to engage on that one. They want more than just a single stun if they do engage. But this is a very, very low health.
I like the snowball from Fiddlesticks. They're all grouping in. They are saying, we have to win this fight. We have to go. We have to go. But the Reapers are waiting. Reapers just backed up and waited for them to swing into them, saying, come if you want to come, but we're going to take this fight. We're going to win. We're going to win without losing a single player and probably take your turret. That's a huge point swing.
And that was an ace there from the Jhin, which I believe was 144p. That was an ace from him, a great effort. But now we're actually going to see the Reapers pushing a little bit too far and losing some. Maybe just wanting a send back to home, grab themselves
See
some
La Bamba
items.
jumping in here. He's able to kill a third. That's Cuddy. That's 144p. That's 4. They get aced, immediately get a triple kill back onto one of their carries, with Pebble being the only survivor, and Billy chunking him out further, saying, if you all walk up and stay too long, we will absolutely punish your efforts. I love notice the immediate difference. The bots are like, all right, well, they're coming back. It's time for us to leave. We're staying in this game. As long as this lead doesn't get too big, the opportunity is there. RPG getting hit once again by this Lux, and I have to keep looking at it. This poke composition coming out of the Reapers being exceptionally strong. There's so much damage that you have to dodge. And even for experienced players, at a certain point, if I throw 100 baseballs at you, one of them has to hit. You can't dodge everything. And the Reapers are just playing together. They have their front line. And look at all of that damage that we now see La Bamba taking. Now, when he's looking for this ultimate, he's in a far more dangerous situation. And they realize that he's probably in that bush. They're not going to give him the opportunity to really walk forward, even playing to the opposite side of the lane, challenging them to come forward and make a play. Billy taking some damage as well, and now just backing off to heal, realizing, like, if my health's too low and we can't fight anyway, then the game is over. I need to be in a position to play the game. I think he's going to look for a snowball in to possibly get a big ult. And I have to call it out. One of the two, the play here has to be one of these big ultimates going off. But 144p says, I'm going to kill the Fiddlesticks. I'm going to throw damage your way. This is the crit bullet. It doesn't connect. And now the Reapers are stepping up again. The lead isn't impossibly huge. There's somebody on the bots. The Caitlyn is so low, and you don't want to see that from your main source of attack damage, physical damage coming out, because now they're looking at your team saying, okay, well, if we just build the AP defense, the magic resistance, we can tank whatever is coming our way. Another big binding from Wood as Caitlyn goes down, right as the team fight is looking to be engaged on. Flash is used. They realize we just have to walk away. It's now 10-7, still winnable. This fight is going to be huge in the next 5 minutes. We're at 9.5 minutes. There's not a whole lot of time, and the Fiddlesticks dies. And it looks like he was channeling his ultimate, which means it's not going to be up for another minute again, which means they can't take this fight. And if this tower falls, that's a 5-point swing to the Reapers. And it looks like RPG might have just called to go in. We have to fight. We have to do something. We can't lose this for free. He falls. The tower will fall. And I think this game is running away from the bots.
Yeah, now a 12-7 kill lead in advantage of the Reapers. But as you mentioned, that tower going down right there puts them at actually 17. So with 13-7, that's an 18-point now. That is an 11-point lead that they just secured at the end of that fight. The bots are going to swing back, though. They do end up getting a kill here. They're not really set for a team fight. You can see that they've got some low players of their own. So right now, they just need to stabilize. They just lost a tower. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of health being lost. The Reapers might not be giving this one up completely, maybe looking for a new opening for engagement. But no, it looks like they've backed off. They know that still only having 4 is not enough for them to engage with. They're going to play close to their tower. As things get held down to the middle here, we're going to see this ult coming out. Not nailing that crit bullet that we had talked about last time. That's a second miss there, but a big team fight in the middle.
And there we go. Labamba's into the middle, but he immediately gets blown up. And we see how quickly this fight swings. This is the Reapers team. This is the team that is time and time again. If you look at what they're doing, they are on League of Legends. They've put their time in, and they now play the game just once again for fun. All 5 of them will load up, and they enjoy these skirmish compositions. For a lot of the league, they were playing those team fight teams, have finally adopted a poke style, is able to play it decently well. They have this front line where they're able to go in. A good fight here, though, from the bots could spell a lot of change. They might be able to get a tower back in response. 1 kill down, but I'm not seeing these Reaper players go down. In fact, I'm seeing them pick up more kills. We finally see a second one fall, but we should see the 4th bot as the 2nd Reaper, 3rd Reaper, 4th Reaper. Is this an opportunity? Billy flashing away, having to just try to survive here, but is still looking for Pebble, but taking so much damage from this poke. Pebble is playing the edge of this range amazingly, saying you have to dodge it all. Nice job, Billy. He avoids a little bit, but I think that tower is getting low.
Yeah, it's not quite in collapsible range yet. So despite Pebble's efforts to keep the bots pushed back, it's not going to get them anything yet. What it did do is it gave them, the Reapers, a bit of space to work with. Now they're just going to meet in the middle of the map. The bots aren't yet going to engage. We're going to see the Reapers pick up a kill there onto Billy on that Caitlyn. So he's going to go down first, losing a lot of damage. Now only 3 left for the bots, but they're going to pick up Twig on that Lux. But the Reapers are going to start swinging this fight in their favor, and they've only got 1 more target to take down. That's a lot of health, though. They may not catch him before he gets back to the turret. Even still, an extension from the Reapers, because they are the ones holding the lead. The bots are the ones who need to get kills and get towers, and the Reapers picking up a team fight win, even if it's barely, that's still an advantage for them. And right now they're looking to take out another tower, and they do. Let's see if they can pick up these kills as well. They're going to get 1, chasing down Billy on that 2nd, maybe just going to opt for this mini Nexus instead. They are going to get this inhibitor here.
And looking, so one of the tanks is going to the back line. This Malphite's going to be able to get some more damage in here. The bots are continuing the fight here. There's a little under 2 minutes left in the game. They're trying to find these opportunities, trying to fight these kills, and they have to just start winning the team fights. A flash in, but gets caught by the extended binding from the Shin. The Malphite falls, and they're just kiting away so well. This is the difficulty in fighting a composition like this. In fighting a competition like this, you're not just fighting one player. You have to kill the Lux, you have to kill the Jhin, and you have to kill the Hui. You have to have players that are able to put threat onto all of these players. I said this yesterday, and I want to highlight it again. I think a hook champion ends up creating a lot of pressure in this league, because now those squishy champions, when you see Hollywood step up, you can threaten him with saying, well, I'll drag you over here. If you want to try to continually play this poke style, or you have to have a go button like we saw in that first fight that you always hit. And at this point, I'm down for what the bots are doing. They say, look, the game is going to end either way. We're going to fight it out. We're not going to go quietly. And you see, look at the movement here from Twig just stepping back. This Lux pick that we questioned during pick and ban being exceptionally strong, able to constantly put out damage, constantly limit the opportunities for fights to come out of the bots. And even though they win this fight, with limited time left, the game might just in. I think that 144p will be up before the time is up, which will allow the extension of the game. The hard part is, how do you continue to push this game without possibly ending it, especially if 144p is just standing there shooting you and the time is over? So two of the bots players are completely out of the game. We see Twig not moving, and ultimately 144p saying, I will kill you or you'll kill me and the game will be over. You have to do something, trying to find maybe one more kill, and the Reapers showing that they have taken one of those top spots as a League of Legends team here in the UEL, playing exceptionally well and stopping that momentum that we saw the bots starting to build. I really did think that the bots had a strong opportunity there, but again, I think the Reapers, every time we did it, maybe in Apex, we've done it a few times, and I said this about specifically New Moon yesterday, the two teams that have historically been in the championship these last couple of seasons, they always seem to have another gear that they can shift into. The moment you think you have them solved, you have them figured out, you have them locked down, they almost present this new identity of themselves to say, and we have gone further beyond where we were.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the bots are not going to be able to continue their streak, as we just talked about there before. This is looking like a rough situation to be in as we approach halftime. Now, I'm not sure if we're actually going to take our halftime right now. We may be getting this timeout in order to play DNF, and it looks like the bots called a timeout for this one. So we will be playing DNF on account of the bots wanting to. They want to pick up another one before halftime, which I think is smart. 9-3 going into halftime still presents pretty good looking opportunity for a comeback if you can get things to roll your way, or you can pick up a particular strategy. So this DNF 2v2 could be an interesting turn of fate here.
And I am looking at it, and I think it could be great, but I do have to highlight Ricky Rockham, aka Pebble. I use both names because he is our fighting game belt champion formerly. He held it at one of those games that he excelled at and even touted himself as being one of those top 1,000 in the world players, was that of DNF. His Crusader constantly challenging even the best players in this league to kind of step back and say, hey, do you actually know how to deal with what I'm presenting you? Do you know how to play the game? And always there along the way, happy to play DNF, happy to put more and more time in. And like you said, that timeout was called so we can get one more game in. And the worry I have here is LaBamba plays Grappler, an extremely potent character, but he has to get in.
Yeah.
He has to get close to you, has to touch you, has to get his hands, he has to grapple you. You see Ricky immediately swinging, ready to put some pressure in, but there we go. LaBamba's found his way in, but the loops begin. It is Sunday, and I think Ricky is trying to take LaBamba to the service each time with each hit, throwing him back into the corner. UFC coming up next. So from one fighting game to another, even though it's in the sports category.
Yeah.
I like LaBamba moving forward using these normals. He's just trying to find an opportunity. I like that. I want LaBamba to use that tackle a little bit more. It doesn't seem like Ricky understands exactly how to challenge it. He needs to just, this is one of those knowledge checks that if Ricky's jumping a bunch, use that tackle to your advantage. But I think Ricky has this round closed out. I say that, but immediately with only 10 seconds left, I don't think there's enough time to do damage. You're going to have to use your special to stop this timer, but I don't think you're going to be able to.
He was on a roll, but unfortunately the timer was working against him in that one.
And that's one life down. Now I'm looking at it saying, boom, that's that armor I'm talking about. One of the big things players have to realize is in this game, those lows are what beats an armored move, finding that opportunity there. But we saw at the end of the game that LaBamba started to figure it out, but Ricky got such a lead. Pebble is throwing more and more of this power out. He's not giving LaBamba a chance to press anything other than block, and catches him as he tries to charge there, grabbing the roll. One more guess, and this is going to be LaBamba going down. And here we go. LaBamba this time has 20 seconds to mount his comeback. Let's see if he can hit these loops. A throw. Ricky got up blocking, but drops the combo, and Ricky just wakes up with a throw this time saying, I'm not holding it. I'm not doing it. And we'll see Billy the GOAT come in here. Don't know if he swapped characters. If he hasn't, we'll be seeing the Ghost Blade, which scares me a little bit. Ghost Blade does not have great defensive options, and so kind of has to just, again, find his opportunity to get in, where I think Ricky thrives. Ricky thrives off of you trying and getting frustrated and him just kind of laughing his way through it and just saying, hey, you got to beat me. I can't just give this to you for free. No.
Oh.
So from one...
Yeah.
So the joke in the community is that the monk is older crusader who has put down the hammer and decided to just use his fists. Both of these characters, this is a boxing character, has a lot of sways, a lot of movement. Once again, a little bit easier time of getting in, and does have a few of those tricky buttons, but Ricky was playing this character a little bit earlier in the season, so I want to see how much that information he has translated, and it looks like Billy just starts off the game putting Pebble into the fence, already seeing some back sways, saying, like, if you're going to swing, I'm ready for it, putting in this damage, and the amount of damage that comes out here from Monk can be ridiculous, but the side switch puts Pebble back in control time and time again. Now you got to hold it. You can't just get up pressing. You have to block and be ready for what comes next. Follow his patterns. I like this. He says, if you are in one corner, I'll take you to the other. Unfortunately, Swaps has finally put him into Awakening, and with a big smashing punch, overhead takes out Pebble's first life. And we see the round start again. Throw this time. Pebble doing his best. And you see this tricky movement I'm talking about. Sways back and immediately comes back forward, making you question when it is and isn't your turn. When you make mistakes as well, his punishes are on point. He's always taking half your life. A nice DP to wake up and just say, back up. Stop trying to pressure me. You have to play my game. Now Billy doesn't have a whole lot of life. He has to find his way in here. But that is a life off of Billy.
Yeah, they're now even. Billy doesn't have any more lives to spare. The bots don't have any more to spare. Billy's going to have to take 3 lives in a row here. He'll have to finish off this one, and it looks like he's playing aggressively still, but there may have been a little bit of a download. I do feel like the adaptation to what he's up to has been kind of made already, and the Reapers making their way, I think, they're already very close to a win in this one.
And this is unfortunately the moment where I have to say to Billy, you have to have all gas, no brakes. If you let him be comfortable, he will blow you up. But it looks like Billy has combos of his own into the super. This is going to do a ton of... First of all, this is a beautiful super. If you've not seen this, it is amazing. I'm going to let it just... Big hits. Next hit is going to decide which one of these players ends up. And the juggle...
My goodness!
By Pebble to end the game and let his team go into halftime, rounding out double digits, 10 points.
And the worst part is the bots asked for that. They wanted that before the half. That's what they wanted to go out on. So I saw the idea, though. It was clear that LaBamba and Billy were both feeling pretty good about that game. There are some fighters that different players play on the side of the bots, and I've seen both Billy and LaBamba play that one, so it's very obvious why, with the 2 of them remaining, they were okay playing it before the half. But we're looking at 10-2 as we head into halftime with UFC on the other side. Billy is available, but for now, we are going to hop in to a little halftime break, and we will see you guys on the other side of it.
taking the industry. Plenty, she's winning our team, we some killing bees. Killing these niggas while they still we replenish. Reload the artillery, hold the hostility. Boosting these trophies, we win, we in it all in on the grind. Opposition and misery. League they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams. Growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgame must lead 1,000,000 degrees. And this is where games go pro.
Welcome back, everybody, from halftime, brought to you by SurfThing, the official PC of the UEL, helping us out here for this Northern Conference final between the Reapers and the Bots. We have a 10-2 scoreline right now. The Reapers really, really, really want this spot in the grand finals for the umpteenth time in a row. They would very much like to take another one, take a third in a row now. So we'll see if they can get there. Right now, they're making a very convincing argument for the fact that they should be. But we've got UFC 5 coming up next, and it is Billy the Goat versus Kitten. Before we get to that, though, Strix, give us a rundown on the first half.
The first half was surprising. They're jumping in the game, so I'll keep it a little bit brief for those of y'all at home. The Reapers have been on a tear regardless of the genre. Gears, Fortnite, F1, CarX, Call of Duty, DBD, Overwatch, back-to-back-to-back wins. Apex thought they weren't going to stop, but an unfortunate setup on Wreckfest into a Tekken 8 display of dominance by Silver has given the Bots those 2 points. Before the half, though, we were closed out with League of Legends and a DNF game that the Bots called a timeout for, but ended up losing. And now we have 2 of the top UFC players in the league going head to head. Brian Ortega should be Billy the Goat. He's actually sparred with this guy in real life. And so this is one of those things of not just knowing the in-game stats, but having dealt with the real life counterpart up against Matt Holloway, who should be Kitten. So let's go ahead and jump in. Both these players are usually pretty strategic. They don't necessarily end these fights super early. And I'm looking, and we see some bars. This could be potentially another incorrect setup. We normally play with the HUD off, and so now I'm looking. It is going to come down to one of the players calling it early in this game. It's not just something that is ultimately on the ref to just call. If there's no advantage going to one side, we continue to let it play out. And it looks like both players are they're getting into their grapples, and we see the first takedown here by Kitten, putting Billy on the ground. And now we see the ground game start to progress. Let's see what we're able to do. Looks like he's trying to get out. That stamina almost depleted, completely out at this point. What are we able to do? Taking a few body shots here. And now both laughing with one another. holding. I see them both looking back.
Yeah, I wonder if they made a realization or if somebody's saying something about it.
And I think Billy was going to kind of let it go, waiting for somebody to call it, but ensuring before that first little bit of time goes away that he calls the incorrect setup. And I'm expecting this to be a third bots win, I believe. I think this was set up by the Reapers. We'll find out here shortly. But until the Game Master calls the game, we don't have an official play. And we can see right now that, hey, they're just continuing to play, continuing to go back on the feet now. Both players, with Billy being slightly down on stamina now, looks like trying to take Cat down. He breaks the takedown and gets a few shots in himself. Cat confidently playing here. Ooh, big shot to Billy. And I think what we're doing is they're clearing up the rules here, just taking a look, making sure everything is fine. Again, everybody, the Game Masters, are just trying to do their job the best. They want to make sure these rulings are as clean as possible.
Yeah, now we do have a takedown. This time it's going to be Billy that's going to have the control in the top position, but Cat putting up a little bit more of a fight in this early ground game than Billy did. Billy getting in one strike, but Cat previously on top was able to get quite a few strikes in before the submissions even began to come out. So right now, really fighting for control. We can see that the stamina again dropping, and that max stamina is going to go down because of it. So if Cat can keep wearing out Billy's max stamina like that, dropping it and making it harder and harder for him to string multiple hits together or multiple grabs on the ground, then he can get a little bit of an advantage in this one and have the opportunity to throw out more strikes, and he'll definitely have a better ground game. We see a significant strike to the body coming out there from Cat at the moment, holding quite a bit of a lead, I would say. Once again, that stamina coming down, and Billy's going to lose even more max stamina. A lot of shots come out from Cat there, and that's going to be the advantage of having a higher max stamina, not wearing yourself out too early, is that you can drop your opponent down to some pretty critical points very early on.
And we can see some of the markers there now that the HUD is on, showing some damage and the possibility we saw early in the season of these medical finishes where the doctor was the person called in the fight, especially cuts around the eyes. We've consistently seen that in the game. Billy's character wobbling, his feet aren't as steady, but he's still managing to get another takedown here on the Cat and put that pressure back down. But again, his stamina is empty where Cat's is nearly full, and it makes me wonder how long can he keep up this aggression without possibly putting himself in a worse position. As we see now, Cat takes control of the ground game. There's almost no stamina here left. They're both fighting with one another, just trying to maintain control. I think Billy hoping that his stamina can come back a little, but Cat constantly contesting time and time again, saying, no, you're not going to get away with doing this. I will beat you in the stamina battle if we're going against each other time and time again. Round one, there's only 40 seconds, and Billy's almost at 50% of his stamina.
Yeah, he's in a rough position right now because he's trying to get into a position of control, but he doesn't have enough stamina to do it. He's going to drop his max stamina once again. He is in a pretty critical position. A lot of punches being thrown out. Luckily, he is able to get a little bit of control of the head, so the ground game control being what's keeping him here. And it doesn't matter how much stamina you have if you're able to finish with a submission, but it doesn't look like he is going to be able to lock it in because he just doesn't have enough of that energy. So Cat right now, the max stamina has been dropping a little bit, but not as significantly. He had an opportunity to throw out some more significant strikes, and with 5 seconds left in the first round, I think we can say pretty confidently that this is a round for Cat.
Definitely. Looking a little bit frustrated there on Cat's face, kind of seeming like, hey, not exactly going the way that he wanted it to. He wanted an opportunity to do a little bit more damage and maybe just end the game in one round. And look at these starting stamina values immediately. One's at about 80%, whereas one is at 60. And as more and more of these strikes come in, both players starting to lean a little bit more, trying to avoid some of these blows. But we've seen a bigger set of whips come out of Billy. Now looking for another takedown, hoping to maybe score more points with bigger and bigger takedowns. And I don't know who that benefited. The stamina seems like the drain was so heavy on Billy that it feels so difficult for me to call this like, hey, yeah, that's the correct option. Like you almost lost all your stamina. Once again, like this fighting is, it feels like both players are going, but that early deficit is still playing to Kitten's advantage.
Yeah, that first takedown was nice, but it's going to only really work in Billy's favor if he's able to hold a lot of control in this round. There was a little bit of a stun. It was a pretty significant strike. He did land on the back of his head, so that'll always be a good takedown to go for. But you had mentioned the stamina drain. It just didn't put him in a position to keep picking up points as they went to the ground here. So now he finds himself on the bottom of the ground game again. Cat in control, able to get a few elbow shots in. He just has to keep picking away at Billy like this, putting in a few significant strikes at a time. They'll get back to the standing game eventually. You see that stamina really, really low for Billy. He has to pull the head down so that strikes can't come out anymore. Trying to get a few strikes of his own from the bottom, but Cat throwing out little punches and able to get a leg free. So the positioning here is going to be very strong for Cat. They finally get back to their feet, and I mean, Billy bringing that one to the ground, it really just comes down to the takedown. That's all he really takes home from it.
Catching the leg, putting Billy down immediately, and now striking and starting to threaten more and more of that leg. He said, if you're going to try to pick it up again, I'm ready to defend against it. And getting those blows in time and time again, Billy's going to have to start taking some more risks if he wants to maybe even this game up. But it looks like Cat is almost baiting that, saying, if you pick the wrong opportunity, I will end this match in that moment. With a kick to the face, picked up, dropped again. But once again, the stamina seems to be in Cat's favor. Cat more than happy to lay there for a second, let his stamina continue to stay high, because he knows in a battle between the two, he has that extra little bit. He has that extra amount, and we see it now. Billy down to about 50% as we move into a submission, and this is going to be incredibly dangerous for Billy. We see the bar dropping quicker and quicker, luckily managing to get out. Where do we go to from here? A nice block. Good job. Grapples, wraps him up, and here we go. We're standing up, back on our feet.
Oh, Billy's stamina drops so quickly there. You can see that he has to make such quick decisions because he cannot string together several hits in a row anymore. He's in a really difficult position where his stamina is only going to allow him to get really significant, heavy strikes once or twice at a time.
And here we go. We got the blocks. Both are taking damage. And I think as we come to this, about halfway mark of the second round, Billy just realizes, I might have to slug it out. I might have to just find my knockout. I can't keep waiting. But look at all of this damage. All points of his block completely extinguished. He's trying his best to just get himself some more space. 50% stamina to 60, 70% on Kitten's side. And he only has a few shots in before his character is completely weakened out. His block completely gone again. And we now see Kitten just start to swing more and more, and this is going to rack up the points. In the world where this goes all 3 rounds, it goes the distance. I don't see Billy having the points to be able to take it. So again, he's being pushed to take bigger and bigger risks. And Kitten, notice he's not even going for the head anymore. He's just continuing to work the body, realizing that Billy has to be worried about a knockout, let alone trying to do something else.
And he's off his feet. Oh, it was just a quick stun. It was not heavy enough to put him down. It looked like Cat knew that because he didn't chase him to the ground. I think he knew that Ortega was going to have the stamina to get back up. He's got a little bit of a steel jaw there that he could take a few hits. So,
looking at everything, there's some eye damage on Ortega's side. He looks pretty winded with that lung icon, and there's a possibility of getting closer and closer to a medical stoppage as well. Again, the management of stamina by Cat is amazing. One of the first big whips we see all day coming from him. But look at those few strikes, how big of a drop we see immediately from Billy's stamina. It is crazy, and that's the end of the second round. If we make it through the third round, I'm honestly going to be surprised with how low his stamina is. One good takedown into another submission, I think, could do it. No touching of gloves. Both players are out for blood, but unfortunately, one of them is already bleeding. Look at how it's gone again. Every time I look up there, another chunk is coming off and more damage is being dealt. Nice jabs.
Yeah, Billy is so worn out right now. He is going for the takedown. He's able to get it back of the head again, starting the round with the same kind of takedown that's going to get him some points, but he just doesn't have the stamina for control. You could see the stamina now in Kitten's favor. He's got the back. He's got the top control. he's going to hold this, and honestly, he can just waste time. Just get himself a few more strikes, work down Billy's stamina a little bit more. He's already so low. He might start working toward a knockout here if he can get himself situated.
And here we go. He's positioning himself. He could start taking a few shots there at Billy's head. And Billy now starting to swing himself, and both players kind of breaking that kind of grapple. Ooh, one big hit, two big hit. I can't think that Billy's long. Billy might go for a submission or something, anything to just buy himself a little bit more time. Blocks, dodges. But that's eating up so much stamina to try to move your entire body out of the way of these blows. Managing to just hold on a little bit longer, but 3 minutes still left to go in this round. And here possibly comes the submission.
Kitten's got a little bit of stamina left to work with, but Billy is...
I turned him over. Billy has to find his way out now. He manages to do so, but Kitten's out of stamina. Both players have to wait just to hopefully find this final blow, find an opportunity to end the game.
Oh, Kitten had the gun raised, but his trigger finger was broken. He couldn't pull it.
I want to see. This is amazing because both players now are at a stamina point. You see Kitten leaning so much further in, locking in, doing his best, trying to lock this submission and lock this game away. And I think that's going to be it. I think we're going to possibly see a tap here.
Yeah, there it is. And Kitten submits Billy for the win. All right. Well, props to Kitten there. I mean, we talk about why this guy is the MVP. He just took it to one of the top, I would say maybe two. I suppose Kitten's the only one better than him. I mean, Billy is UFC through and through. He loves martial arts, and that's one of his games right there. And Kitten, I mean, pretty commanding difference between the two of them the entire time.
It's terrifying to watch Kitten's gameplay because, like, earlier in the season, he was winning by stopping via medical. Then he started submitting people, started knocking people out, standing up, and he's kind of like, whatever phase of the game you're going to try to beat me at, I'm ready for it. And right there, the fact that, like, he didn't rush it either. He was like, if this goes the decision, I know I haven't won. I'm going to let you continue to fight. You continue to push. You continue to try to find your opportunity for a win. And Billy wasn't able to find any openings, I feel like. And looking forward just a little bit to next Sunday, I can tell you that a matchup, if there's one thing, if this game trends the way that it is, Nexus versus Kitten will be a sight to behold.
Absolutely.
In UFC. But we're going on to Super Smash Brothers now. It's a 5v5. So these lineups, I think we're going to go ahead. I'm going to take a wild guess. We haven't gotten word of Scant, so I think the bots lineup is set, and I think the Reapers lineup is set as well. These 5 players will go head-to-head. The big difference for people at home that I want to prepare you for, as we've talked about before, is items on high.
I mean, items on is already a start. That's different from what people are used to, but items on high, yes. They'll be taken advantage of a bit. We'll see mostly assist trophies and Pokeballs being used. We'll see some, for some reason, Galaxy Stars are frequently used as well. They're a very popular pick for our players, and we've seen them used in incredible ways.
Yes.
So those Galaxy Stars will come out probably a bit for some reason. But yeah, it'll be a lot of those summoning items. It'll be the Pokeballs and the assist trophies that help out big time. But we've got some players in the league who typically opt to just use them to play keep away from the other team and just use their character's moveset to finish the fight.
The most interesting thing in tying with that, though, is map choice goes to set up, and that is on the bots for this. The bots have used some of those. When Smash came out, some of the newer Smashes, they extended themselves to 4v4 game modes with these huge, expansive maps, and the bots love taking players to those maps and maybe taking some of the more comfortable players, even in a situation where, like, items, okay, but I'm not letting you get your final destinations. And some of these more traditional maps that maybe you're a little bit used to playing, you're playing on those maps where you have to worry about so many more hazards and so many more problems than just your opponent throwing items, and maybe, just maybe, they might have cooked up another way to find their third win of the day.
Yeah, it's very possible. I am excited to see what comes out from both sides. One of the great things about Super Smash Brothers is of all the fighting games we have, it's got the most expansive roster. So it's really exciting to see who everybody mains and what everyone's got practice with. I am excited to see what they bring out here. Are there any characters that you like to watch in particular in Smash?
For me, I have a soft spot as a Kingdom Hearts fan for Sora, but then beyond Sora, I'm always down for some Sephiroth as well, which I think we'll get. If I wanted to be cursed, I'd say 5 Steves on both sides. I think that would be hilarious. We start just playing Minecraft, and it looks like some of these picks are getting
2
locked
Soras
in. Hey, I love y'all. Y'all are amazing players. And I'm guessing Ricky on the bottom right there that means the Reapers are blue team, and we'll find out here in a second with the bots being on the left, Mordecai being there in that 4th spot, and we will see they're picking their order. Now, they can change their order here if they want somebody to maybe go a little bit sooner. For those that might have just missed it, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is our next game. I do expect both of these teams to play. I'll be interested to see what decks people bring out. So here we go. We have Silver
Dreamland
versus Cuddy on Dreamland. Silver's going to be playing the Captain Falcon, and Cloud's going to be Cuddy.
Oh my goodness, that Arceus already coming out there for Silver. And an assist trophy control as well. This is going to become extremely difficult. So this Cloud here going to have a tough time getting contact with the ground.
Cuddy just trying to play the game. He just
very close to a Falcon Punch there. Punches coming out on every side of the screen, and the Falcon Punch does land right in the back of Cloud. He's going to get taken straight off the edge of the map. You can really see how much control Silver has. He was controlling the top of the screen there with a lot of up airs. So it's very clear that he doesn't want to let any of his other players on the opposing side touch the ground. So it looks like we are going to get 144p coming in here now on the Lucina. And Lucina does have a counter, which is great against these close-range characters like Captain Falcon. Just not so many air dodges if you want to get to touch the ground eventually. And up B will actually put him back in the air a little bit. See a smoke ball come out. Was not quite a Pokeball, but that one is...
Let's see what Pokemon we have.
We've got a little Fletchling. So Fletchling going to go ahead and throw out a couple of these wing attacks here. We do get a star on Dreamland. The Warp Star not going to land a hit. Oh, great charging connect with the lipstick sword there. Oh, goodness.
You can see, like, there's no real anger there. Just like, all right, well, I guess it's done with.
This is Cat coming in.
Yes, Kitten jumping around saying, look, I just boxed one. Let me do it again. Let me do it again with the Dark Pit. Interesting pick, actually. I don't know if I would have expected a Dark Pit as the option here.
Yeah, a few things he can do here. He does have a counter of his own that he can use, but he also has some engagement abilities from distance. This B-Bomb can... Oh, that B-Bomb's going to do a lot of damage. That's already 70. 70% already on Kitten. You can see it is 0 right now on Silver. Going to connect once more with a charge there. He's going to use these items to his advantage, which is great because a lot of the more experienced Smash players will opt not to use them. Silver knows how important the control is. Doesn't get his hands on that bomb. But, yeah, I was going to say, Cat has to get rid of that one pretty quickly. Almost has it land on himself. He comes out of this present here. Doesn't make contact with anything, so nothing yet. Cat not able to really find any connection. He may get juggled off the map here. No aerial grabs. There's a moment for Cat to get some control, and the mix of the fire and the A mashing here is going to get up to 44% now. So finally some damage that will be carried into the next round. That black hole can be a big deal.
Knuckles
is coming out. He's doing damage on that shield. Doesn't quite get the job done yet. That's a connect, though, and it'll send him off the map.
I love that Silver was like, look, you're not going to fight me no more. Go ahead and fight my trophy. Knuckles was like, oh, it's my turn? All right, let's go. He came in ready to box. And we see Twig here on the Sora. Ooh. I want to highlight, you did mention, after every round, you'll get about 30% of your damage taken off. So he's back down to 20%, but finally having some damage stick means that Twig should have a little bit of an easier opportunity to maybe find a win. But this jetpack is going to give a little bit of extra movement over to Silver. He caught me off guard because I was like, okay, Silver, what are you planning? What are you looking for?
Hey, he got rid of that jetpack there. Didn't want to. It just picked it back up on accident, but he is going to A-mash here. It's slower damage coming out here. Twig a little bit more valiant of an opponent. The hammer connects but doesn't finish. Sora's just so floaty. I don't know if he can get away. He's going to get hit again, and this hammer's about to run out. Oh, my goodness.
Using the downward attack to try to get back down to the game and maybe time it perfectly. Looks like he was slightly too early, though, and found the last few frames of that hammer, which sent him flying.
This may be the last few frames of Reapers that we have here on screen right now, because this has been a run for Silver. He is right now 4-0, looking to take a fifth. This is what Cat previously did too. And of course, as if Silver needed anything else, he gets the healing orb. Go ahead and pick down some of that percent. Not really building for him now, but Cat notoriously taking Street Fighter in a 5-0 fashion last week against the Ghosts. Looking to have that turned around here on the Reapers. Silver wanting to finish this one on his own, but Pebble here showing some serious competence in this one. Unable to pick up the assist trophy, though, so we get the Pokeball Arceus coming out.
That's Pebble's Arceus, though. And so Silver's being forced to stop playing the game occasionally just so he doesn't get blown up. And the math starts to enter the screen.
Oh, we're going to get 2 10s on screen there. Not going to be connections. Ricky was taking a ride to school there for a moment. Oh, Goldeen, the most useless Pokemon in the game, unfortunately. Not going to be doing much. Right now, it looks like Pebble has an opportunity, gets out of the way of that Falcon Punch. He has to play this slow, needs to find himself an advantage. Now, not that many items on screen, able to play some real Smash Bros here.
Ooh, get away from that hammer. We saw what happened last time. Ooh.
He's got the range. I think he knows he can challenge this if he times it correctly, and there he goes. Not going to pick up the hammer. Apparently does not play with items often enough. What a dodge on the Bullet Bill. Jumps right over top, connects with the hammer, and he's going to take Silver out. Silver is not going to 5-0.
We see the pop-off from Pebble being like, I do this. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest.
Silver getting shut down. You can see 4 stars next to his name. He did more than enough work. It is now up to La Bamba on this Sora to go ahead and finish the job. Almost 100% already here for Pebble. Just a few connections. Sora not being the easiest character to finish with, but luckily starting with such a high percentage here means that it's going to be hard for Pebble to stay alive for a long time.
But what about Big Sora, the older brother growing in size from the mushroom?
Yeah, he might have an opportunity here. Blight's Blade just has so much distance in here. Get that little ground pelican. Coming out, taking his pecs. See who gets this Warp Star. Not going to connect with anything. Sora off screen right now. Oh my goodness. What a shot. Ricky Pebble Rockham is not playing around right now. He's in there. He's got 2 stars of his own. The difficult thing is the percentage that he's built up. It is not going to be as easy for him as it was for Silver. There's going to be a lot more launch, especially playing against a heavy like Ganondorf. So no items out yet. This is a really good time to build all the way up to 40% already. Dodges that hit. Opens up the capsule. He's got a long-ranged weapon here that he can put a few shots out on. There is a Pokeball in the hands of that Ganondorf right now.
If he can get an opportunity just to throw it down.
Oh, he's not going to. He's going. Oh! Oh, the gun caught him on the top of the screen and launched him sideways. He's got even more projectile trajectory there. What a throw. I don't even know if Pebble meant to do that.
And toss it up and say, hold on, really quickly, and you're gone.
Timed that one beautifully, like Killer Bean firing a bullet at his own bullet casing. So here we've got Ricky in a commanding lead, and look how much percentage he's recovered now. He was at over 100 2 rounds ago. He's now down to 50. Brought back up for the 70 mark. This Fox is very quick, very hard to keep up with. If there's a character that can engage on a Blight, it's going to be the likes of Fox. So let's see what he can do. Another one of those Warp Stars coming out. Not quite the Mario Galaxy Star that I was talking about, but right now, Mordecai just guarding the Warp Star as if knowing that Ricky might want to use it. Neither of them really going for it, though. They want to play this one pretty straight up unless they see a significant item like a summon. Now that's one collected, but it won't matter. Mordecai's going to close it out for a win for the bots. And what a game of Smash we had there.
Both shout out to Silver and Pebble for putting on a show for us. Players came in, and it wasn't that they weren't trying, but the players had such a good dominance, and I want to highlight exactly what you said. I think that damage coming from some of the Reapers, finally getting Silver up there, meant that when he finally got to Pebble, he had that little bit of a disadvantage, and Pebble faced the same thing by the time he got to Mordecai. That was so much fun. Highlight of the day, though, has to go to Pebble with that toss of the gun, catching and sending him off like, oh, okay, you just knew that he was...
He didn't just want to send him straight up.
Yes.
He wanted to give him a little bit of a curve to the launch as well. Wanted to see him go off in the distance over the horizon. And he did.
A little bit. And we're moving into Yu-Gi-Oh! A very coachable game. Funnily enough, we saw them in UFC. I would have expected both Billy the GOAT and Kitten to go in here if possible, but I know both of them are also more than happy to send in somebody else. They're both going to very much want to coach this game. Looking at both teams, from Kitten, we've seen a Lyrilisk deck consistently over the course of the season. On the flip side, across the table, the bots have been playing branded Despia, a fairly standard list across the season as well, finding consistent wins. Most notably, I'm looking at Kitten, I'm looking at the Reapers, because they did lose to a branded list already this season. And so I have to say that, hey, you managed to beat the bots. Hey, you've managed to fight this list before, but you've lost the deck. Did you find those holes, find those gaps? How are you ready to adapt and bring forward? Or are you just playing that same list saying, hey, it doesn't matter, we're up, I think I can just win. Maybe I made a few mistakes in that one game, and now I'll be able to get a little bit further. But it looks like we're jumping right into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can tell you by looking at the Reaper's hand that we are looking at their Tri-Brigade Lyrilisk deck very quickly, and it looks like Cat has opened up one of his starters. Looks like we might see a sports or a racer Forza coming up.
No sports games yet today. That's 14 games and not a single sport. UFC actually.
It might as well be a fighting game. It might as well be a
Yeah.
So using this 1-for-1 is going to allow him to send something to his graveyard. Tri-Brigade cards love to be in the graveyard and banish themselves for various effects that allow them to either extend or to play the game a little bit more. A nice use of the Ash Blossom, trying to push down this card advantage that we do see coming out of Kitten. And Kitten is now at a horrible disadvantage, but luckily we'll be able to use this Nerval to continue to play out his turn. We realize that he has some hand traps of his own. So what are you going to get here? What are you going to play with? We do see Pebble being the player. He's focused up, listening to his coaches. Same thing on the other side. I think that RPG is focused up himself. This is one of those games that we're seeing a few more hand traps than we may be seeing in playoffs. So the Spriggan, or the Tri-Brigade kit, is going to banish a few cards, looking to do 2 here. And what are you going to bring out of your extra deck in response here? You can get a link to linked monsters, are one of those newer forms. If you stopped maybe watching around the anime's end goal here in the West with synchro monsters, we've got a few different type of monsters now looking to possibly extend. And this is the monster that we consistently see Kitten and his team try to get to, Samorg. It's going to allow him to get a few more things on the board and continue to just make a very difficult and frustrating board to try to play through. A lot of ability to stop his opponent from playing the game. And that's the key to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Really, is to stop your opponent from doing what they want to do. We saw the hand trap there, that Ash Blossom, try to initially stop exactly what he wanted to do in terms of Kitten, but it wasn't able to stop him from getting to Samorg. Now it's activating its effect. Doesn't want to use his own, and is going to special summon a monster, which will allow him to bring out a few more things, or just set up a very difficult board to break through here. So let's see Mist Valley Apex come in, and we're going to pass on over to the bots. Let's see how well, if at all, Billy is going to be able to play through this in the bots. It's going to be an interesting situation. Main phase 1. Let's see. Now, branded, he sets 1 card. It's not going to be great. If you set and pass, you might just lose the game on the spot. I don't think you're going to be able to survive. He plays the Fallen of Albaz. So this card is going to allow him, if he discards something, getting rid of the Albion, to be able to fusion summon with things on the board. Now, key here is the Mist Valley Apex allows itself to be bounced and to bounce or to negate the activation of a card, destroy that card, meaning that Billy kind of gets nothing for it. The Samorg manages to stick on the board, and it's now a matter of, does Billy have the opportunity or anything to follow up a play here? We know that there's a hand trap here that's going to stop adding. Now, what is Billy going to bring back? Unfortunately, the activation was negated. So if Billy's not aware, he's not going to be able to get the effect that he's desiring here to be able to use it again. It's a once per turn effect from Fallen of Albaz. But this is important. If he does have some type of fusion summon, he'll be able to get into his extra deck, some more of his more powerful monsters. But now moving another card to the graveyard, if I had to take a guess from the branded spot, you may want to do branded retribution to maybe get something a little bit later on. But this is something that is going to the graveyard. You need something that's going to allow you to play on your opponent's turn, something that's going to allow you to do something. You can't just let the Samorg sit up on the board, no problem. It does look like Kitten, I'd spoken with him a little bit about the matchup. Branded in high spirits is a good choice there. Ends up putting the Albion back in his deck, and I think that's going to be a pass, but he should be able to get this card back. Samorg going to activate again for another special summon, setting up the exact same board. League of Legends still in the background of our players, and Billy using a second Ash Blossom. So we see he had 2 in hand to stop the additional summon effect, maybe trying to limit the ability of Kitten to just play through. But this Barrow Canary, one of these Lyralist cards, should allow him or the Nerval to continue his combo here. And this is what it's going to come down to. Looking at his graveyard, again, he has a very heavy deck that either wants things in the graveyard, wants to start getting monsters on the field to summon more and more of these newer summon mechanics, whether that's XZ summons, whether that's Link summons. Summoning the Nerval is going to banish a couple of cards to bring out another Link monster. Let's see what he's going for here. Going to guess. Going for the Ancient Warrior here. Reading the card. This is one of those things that, funnily enough, is why I like being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! When I am a player. Because there are decisions I don't have to tell you. I can just do. In these strategy games, a lot of it comes down to time management for you to be able to deal with various problems. But using this now to get more of these Lyralist monsters, looks like, onto the field and to start more of these combos. We see the Barrow Canary coming out. We see another Lyralist monster as well, trying to set up this wall, activating another effect. And this is where, unfortunately, even as a branded player, it's really rough. You're going to lose your Fallen of Albaz. You're going to be praying here for a top deck that can hopefully get you out of this situation. And the first thing that comes to mind here is going to be a Super Poly. But allowing your opponent to just freely play here in Yu-Gi-Oh! Means that they get to set up those boards that you wonder when you see the little memes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like all of these cards, what am I supposed to do against it? And it's like, that's the fun part. You don't.
You don't. Yeah.
And this is where it's important. Another Lyralist, this time an XZ's monster coming out, activating the effect. Going to select the Samorg. Boost its attack up, activating the effect once again to detach a material and add a monster from his deck to his hand, which will allow him to extend and put more things on the board to cause more problems, to continue to put this pressure out. And I got to do a quick calculation, but I don't think he just necessarily has enough damage left, just maybe, to be able to survive here for another turn for Billy the Goat. But knowing that that negation could possibly pop back on the board at the end of every turn, Samorg gets to use that ability, bringing that Mist Dragon back out, bringing that ability to negate, puts us in a very difficult situation because you stopped it once, you stopped it twice, but how are you going to stop it for the third time now that 2 of your possible 3 ashes have been used? Looking through, trying to make his decision. While he does this, I was one of the people that played him with this deck, and he and I after the game talked about how he said, no, I think I made 1 or 2 mistakes. I think the list was fine. It was my decision making in the moment that really cost me the game. And it looks like here we're seeing that those adjustments, right?
Yeah.
We both know strategy games where where one decision could cost you a game because you made an assumption, but that's in UEL, we don't play a best of format. You have to make the right decision the first time or learn from that mistake, and the next time you run up against the problem, be able to deal with it. We have now the second Lyralist coming out. We already saw that first boost in attack come out. Now, my question is this a once per turn effect? A lot of different cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! It does not look like it is a once per turn effect. Up to 3,600. That is 54 on board. So again, still living here, but still going to be in a pretty difficult situation. If he's able to draw another card that he can play, there is a few options, but it's not going to necessarily get over that Samorg now being a huge body, and now going to start climbing into these utopic XZs monsters. They have some crazy effects. XYZs are a set of cards that require you to meet some requirements, and then you put the cards on top of each other and bring one of these creatures out. They usually have extremely powerful effects with incredibly limited uses that require you to get rid of those cards underneath it to activate. So that's why he's trying to stack as many cards as possible when he makes these, so he has as many activations, as many of these abilities, and we see Utopic Draco Future come out. And at this point, that's the damage on the board. I can tell you right now, he can possibly end this game. And he's
long
just
as that trap card in the back isn't able to cancel anything.
That is what it's going to come down to. We haven't seen him activate it. And I'm looking at RPG's face, and this is one of those things that card players, we sometimes realize when the jig is up, and we kind of have to either hope for a misplay or hope something goes wrong. But we're going to see another Xyz monster, 3 more monsters come out, and I think we're going to see a summon here. What is he looking to bring out this time? Another one of his Lyralist monsters. And now this is where things get a little bit tricky because he's running out of time. So hopefully he's at the point where he can just finish the game. He has another effect. He's willing to activate all of these. Looks like he is adding another card, I think, to the XYZ materials here of that newly summoned monster. Left wing going. He's popping off. And this is where it's really difficult. It's why we talked about you have to stop your opponent from playing. Going to go into the battle phase. Isn't going to actually have... It's going to be super close. The how close this is comes down to a few key points. So he has to kill the attack monster, which forces him to use one of his big hitters. Here we go. We see some more swing.
This is uncounterable, that trap card not being flipped.
And this is the thing about Branded. Branded has a lot of very conditional effects. This is what I was saying, but the secondary attack is something that's really small. The Lyralist monsters, some of them can attack twice, and that's where I was personally sitting there wondering. I was like, is this one of those monsters with the double attack, with the ability to end the game? Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it's a swingy game. And unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to how many answers do you have for what your opponent's playing. And right there, it looked like Kitten got to play the game, unfortunately, unbothered, where Billy had a few opportunities to interact, but not enough to stop him setting up what he wanted to set up. So that's going to make it 12-3 with Forza coming up next. It'll be a bot setup, so they'll get map choice.
Yeah, what's interesting about that one is with Kitten obviously being coaching that deck and building that deck, Pebble still has to be the one with the hand on the mouse making the decisions. A lot of those decisions were made very quickly, especially towards the end. It seemed like he knew what direction he was going in. So credit to Pebble there as well for not only being coachable in that game, but having been through this so many times that he's actually aware of the decisions he's supposed to be making.
And you'd be surprised how much that helps, because like I could tell, okay, cool. We've done this before. Click this one. Oh yeah, do this one. And if instead of me having to be like, third one from the left, if I'm like, oh, click ABC, and you just know, okay, cool, click that and keep moving. those seconds add up, and it ends up being amazing. Because, yeah, he did manage to get down to 60 seconds. If that timer runs out, you either have to end your turn or stop activating things.
Mm-hmm.
And even some of those intern effects could cause you to lose the game. So, again, great teamwork there between Kitten as a leader, Pebble playing out the game. And again, I got to give a shout out to Kitten. He when we talked about it previously, having played that matchup right after that game, he was like, no, I think I know exactly what I did wrong. And he was able to show it here.
Yeah, the improvements that you make are how you get this far, as long as you don't have 33 different games to improve in. So they've got plenty of games that they're already very experienced in that they can win against other teams, and it's the practice in these contentious games, the games that most esports players don't have as much experience playing.
Yes.
That's where you build up, you practice, and then you can start to take niche games. Those build up over time. You start taking a lot more numbers. You've got your strengths. You've got your niches. When you put them together, you've got a majority of the wheel.
This is amazing because now I'm a little bit, we're approaching that magical number, that 17.
Yeah.
Play 33 games, 17 becomes a really important number. And so every single one of these games is going to start mattering because the bots are going to have to find their footing. We've seen them, funnily enough, take the games we kind of expected them to in Tekken and Smash. Two of these fighters that we noted that they needed to take, but the Reapers proved this earlier in the season, and I feel like they're proving it again here today. We are a strong enough team to say, even if we give you 6, 7 games, we're not bothered. We can, I don't want to say they didn't abandon the category. We saw that last week. That's why I don't want to say abandon the category. But even if your specialty is something we can't stop, the rest of the wheel is ours, and we're able to create these commanding leads. Forza is a 5v5, and ultimately, if you've ever seen some of these car games, they are incredibly beautiful, but we're able to play at incredibly high FPS with no problems, thanks to the official PC sponsor of the UEL, SurfThings. If you're at home looking for a PC for any genre, fighting games, shooting games, sports games, racers, or strategy games, please head on over to SurfThing and build your system there. They give you many different options to customize and make sure you're getting the FPS exactly in the games that you want. Once again, we're going to give a big thank you to them for allowing us to play these games at such a high fidelity, high frame rate, and in such an amazing space.
Yeah, everybody always talks about how esports gamers just have the most insane settings. So you need equipment that can actually support that. And as we head on to Forza here, it brings me back to some insane things that we've seen with players bringing out USB steering wheels and the like. So hopefully nothing too odd today, but only one car per team. So if somebody on the team wants to use, for example, that 80s, 70s style F1 car, only one player per team will be able to use it. And of course, very famously so, it will be Twig doing so for the Reapers, getting a little bit of block.
Twig does not care. He's if you're in his way, he will push you out of the way and keep on driving completely unbothered.
He looks like he doesn't mind too much. His car actually hasn't taken any real significant damage. So we do often see Twig near the lead of the pack. We talked about what a great racing game player he was earlier. He already won our F1 today. And I don't just mean he beat Billy in F1. I mean he won the entire match of F1 against all of those 18 bots. So we should see him grab his lead at some point when he gets to a comfortable position. But there are 2 players ahead of him right now that are very steady on the track as well. So this may be a pretty highly contested game.
And yes, so looking at the numbers, the PC8 who we're currently seeing in that first place spot should be one of Twig's teammates, but we see hotly pursued right now by what has to be one of the bots. Again, one team is going to be red, one team is going to be blue, but everybody is tightly packed up together. It looks like they've put in a lot of time, a lot of effort. This is going to be a lot closer of a race, and Twig just deciding to take his opponent out of the race, realizing he can make the turn and keep on going, picking up another 1-second penalty, putting him up to 2 seconds. But I think he's hoping that he can make the gap. But is some of the damage he's done to his car going to hurt him? It does not look like it. He realizes that he's in a great spot. His opponent is out of the race, and he's now able to continue progressing with no problems. And I'm seeing all blue on the map, which means the red team are the bots. The bots have now lost both of these first 2 spots. We're popping over now to Rez, it looks like, doing his best. Might spin out a little bit here. Make sure not to hit the wall. Just bracing the brakes on exceptionally hard. And one of the bots passes them and is starting to gain a little bit of ground on his teammates. Do we see, is this the Reaper strategy? They just like to, you know, if you're a little bit close, I'm just going to bump you out of the way and keep on moving. Nope, taking a nice clean turn there, not leaving the track, and is able to continue to just gain. And I like his placement. He's almost acting as this buffer between his teammates, and it is Kitten up in the lead. One of the 2 of them is always up there, Kitten or Twig. He's smiling now a little bit, looking over at his teammates and just running his race, able to drive these lines exceptionally cleanly, and especially now that I think he has that extra bit of space. Minimal damage, unlike Twig on his car, so he's able to have full control and take all the turns that he needs to.
Yeah, I really like that he has the lines on as well, the course lines on, because I think rather than following the 3D map, well, it didn't seem to matter too much there, but rather than following the actual 3D map itself and trying to navigate the terrain, you really can just follow the inside of the lines like when you're driving in real life. Ignore all those beautiful graphics we talked about earlier. Most players want to see how beautiful this game is, but as a high-level competitive player, you want to optimize your competitive experience. And if you could just follow the inside of the lines, then you get to finish in first place with a best lap of 1 minute and 7 seconds. So that'll be a first place finish for him. And we should see Twig finishing up soon here. And there it is.
And we're seeing he's 5 seconds of penalties, but I think those penalties are going to put the bots scarily out of contention. Every non-finish here is going to be an additional 5-minute timer, so they have to be finishing up this 3rd lap. A lot of this game, before anything else happens, comes down to just finishing the race. That's going to be another race here. This one coming from Pebble, being the 4th person to finish. And with 20 seconds left, I need to start seeing some of these bots players cross the finish line. It looks like some of their times have stopped, so we may be having a race here. 10 seconds left, and if these players don't manage to finish up, the game could be signed, sealed, and delivered. We see Mordecai with his hands off.
With the highest placements there being the Reapers, I would have to assume that the Reapers took that one. We'll see here in a moment if it goes 13-3 or 12-4, but I believe the Reapers' high placements there are going to carry them into a win. The bots weren't able to take many high placements.
I think it shows there that you can rack up penalties, but as long as that, if I rack up 5 seconds in penalties but create a 30-second gap, it doesn't matter. The 5 seconds in penalties aren't going to stop me, and exactly to your point, that's another win there for the Reapers. It ends up putting you in a position where, hey, cool, I put you behind. I made sure that you weren't going to be able to even compete in the race, but ensured that I could finish it myself. And with King of Fighters coming up next, I mean, I think all of the Reaper players happy, not worried, because they know they have their lead now. They're just going to continue to play these games and continue to hold on to what they have. In this game, we saw actually in their game against the Ghost, Cuddy and Twig not even needing to get to Pebble, who was really excited to actually play the game, but Cuddy and Twig managing to take the entire game over the Ghost. Cuddy taking out, I believe, 2 and getting some damage on the 3rd player by himself. So we know they have some strength here in this game, but I think one of the threats is looming on the board, that specifically being Mordecai. His Antonov having one-touched people in the league before, a 100-0 combo. If you are not prepared to deal with that character, you'll see, trust me, Antonov, I'll give you a description without even having to tell you. Big wrestling commentator. Think that'll be enough? Cowboy hat. I'll give you a little bit. One more.
Okay. All right. I can imagine him.
And I will bet the moment you notice him, you'll understand why I say he can kill you in one hit.
Okay.
Or one combo. I'll say one combo. Not one hit.
One combo, one touch combo.
Yes.
0 to 100, right? 100 to 0.
And we'll see how quickly we get into this game. The Reapers, though, putting on a show, wanting to, I think, send a statement. I said this in the second half of yesterday's game, that New Moon also wanted to send a statement in that second half. They came in saying, hey, we want to take it up a notch here in the second half. We want to go to another level. And I think now the Reapers are trying to display that in the whole game. They want to say, like, hey, we are what you're chasing, regardless of the team. There is a step between us and the rest of the Northern Conference. You talked about some of the seriousness. You talked about how, as a team, the Northern Conferences are able to play UEL, and even the Reapers now are trying to say, well, we can go a little bit further beyond even that and separate ourselves. We have 2 minutes to get into game. How are you feeling, Speedy? How?
Yeah, so far this one's been a little bit of a slog. I mean, the Reapers had to play the bots pace at the beginning of this game because they were waiting for a fifth player to get here so they could get into this one. But the bots have had a few opportunities to turn it around. They wanted to take that DNF. They wanted to take that UFC, even League of Legends. That was 3 games in a row that they were hoping they could be competitive in and even win. And all of them went to the Reapers. So that's the difference between those 3 in a row that they got that could have gone their way. That's a difference between a 13-3 and a 10-6 game. So really, really big divide there between how it ended up. They dropping DNF is really concerning to me because that's step one, is win the weakest category that the Reapers have. Right now, they're 1-1 in that category. So we will see how King of Fighters go. This may be the start of the last chance for the bots to turn it around. We do have just over an hour remaining, maybe just enough time for the bots to do something. And obviously, this scoreline makes it seem like the Reapers have complete control, and they very well might. We will see it here over the next couple of games, but there's one last chance here, I think, for the bots to really take this one back. At the very least, they're going to want to end this one with a nicer score line, even if they can't.
Exactly. I think that, like, this is still, we've been talking all day about their strength being these fighting games. DNF, it's weird for me to say because no matter how strong you are, I think you can recognize that losing one is not unheard of. We can say bad lineup. We can say people call them excuses. There are legitimate reasons where, hey, unless every single player on your team is at a certain level, there's the chance that a team like the Reapers will exploit that weakness. Again, it's a matter of inches, and the Reapers are better than almost any team at being like, you gave me an opening, let me go ahead and end it. And I think we'll be getting here into game shortly as the setup timer has come to a close. I'm hoping that, okay, so go over lineup: Silver, Labamba, Mordecai.
Pretty strong.
Pretty strong lineup, all things considered. I think a lot of people like kind of underestimate it, and this might be a forfeit from the Reapers.
I could definitely see it because they don't have Kitten or Pebble in for this fighter.
And this is one of those funny things to me is they've bought themselves this, but we found out during half something that we didn't realize while we were playing. FC coming up next. Both teams with a full reset, so we should see a pretty good FC game. That actually the Reapers had 3 penalty timeouts. All the timeouts used in the first half were because of penalties, because of lack of sending in their lineup. And that makes me think that we know we probably lose these fighting games anyway. We know Mordecai and Silver, Bomba are solid. Our best player isn't in, forfeited. This is what we built this lead up for. But opting that, I think, instead of burning a timeout, instead of wasting these 2 other resources that you might need, maybe a game, you need an extra second to talk about strategy. Maybe the bots make this run. Maybe you need to recollect your mental and you need that little bit of extra time. And so instead of doing that, just say they're probably going to win it anyway. I don't need to waste brain power, energy, thought on it going bad. What we talked about with Gears at the start of this game. I think if the bots don't need time for a person, why am I playing the Reapers in Gears?
Yeah.
When they have map choice or mode, they get to pick exactly what they want to do. Why am I waiting there to do that? FC, though, should be a pretty good match. I'm expecting to see Cuddy, one of the, if not the sports game specialist on the Reapers, and Mordecai on the flip side. Quietly, a lot of people don't know he does play a good bit of FIFA. And now I want to see who their partners are. We see a lot of times that it's about the partnership in these sports games. Having someone that you need to work with. And I actually, funnily know, 144P is a player that has been working on this over the course of the season. So I'm happy to see him show out here on the stage. And the GM stepping in today with Mordecai.
All
And so we
right.
see two players that maybe we weren't immediately thinking of, but gonna have to show out today and help their respective specialist, I think, in this game take a win.
Yeah, so this should be a well, interesting because you do see the forfeit there from this. So it should be 13-4 bots right now.
Yes.
We will go up 1 on the bots. They will be up 4 because they've got Wreckfest, Tekken, Smash, and King of Fighters. So you can see that those fighters are, for the most part, what they've been able to take away. Not being able to take DNF is very unfortunate. Not being able to take UFC. It's a sports game, but it's a
Yeah.
it's a head-to-head combat game. So kind of lump it in there.
And I want to give a shout out to DBD. Billy played really well in DBD.
Very
I think
well.
it came down to a few different decisions
Mhm.
being that end up of the coin flip. And even Overwatch 2, we were discussing that could have gone if the bots had maybe get a little bit more distance.
Mhm.
That game was fairly close where unfortunately they didn't have that same wiggle room that the Reapers did, where the Reapers like, all right, cool, one good set of ults, two good set of ults. We've managed to push that distance and we just have to get this far. We don't have to worry about the entire distance of the map. The score doesn't exactly tell the story of this game, but I think it does speak to that dominance.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other word other than the dominance in the various categories. And you mentioned before, this is our second sports game of the entire day. It has been
Yeah.
an incredibly shooter heavy wheel over the course of today.
Very much so.
And still, we see the scoreline that is before us with a 9-point difference. Once again, as Speedy said, it is 13-4. We're getting
Mhm.
that forfeit up there for you shortly. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, as the bots are getting set up, they do have time for setup here on Football Company. I do want to give one more shout out to the people at home. If you play any of these games and want to show out fighting game players, come out. Anybody and everything, shooters, strategy players. Pokemon, I think, picked up really heavily this season. A lot of more people playing the game. Same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Same thing with League of Legends. A lot of these games are picking up. If you're looking for a community of players to play, feel free to sign up. If you're looking to show off your skills and have your chance to possibly make $100,000 a year, sign up for Season 9. You can check all of our socials, jump into our Discord, and you will find the link to sign up. Feel free to ask around. Everybody's friendly and will more than likely help you with whatever you need. Teams are winding down. We only have 3 left before our finals next Sunday to go ahead and start planning for that offseason. There's a lot of teams that are working and, show up, show off your skills, and we'd be more than happy to maybe see you here for Season 9. And it does look like a timeout was burned, and I'm realizing that's the last of the bots.
Yep, that's it for them. They've got a full hour of play with no timeouts left to go.
It's really scary because when you flip from console to PC or vice versa, if you're going from PC to PC, very easy, very easy. The PCs, we already talked about how quick they are. It's kind of, you have the time to be able to work, but going from one to the other means you have a 2-minute window to set up, and you have to be on top of those setups. And I both teams, shout out to them. I want to give credit to them. They have some of their players not playing here to help set up these games, which is super important to ensure everything runs smoothly and you don't get these timeouts used. But the fact that FCEU had to burn it here, there's a lot of, to me, very scary games left on this wheel. Something like Texas Chainsaw Massacre is
Oh, yeah.
notoriously difficult
Yeah.
piece of software. And the hardware is never a problem.
Yeah.
I could guarantee you I could open it 10 times and it will be amazing, but that software and getting into game can sometimes be the tricky part. And if you want, well, honestly, the same performance we have here at the UEL, if you want to be second to none, please check out SurfThing, the official PC sponsor of the UEL. Head on over to their website and show them some love. And you too can, I don't care what the game is, you're going to be seeing 3+ digits. Maybe if you're playing, some of the older games, like Counter-Strike, you might be able to see four digits
You just
of
might.
of FPS. And able to have a great time. I'm wondering what we're going to see yesterday in Football Company. We saw France versus Paris.
Okay. Yeah, pretty standard picks. Those are two of the more popular ones. We saw a little bit of Argentina earlier on in the season. I think people still riding the high of the World Cup. We've seen a little bit of is it Al Nassib? The
Yes.
Ronaldo's team out there in Saudi Arabia. We've seen a bit of that as well. But those are two of the most popular teams, absolutely. Both PSG and France. Looks like we have France versus. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's PSG versus PSG. That's the other confusing part is they have the same colors.
Yes, and we will
National
get you
team.
colors and who's who.
And the country is the same, obviously. And it looks like that's going to be a lob that just goes straight in.
So the
for
white
whichever
jerseys will be the bots. The blue
Okay.
jerseys will be the Reapers.
The Reapers up 1-0 already. The bots here making an approach. That one's going to slide its way in, and we're 1-1 even now.
And you see the Reapers laughing with one another. Hey, look, that wasn't on me. That one wasn't on me. I'm gonna share a little bit of tech because we did see it actually yesterday. And shout out to my co-caster then, Exile, bringing up. So one of his reasonings behind people needing to use France more is France gives you the same access to Mbappe, which a lot of players want, but you get access to a better defender. And whereas teams are thinking a lot about attack, the ability to have that strong defense, I think, ended up showing an edge yesterday. But both of these teams still opting just for the incredible strength of a player like Mbappe.
Yeah, it is. PSG is the most chosen team here for a reason. The France national team, also fantastic finalists in the World Cup, so obviously given great stats. And what a header for that one by Mbappe there, you can see. Goes in for a now a 2-point lead for the bots at 3-1.
I was going to say we blinked. We were commenting on that first goal by the Reapers and doing incredibly well, but just as quickly, it looks like RPG and Mordecai have found their footing and are starting to build a nice, comfortable lead for themselves. I love the willingness to putting all three players back on defense. The Reapers looking for an opportunity, but aren't able to, and the attack coming back out. Doing a great job of getting in front of the ball and never letting a free shot be available. The header into that. And it seems like the Reaper players linked up their header to each other, managing to make a goal there and tie it up. Make that 3-3.
Wow, 3-3 now. That is going to be the Reapers tying that one back up in a matter of seconds from 1-3 to 3-3. I'm sorry. Did I say tied up? I meant they're winning. It is 4-3 for the Reapers. We saw this last week too. They just get they get these spikes of momentum where they'll go on scoring sprees. For an opportunity to get back at them, you have to shut them down. That's a 5th goal now for them. They're about to get a 6th right here. No, they're not.
Whiffs.
Gonna be a whiff. So an opportunity for the bots that they throw away, truthfully. Now just challenging the goalkeeper, unable to. Hakimi blocking that one. Mbappe for the bots, approaching, not getting anything, but the pass to Hakimi for the Reapers goes in for a 6th goal, doubling the score of the bots. The bots now looking for an approach. That one goes the wrong direction. An open goal. This should be a shot, but it's not. Instead, a cross and a very safe shot goes in instead.
I love the
Reapers are
patience
running
there.
away with it.
Contrasting those two plays there, the bots had an opportunity, kind of went for this kick, I think, hoping to get an opportunity, whereas the Reapers, even being in the lead now, have slowed down the play, and every single time they're challenging the player who gets the ball immediately to just put pressure on and to find this open goal, and they've run it time and time again, and it seems like the bots are finally starting to move the ball a little bit more, but the attacks haven't stopped from the Reapers. This 1-2 is constantly finding somebody open, somebody with an opportunity, and the lob up isn't able. Is that player okay? I'm pretty sure he landed on the crossbar.
I believe that was also shot in the wrong direction back toward his team. Might not have even been a pass, but the bot struggling to find an approach here. The Reapers will play such a hard defense and turn it into an offense in a matter of seconds. He's even going to get a second touch off of the wall. Wow. So that maybe cutters there consistently on Mbappe. We do see
a foul fine. Oh no, the end of
the
the
end of
first
the half.
It's crazy because I'm just so used now to the game's pace of just being like, cool, 1-2. But that same start we saw from the bots, maybe we're seeing that second life. They're not going out of this game. They're finding that opportunity to continue to push a little bit more. Cut across.
And a very nice opening found. The defense was almost back for the bots, but the Reapers able to get there just in time. They didn't rush anything. They were able to get their foot on the ball and put it right into the net with a great passing play. But like you said, not going down without a fight. The bots want to try to build this up more. So far, they're 2-1 in the second half, so they have to stay ahead of the Reapers like that. They have to get a lead on them. And that shot's going to go quite a bit wide.
I appreciate the take because the Reapers are actually playing the ball fairly aggressive. And so if you can manage to, like we saw them just do, get past one of these defenders, maybe with a pass or a quick play, you have an actual shot, usually at an open goal, but the Reapers are adapting just that quickly. And now we're pushing the pace saying, well, can you do it if we're both playing at this speed? I don't think you can. Nice job blocking the passing lane, isn't able to find an angle on the shot, immediately sends it back forward to Mbappe. We've seen this a few times before, trying to block it, but he just forces it in for another goal. I believe that's 13 points in total. It looks like we actually will be coming back to
12-5.
12-5. Goodness. A quick update. There was a quick need, maybe an update or something on that side software-wise, that we will be going back to King of Fighters after this game of Football Company that the Reapers have squarely put themselves in the driver's seat of, and they're passing the ball back and forth. They're going to each other. It's like they've been playing this entire time. You wouldn't guess that these are two players. One player who was learning the game earlier in the season. They both look like they're on the complete same page. Some nice footwork there from the red bots player, but isn't able to get through this difficult defense. And a shot attempt coming out of the Reapers, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it. Let's see. Oh, and now the bots on attack one more time.
Oh, they're going for some really long shots here. They know they need everything they could possibly take, but it's just all going a bit wild. Right now, they have to steady themselves for a single goal so they can start a little bit of momentum. Maybe try to go for those pressure plays at the very beginning of each possession, but not going to happen as the Reapers get themselves an 8-point lead, 13-5. And with a minute left to go, this one's looking impossible to come back from. 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. I keep looking up and I'm like, okay, well, there's this opportunity, but they're just doing a great job. Again, managing just to win on offense and defense. I think we had a high score this season of, 23 points, something like that, in a singular game. And the Reapers aren't going to be able to do that, but I think the Reapers are showing that they are preparing for whatever could come their way. A nice play we see here. 1-2, isn't able to find the goal. Almost goes back, and
with the back foot.
I like it, and I like the little hug there, kind of showing off there. They had to work hard for it, but they found that opening that is there. The Reapers aren't unstoppable. The bots working together, finding this opportunity. Took a shot there, forcing one a little bit wide, took another one, but there's two defenders in front of the net. Living in these passing lanes, we see the final whistle, which spells another W for the Reapers.
Yeah, and that'll be 14-3 because we will be going back to King of Fighters. So it looked like we did spin Madden. I somehow missed that one.
Yeah, I did too. But it looks like the sports games finally have decided to show up here. Billy the Goat, I think, notoriously now only having one loss on his record. I think should be available for a game of Madden. And we will be going into KOF. So we'll see those lineups that we mentioned before. Should be Cuddy, Twig, and I believe 144p going up against La Bamba, Silver, and Mordecai. Should be a pretty good time, and I'm expecting some pretty strong results here. But again, I don't know how many times we can say it. I feel almost like a broken record. How much we have to just come back to the Reapers play today has been amazing. I search for holes, and every time I find one, I'm like, okay. Even still, it's like a player jumping out and doing exactly what they need to do. Most of the times, I realize their strength now has to be in one of those things. I have to reference, oh, they made this mistake before, but they're now not. They've grown, they've developed, and I think they're on a little bit of a hot streak. Maybe, just maybe, calling back to their own namesake, the North Carolina Reaper Pepper, just being a little bit too hot even for the circuitry of the bots to handle.
Yes, definitely so. I'm really interested to see. It looks like we're going to be seeing the Reapers and the New Moon going off against each other in the grand finals, which is going to be very exciting. And I'm very interested to see how the Reapers handle fighting games against another well-rounded team like New Moon, because the New Moon taking the North style of having well-rounded players while also using the South Conference style of having a more well-rounded or specific team, like a well-rounded team that has individual players that are good in different categories. I think that that combination for the New Moon, I'm interested to see if that's going to bring them to a win, or if the Reapers dedicating everything into having all of their players learn the entire game is going to be an advantage for them instead.
And again, seeing a different set of characters, funnily enough, that I wouldn't have expected to be seen here. And I'm looking time and time again here as we see the pressure coming out and going forward here. So I can tell you on the right side that Antonov character should be the bots. This King of Dinosaurs is going to be one of the bots players, with, I believe, Terry being silver. We see Mordecai standing up. That leaves La Bamba here on King of Dinosaurs, looking for some big damage. But this Mai is been a problem for a lot of players in the league. A lot of incredibly mobile character. She can bounce off the wall. She can jump around. She has fans. She has full screen projectiles. You have to catch her to be able to deal with her. And it does look like in the scenario, Hollywood, Mr. Twig being the original player, is absolutely piloting this character and being as annoying as possible.
Yeah, you can see that he's fine playing this one patiently. He knows he has plenty of time on the clock. Barely been touched this game, and just ticking down the health bar one at a time. He looks like he wants to... Nope, still going to slow it down, even as the health bar comes down to the very end there for that dinosaur player.
King of Dinosaurs, and an unfortunate anti-air comes out there, maybe hoping to guess against a jump there, didn't manage to find it. And we're going to be seeing the second player come in here. My expectation here is going to be Silver. I think they're going to hold Mordecai, well, with that order for the anchor. And we can see there, you know, a little bit of the magic behind the curtain.
There it is. Look how beautiful that looks now.
Yep, it looks amazing. And getting those buttons set up here. Mai is a really frustrating character to sometimes fight against. KOF and some of these other fighting games like Street Fighter are a little bit different in that you carry your health over between rounds. It means that you have to be able to win with taking minimal damage. You don't have those extra life systems. You have one life, one bar to live, and you have to find your opening. Nice shot blocking. And here we go. I want to see Silver hopefully get in. He wants to get in. He wants to be aggressive, but all of this jumping ends up being really difficult for a player to handle. KOF, compared to a lot of other fighting games on the wheel, is a lot more movement heavy. You're jumping a lot more. There are multiple angles of these jumps. They have different properties. You have to know how to navigate and to get in and to get your damage started. There is an auto combo system that some players do use, but before there, you have to be able to get to your opponent. And Twig doing a great job of just not letting you touch him, even when finally getting a jab and making sure to like hold back, making sure that he's not giving Silver this opportunity to get any free damage, realizing that, hey, if we maybe throw 3 players at Mordecai, we might be able to just take this game. A nice cross up, but immediately into the super, spending all of the meter, realizing I need to just push our lead as far as possible, even if it costs my team all of the resources. But Silver has 1 or 2 guesses, is going to have to wake up and worry about a button, blocks it, is taking a little bit more pressure here, blocks, Silver gets the cross up, and ultimately, I
the
have to
super
agree
will
with this.
end it.
Using the auto combo, spending 3 meter, but you have to just end the game anymore.
Mhm.
It takes a lot of awareness again to be able to not have to deal with it. I think this is a little bit frustrating if you're Mordecai. Maybe you want that meter, but it's still doable. He has to block here, and this is Cuddy going in. Nice job getting over the crapshoot himself. Could have punished there, but maybe feeling a little bit less comfortable. Has spent all the meter now. Maybe realizing that Cuddy's a little bit uncomfortable, and Cuddy now doing a lot of movement, just trying to find this poking opportunity to chip Silver out of the game. But Silver doing plenty, finally getting caught. And now it's time for Mordecai to come in. So tell me if my description was apt of Antonov, by the way, when you see.
All right, let's
this
see him because he is coming in
character.
here now, right? This is the third character for. All right. Yeah. That guy's a lot bigger than everyone else, I'm
Yes.
noticing. I remember we had a dinosaur out here that wasn't that big recently.
An incredibly fun character, incredibly potent. Honestly, I think I'm going to expect Mordecai. You'll see a little bit different. I think he's going to be using some more of the specific mechanics we see in KOF. Those multiple jumps that I was talking about. Maybe utilizing the strength of throws, some of these rolls to be able to get through some of the stronger pieces of I think just general play. Whereas like from other fighting games, immediately getting caught, and he responds, says, if you want to do it, I'll do it myself. And I like Cuddy here just taking his opportunity, just finding his jabs, not doing anything big, just looking to find an opportunity. But this jump in could be big, putting him in the corner, looks for the grab, but isn't far enough, gonna spin the super, realizing this is the last character that has to die for the bots to lose this game. And the hop comes in, another combo. Nice job having to just spin the meter, isn't able to find another combo off of it. This should be enough to kill here. And now it comes down to 144p. Your opponent is on probably with 75 seconds, maybe about 25% life. You're going to have a full bar. Okay, a little bit more than 50. A nice quick round win. But both characters have these invincible wake-up moves that I just got to make sure that you are ready for. Iori, a pretty standard KOF character. Funnily enough, their entire team are some of the most popular characters you see in the game. You see Mai, you see Terry, now you see Iori. And I'm still looking here. This game is not over. One thing that I can tell you about KOF compared to every other game on the wheel, that super meter in the bottom right, as it goes up, it will directly match up with how much damage you can do to your opponent. If that bar gets up to 4 or 5, you can absolutely, regardless of your character, kill anybody in the game with a singular touch. And actually looking here on the player 2 side, it looks like maybe Mordecai realized something was a little bit off with some of his buttons. A DP is a pretty scary thing to whiff to start off the game against a character like Antonov. And it looks like maybe, just maybe, Rez is used to people being a little bit more aggressive, and this patience could end up biting him, having to get over these projectiles. We got a full jump, blocks a DP, and here we go. We might see a lot of damage come out. Goes for another grab, realizes that maybe Rez isn't jumping, tries to challenge the DP, pushes him to the corner, but Rez could end it right here. This is it.
Yes!
And with that,
he kept the perfect pressure.
The auto combo challenging, able to beat the armor, leading to a win for the Reapers. That's another fighting game that has gone their way today.
15-3 Reapers. They are 2 points away from just the guaranteed win.
The sadness is not to me even just that. Madden is the next game. A notoriously 15 to 20 minute game. In the world that you're manufacturing your win.
Yes, the bot.
This is not one of the games you want to see roll. Honestly, I think they're going to play it out. I think Billy, he can read the writing on the wall. This entire team can. Again, an amazing game played here, but probably will play it out. Look for it. If I could have one wish at this point, I would be asking for StarCraft. For you, I'd be looking for that Pokemon role as well. Maybe we see a really good. These are two teams that are pretty confident in their Pokemon ability.
Yeah, definitely.
And so maybe that would be a little bit fun. Just something that would be a little bit fun to close out this Northern conference. But yes, it does look like the Reapers are, and I think maybe we see that forfeit coming out of the bots. At least going to try to put as many points on the board as possible. And what game do we have? Dragon Ball Fighters.
Is it StarCraft?
If it's StarCraft, I'm gonna be so happy.
It is. It is StarCraft.
Don't deny me this. Don't deny me this.
So I'm seeing 4 wins on the side of the bots. So yes, that was a forfeit, Reapers. Mm-hmm. They just likely just did not want to play it.
I'll be very we're at the point where the Reapers are looking for what games they would like to play. They're playing with their food. They are the champions. When they get to this point, they're allowed to. And I want to see now exactly what is coming across the board, because I know Kitten has been working at this game. I know the Reapers have been working at this game. They believe that Billy is beatable. Billy, I don't know if Billy has lost StarCraft. Maybe people have found that magic, but the entire time, I said this a little bit earlier, I want people to be good enough to make Billy play serious, because I don't think anyone realizes what serious StarCraft looks like. It's an incredibly fun experience, but we'll see. I think that like both teams would love to play. Well, Billy would love to play StarCraft given the opportunity.
Yeah.
We'll see if the Reapers even want to entertain the idea of StarCraft being played.
Well, Twig will have to go in for this one, it looks like. So, unless they were putting in...
I think that was the Madden lineup before the reset. So, if my guess is going to be here, the player we don't see is Twig. Is going to be my immediate
Although,
guess.
We did see last week, 2nd place on his team.
I love
Came
Twig.
out from halftime and he said, "Did you guys see me dominating StarCraft? 2nd place."
I love Twig. He is so happy and joyful in his win and his ability here to play. It's really interesting to me that who did they have to send in for Madden? Twig and I think it was Pebble.
We saw Cuddy in 144 in FC, so it was Pebble and Twig.
All right, cool. I'm getting really happy because that lineup tells me that we probably seeing some StarCraft. We're probably.
Well, it does say that there are 5 players in game.
I'm praying, please do not mess up your lineup. Please do not do this to me. Please.
Well, that would just be a timeout, not a forfeit, right? That would just be a timeout taken. That would be the punishment.
The troll is that they would immediately forfeit the game.
Oh.
They would. I can almost immediately believe that they would forfeit the game. So far, coming in on the other side, though, we do have Billy LaBamba, RPG, and Mordecai playing up against Rez, Cat, Ricky. Cutters is not playing. Cutters, why are you ducking?
Yeah, look at that. Twig's in.
Cutters, why are you ducking start? He was probably put in for Madden, if I had to take a wild guess. That's probably why he couldn't play. As much as I'm joking with him a little bit. We are on Billy the Goat's perspective and Texas Chainsaw being the next game.
Bots love strategy and Reapers love Texas Chainsaw.
All right, so we immediately see. Let's get into it. Billy plays Zerg. This is historically he and I, specifically he especially, is always like, don't play this race. Dude, it's too much macro and like you need to be able to understand the game of StarCraft and do a lot individually to play this race. Yeah. You see him sending out his Overlord. That's that little flying guy there. He's going to scout the map. If you want me to be very specific, he's going to find who he wants to kill. When that little guy gets over to where he needs it to be, second one on the way, he will know exactly where these opponents are. He's going to be looking for Kitten more than likely to go ahead, take a kill. It looks like he's sending a drone to already expand. So the Zerg are anybody that's seen sci-fi, that overwhelming hive mind. They don't beat you off of sheer power. They beat you off of overwhelming numbers, time and time again, more and more units coming at you quickly, and just the swarm overwhelming you. And so usually this race, what you want to see them doing is they want to be ahead economically. That's what these bases are. The blue crystals called minerals. This little thing he's building right now is going to get him Vespian gas. You can see Billy doing a little bit of a dance there, just having fun and ultimately enjoying himself. So he's going to get up this hatchery. By the time this is finished, his second base, be able to get more resources and he should be ready to start building Zerglings. Usually, and he will probably look to kill somebody super early on with these Zerglings, if at all possible. Now, Billy showing a little bit of restraint. I thought he was going to go searching for players, but the reason why he isn't is notoriously, we saw this last week as well. The Reapers like to kill people via cheese using the cannon rush strategy.
Yep.
Some people can say like, oh, hey, it's this or that. You use it because if you don't know how to deal with it, it's not their fault that you end up losing the game. But they should know where Billy is now. They should know he has a second base up. And so I'm expecting to see maybe, do we play a longer game? Do they maybe try to draw this out for the full 15 minutes? And deciding back to the last game, this is just fun for me. The difference in look on the faces between Twig and Billy on the right-hand side of your screen is the best thing to me, because it shows you someone that has played StarCraft for so long that it's just like, all right, cool. And someone that isn't bad, is doing understands the game, but is still having so much information overload.
He's working hard up there.
Yeah, and whereas like Billy's like, all right, cool, what's going on around the map? He actually has these Zerglings out now using to search around, see where everybody is. So now you see that little thing there. They got a few cannons up. He realizes they were worried that Billy was going to try to kill them a little bit earlier. But what he's doing is those little things that standing next to his base looking like a giant bug. The big thing about Zergs is those units allow you to make more larvae, more ability to spawn more stuff. This is how you get that wave, that overwhelming set of units. And we see a Baneling nest coming up as well. These are the little bombers of the Zerg. They can turn into these green glowing bugs that look really harmless until they explode in acid across everything you have. So Billy, recognizing he's probably going to meet some pretty strong defense, immediately looking to break through some of these walls that inevitably the Reapers have set up in hopes of buying themselves a little bit more time. He's now making 2 more buildings. These are called evolution chambers. Allows you to upgrade your units. Stronger attack, stronger defense, all things considered.
So and a little bit less of a rush and more of a build.
Yeah, and I think he realizes that. The moment they put up cannons and didn't attack him, Billy realized that they want to play a long game, which I don't know if I'm more scared or not. And it looks like Cat has gone for a Reaper-heavy strategy. This Reaper-heavy strategy, this is a unit that's very good at harassing early game. He's trying to hurt the economy of Billy's teammates, because ultimately, if he can deal with all of Billy's teammates, then it's a 4v1 on Billy. Now, who do I favor in that scenario? If they give Billy 10 to 15 minutes, still Billy. But I think it's very much possible that that is a very smart strategy to go ahead and build here. We're now watching Kitten's perspective, and we can see he's also expanded himself. He has his factory up, getting a starport up, and is going to start building into some more of these units. Those Reapers early on, and this is where, similarly into League of Legends, what's different is their stages of the game. This early game part of StarCraft is harassing your opponent. Slow them down. You don't necessarily need to win. Even building into a planetary fortress to hopefully protect early aggression against anything that someone else might throw at him. All of his teammates have kind of turtled up now, and I think that it's starting to become exceptionally apparent. They're doing everything they can, and here we go to Twig. Twig with a few units. We see a few tanks, some Marines there moving out, maybe looking to start an attack. He also has his second base here, and I'm just waiting and looking, keeping his resources pretty low, spending all of his minerals, has a lot of gas, but overall doing pretty well, looking to maybe contest and try to fight Billy the Goat. Billy the Goat decimating. Ooh. I mentioned to you before, one of the Reapers already seems to be on the verge of dying, and now they get themselves surrounded in this choke point, and they're just trying to help their teammate out, like, please kill these Zerglings, they're murdering me. That's one tank down. But that's the same thing that what Cat was doing with those guys that could jump. And it looks like LaBamba's supporting Billy now with some Marines of his own, meaning that this will be one player that has completely been taken out, meaning that that strategy I mentioned to you of making it a 4v1, at best it could be a 3v1. In reality, it's probably going to be a 3v4 in the current format. Hollywood, Twig focusing back up, making a few more units, is building. Is he going for Thors? Interesting. Okay, going to be using some pretty heavy factory play, it looks like. And is just looking to make more options. Billy, now we're back on him. He's gotten up what are called macro hatches. This allows him to farm and to build his economy up a little bit quicker while still attacking. This is what I mean. StarCraft is a game of attention and timing. You have to be able to split your attention doing multiple things. You see him bouncing between what is now 4 different bases, making sure he's injecting everything on time. But he's also setting up these timings. He's turning some of those Zerglings into Banelings, so he's going to be able to break through this wall and this opening. But he's able to do this while still maintaining everything that his opponent, while still maintaining pressure and attacking. This is the key to being a strong StarCraft player. You have to understand timings of when things are coming out, when you should be attacking. And Labamba on the other side is just building Marines. I'm sure Billy's statement was, hey, just support me here. I can give you ideas of where to attack. I can give you ideas of where to start. And now it looks like the eyes are set on Wood. Both of his groups of Marines now moving, marching towards Wood, looking to take him down as both of the players. RPG chilling. He's got a few Marines himself. He's not super worried about it. Looks like he's probably being told to, like, go ahead, send them out too. It's time to put the pressure. It's time to probably end this game. I let them play the game for 8 minutes. Let's go ahead and end whatever comes next. And the fight has happened. Labamba looks to be engaging over there on that far side of the map with Twig. And Mordecai just enjoying the show, it looks like. Once again, Marines of his own. And those are those Banelings ripping through buildings with the acid inside of them, able to decimate an entire base in seconds. People think the wall makes them safe, but if you aren't applying pressure and are only worried about the early game, then this middle part of the game just gives Billy the ability to still rip through your base time and time again. And I talked about the strategy, I talked about the opportunity, and to me, what it looks like is Kitten might be the one that is 1v4ing on his own. His teammates now, we see Twig sending all of his resources to his teammates in hopes that they can build an army to survive the onslaught of the bots. And I think people are learning why we don't play StarCraft against the bot.
Yeah, it's going to end a very one-sided affair as usual. There was an attempt at an early aggression from the Reapers as they play most of their games, and the bots simply have this game on lock way too well to be considered to even have a weak defense in that moment.
A nice job there. Kitten scanning, seeing the army, seeing the wave that approaches him, and a good use of High Templar. The units that have the ability to drop these huge storms that deal tons and tons of damage in an AoE, but it's not enough to stop the wave. It kills the Banelings, but they will run out of energy. They have to keep spamming storm after storm, hoping to stop the wave of Marines as more and more units come rushing in towards them. Do they have the storms to live? No, it doesn't look like it. The Zerglings have reached them. Things are dying, every single world warping in more units, hoping to have a chance to fight here, hoping to have a chance to fight. But these are new units. They don't have the same energies as those that just died. They don't have those storms that melted the biological, the physical army. These aren't machines. They take all of this psionic energy and die, and Billy goes back to building up his economy. It's so funny to me because it looks like he's so unconcerned, but he knows when he has that space, when he has that time. He's watching his teammates fight. He's setting himself up for the future. If by some way they manage to survive, they will look and turn their eyes towards Kitten and will find his base. They will march on him next as we see 144p fall to the aggression. And who stands but the MVP of the league against Billy, against the bots themselves? This is something that a lot of people don't realize. Billy has set the bots up to be prepared to play. It's not just like, oh, if I can just fight Billy, I'll be fine. You see tanks here. They start to shoot. They try to deal with all of the aggression moving forward, but the Marines follow in behind them. Waves and waves of enemies.
It's just all the Marines.
Kitten using these drops, he's able to use these ships to pick up his units and bring them back home safely. But now I think the time has come. They may be the Reapers, but I think the Reapers are calling on their door right now. The bots are saying, I'm home, and we are done. this game is over. You took a season to try to figure it out, but this is still our game.
Cat's advantage in last week's Street Fighter V was that it was a 1v5 one at a time. That is not going to be the case here at StarCraft. He is not going to get to fight each player one at a time. This is going to be everybody on the side of the bots coming for him, and he's making a full effort to cover every corner and make sure that this becomes a complete tower defense part of the game.
Yes, those turrets that he's putting up in case for some reason flying units show up. He's trying to account for every possibility, putting a center tower to hopefully give him a little bit of advance notice if the bots push him, trying to spread out just a little bit more, see a little bit more of what's happening on this map to find his opportunity. But as he steps out of his base, he sees the threat. For those that have seen the movie, the army stands before you. They're at your doorstep, and you stand hoping that you have an opportunity to end here. And the bots, they don't care about this tank fire. They march forward together. The banelings come behind, and you will see as the armies melt, the wall is gone, the defenses fall, and in this moment, all that can be seen are the bots standing. They put up a valiant effort. The Reapers may win this game, but today is not the day that Billy loses StarCraft, that the bots fall, that you can claim one more victory to say, I have bested the best. And in this moment, we see Ricky Rockham, no more forces left. We see the Reapers leaving the game, the writing's on the wall. It has all come to a head. When I wanted to see it because I just wanted people to understand. And I can see the Reapers being good sports. They're laughing like, man,
we really tried too.
man. I'm gonna go ahead and write a W.
Yeah,
I
mean, seeing Cat having already left the game, I think we know what the outcome is here. So there it is, victory for Billy the Goat and the bots in StarCraft. But did you really expect anything else? I don't think you
it's
did.
one of those games that like I'm always waiting for that moment. I think it's doable, and for a lot of people in the league. Because I can tell you, like players on the Reapers have gotten. I know Cuddy had gotten up to platinum, and have been grinding the ladder. Have been getting better at this game. But the story that I will leave people with here, if you're wondering why that happened, is prior to the league, prior to this, the bots being one of the oldest teams in the league. Billy played semi-pro StarCraft. He played the game specifically to make a living off of. It is his bread and butter, and that is one of those things that I think you can put up a good fight, but if you're not committing your entire season to, which I wouldn't advise anybody, I don't know if you can take it down. But again, a great showing by the Reapers and a better showing in that case in StarCraft by the bots to show exactly why Billy and most people should know. I think that might be the most won game by a singular individual in this league, whether it's forfeits or playing.
I was going to say you'd have to include forfeits because oftentimes he doesn't even get to play it.
I can only tell you that like the handful of people that play them are people that have played StarCraft, have put the time in. And after I got to watch him a few times, as someone that loves StarCraft, I'm like, okay, this is fun. Again, and you can beat him, I think, in a 1v1, but in the format of UEL, in the 4v4, where he has that support, basically Cat's Attack needed to kill somebody immediately. You had to make it a 3v4 and put more and more pressure on him. But Texas is a game that the Reapers, I think, can absolutely do the same thing to the bots. They have the choice of family or victim first. Which one are they going to take? They might just say, put us on Nancy's house. We've played it time and time again. How well do you know it? Saying we don't care. We like our map choice. Going into finals, I think that map choice is actually the stronger option of the two. You let the opponent pick whether they want Survivor or Family. It would be like if we were drafting Pokemon teams. I know Pokemon is your bread and butter, and I'm like, have the first pick. Feel free to pick whatever you want to pick.
Yeah, I know exactly what that means.
I get the opportunity to see what you want to do, and I'll be like, all right, cool. So if that's what your first setup is going to be,
Mm-hmm.
and the mind games becomes really strong.
Yeah.
So we'll get info here shortly to find out exactly who is playing what. But I would be remiss to say, first and foremost, love that. Beautiful StarCraft. SurfThing, thank you for allowing me to watch StarCraft in all of its glory with all of the lasers, the explosions, everything happening. You have given us an incredible treat. But games today, game after game after game, have been powered by SurfThing. They got into Texas fast.
SurfThing. That's
Nice.
shout out SurfThing. We talk about how hard this software is to work with. You got a good hardware to make up for the slack.
Bro, that is amazing pacing. And do we see it? Halo Infinite.
Nice, very nice to end on a shooter for the Reapers, I'm sure.
And for today, it'd be a little bit poetic. I think that's every shooter but Valorant being played.
Yeah.
I'm looking here, and the Reapers will be facing New Moon in the finals next weekend in District E. And I think we're in for a showing. These teams have now met twice before. This will be their third meeting. And the Reapers have managed to best them 2 times, breaking the 4-time streak of New Moon. And every time New Moon has lost, I feel like they've come back stronger. It was kind of like we were unchallenged, and maybe the first one caught them off guard, but this team seems primed and ready to go. Who will win this next week game? We will find out, but first we see some of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Looking at Billy the Goat's perspective, that makes me think that they are, in fact, the survivors.
Yep.
And we'll see some family and killer coming out of the Reapers, which we haven't actually seen a lot of this entire game. They are actually on, I believe this is Nancy's house. Yeah, they're on Nancy's house. They're in the basement here, trying to move around and get a little bit of things going. So Cat here on the Leatherface. I'll talk with Cat about the game a decent bit. I think the player that understands the map the best should be on Leatherface. I love this pathing immediately. He's cutting down one of the options that if players wanted to go back towards his base and doing something you don't see a lot of players do, which is turn up the gamma.
Yes.
This game can be incredibly dark, but recognizing like, hey, I'm not going to let you hide in the shadows. Immediately cutting down this area, which makes it more difficult for the players, the survivors, to loop you around your lair and challenging what is an early base, unfortunately stalling out his own chainsaw, meaning he'll have to restart it if he wants to be able to swing at anybody. He's in this difficult situation, waiting for it to come back up. And again, just trying to loop and buy time. So we see a lot of players and a lot of teams opt here. Nice job locking the door to buy a little bit of time for his teammates. Maybe trying to get to a toolbox. So he knows where one of the toolbox spawns. Down here in the basement, you're going to see 3 or 4 toolbox spawns that Leatherface is going to need to keep track of. That's why I mentioned your strongest map knowledge player playing Leatherface here. Always being able to put pressure out. But he's realizing to check these other spawns. He knows people could be other places. Now moving back towards his lair just to make sure nobody's lurking maybe now that he's been on the other side of the map a good distance. And he does find somebody. Are they able to slip away? It looks like the door is shut. But they force him ultimately to stall out his chainsaw. And the bot showing, you mentioned the strategy games, you mentioned the strength there. See, that's why he cut that at the very beginning of the game, trying to buy a little bit of space and time. Notably, Cat did not move up to cut this other barrier that he'll see to his right here if he follows that bot's player. And this is why it's really important to know the basement. Those are the 2 major choke points early on that Leatherface can get looped through. And finds a door, but finds nobody here. Makes sure that the door is still locked, but is looking for another player. Is now moving back over to this family den side, the man cave side of basement, hoping to catch somebody, but they're using these loops expertly. He's keeping them down here in the basement, buying time for his players upstairs to start leveling up Grandpa, making sure they're not going to be able to even get get out of the basement before Grandpa's awake. He starts to scream. He starts to identify them, starts to slow them down more. So even though it feels like he's being dragged around, because it is, in my opinion, easier to loop than a game like DBD, we're able to see here and see immediately that Cat is keeping the pressure on. There's no comfortable time. if they're not willing to make noise and possibly wake Grandpa up themselves, one of the doors already being open, them now shutting it, maybe saying, all right, we'll give up on the basement. We want to control this top side of the map a little bit better. We just ultimately are now looking at Cat giving that space up. Cool, you have basement. There are multiple exits on this map. It's not like DBD where you have one generator. He has to be able to protect all the different areas on the map, and using again this run to get around a little bit quicker, hoping to find somebody else. And let's see, who do we have? And it's such a small thing that I want to highlight what Kitten is doing. Too many Leatherfaces in our league stay in the basement for too long. If you aren't Leatherface, you can't break those barriers.
Right.
So there's a level of safety that all of the survivors have if you're not willing to just give up space in one part of the map to defend another. But we switch over, and I guess that's Cuddy finding a kill on one of the bots. I thought they were doing well, and they immediately lose their Anna, who is probably one of the best tanks on the survivor side, able to reduce damage and avoid poison. Losing her puts them in a difficult position. Now we see La Bamba on the Connie. Now this is their best escape artist. Her ability allows her to pop doors exceptionally quickly at the cost of stamina. So, hey, she's not going to be able to get away, but if given the opportunity and a little bit of space, she'll move through door by door. Now just hoping to get the time to get to one of these doors, to be able to pop it open and to be able to get out. Watching now one of the family members, a teammate, might have just sold La Bamba, though. And here we go, Sunny taking a lot of damage.
Even sees La Bamba.
And
But
here we go.
This is the last chance for the bots to have a guaranteed win condition. If they lose one more player, then they don't have a guaranteed win condition.
And he could
anymore.
go down there. He will be stunned a little bit at the bottom of the ladder, being knocked off. You are exactly right. People at home, what Speedy is talking about is 3 is that magical number. If you get 3 out, or if 3 people die, a team will win. And right now, I'm looking at the Reapers, and they're in a great position. Looking for a little bit of blood fee here, you know. Ricky Rockham got to check on Pebble, got to check on Grandpa.
Yeah,
Gotta
actually,
sure
really good timing, too, because he just got his hunger back as Pebble got over there. So, really good timing to get around there. Didn't really waste any time hanging around that area, and now can get back to it, searching for any of these escape positions. But speaking of escape positions, we see right now Cuddy looking for his second. He'll get a hit, but we'll see that Connie just drops down there, and that was La Bamba again.
This ends up being huge, and now choosing the padlock. We normally see players use the padlock super early, holding it there, realizing that maybe this is an area of interest they want to try to get through. So going to buy some more time for his team by padlocking this, forcing them back into the basement, forcing a reset out, and ultimately giving his team another opportunity here to play just defense. It's the same thing. It's a very controlled style. This is one of the few games where I feel like we haven't seen them on killer, but we saw incredibly offensive survivor play from them, whereas this is an incredibly controlled defensive play coming out. They're playing their positions. They're making sure they check all the different exits, and it looks like they've found the fuse box, which is another exit, which is the only vulnerability of the downstairs. There is an exit down there, but if you have that trapped, you make sure that they have to either go through the house on this map, go out that back gate. There's so many different places that you now limit by just controlling that space. And they do that via, I know it was really quick as cutters passed by, but there was a hitchhiker trap that will have to be disarmed if they do want an opportunity to play for that. And back in the basement, we do see Kitten, I guess, knowing that people are back down there, realizing it's fine, he can come collect some blood, turn these lights on, give them less places to hide, even keeping track. You know what, light? You've been home, and you know when maybe you were a kid trying to hide from your parents, the TV would be off.
Whoa! Speaking of hiding, La Bamba here. Oh no! 2 players being chased down at the moment. There will be a little bit of blood collected, a little bit of damage put on, but La Bamba still being chased down, I believe. Oh! And it looks like they will not have a guaranteed win condition. There are only 2 survivors remaining as La Bamba goes down, so the bots have to win by score here, which means they need to put in a lot of work. And at the moment, they haven't done a whole lot. It's really been the Reapers putting in all that extra work, making sure they get their blood collected, keeping Grandpa, satiated, not too hungry and stuff. So
It is exactly what you're saying, but that is the scary thing to me about this game. Imagine now after this entire game, you need to stay on the map longer to get the points to now win this game. I'm surprised they went for that gate. The gate is a great opportunity to link the upper parts of the house to that backyard and to put your opponents more in a situation where they have to protect this upper stage if you don't come out of basement directly in garage. Now trying to loop his opponent, but not overcommitting, fully willing to just stop and see if he can see somebody. Tries to shut the door on him, but ends up only trapping himself with him. Slips back outside. Now Cuddy's going to have to swing back around to try to get another hit here.
yeah, I think he's about lost him at this point. There's a lot of room Cuddy has to make. No, he's going to just stay in this position. Maybe his teammate is on to something at the moment, and he only needs to play distraction for right now.
So this is something really big. Waited for his stamina to run out and put him in a situation where he can now juke back through. So you can play that 50-50. Leland, that character, canonically, the lore is he's a football player. And what that allows him to do is everybody but Leatherface, he can actually knock down. So maybe hoping to get that knockdown and buy himself even more time. Having these openings, I'm wondering if Cuddy is going to close that opening to maybe limit Billy's opportunities here to move. But it looks like he's more than content to just hold them hostage. Just keep him here. Keep him in this area. You know where he is. And once one of your teammates gets here, you can find another kill. Never mind. He's down at the bottom of the leather. And this might just be a kill. This will be the second one I think we've seen out of the young Pebble running for his life. Slides through the little gate. And this would be the third kill. This would seal the game for the Reapers if they're able to find it. And being forced once again back down into the basement to hopefully find some healing. And forced into the waiting arms of Kitten and his chainsaw. That's all 4. Oh, no, that's 3. That's okay,
3.
Cool. I was like, did we miss a kill? I was like,
will be the game. There's no more win condition for the bots. The Reapers will take another point there. Both sides played pretty well for a while, honestly, but the route to the basement that you want to take is not the one where you can be followed. It's the well. You want to hop in the well. You want to get yourself distance. The longer of a route the killer has to take to reach back up to you is always better for you. So unfortunately, running straight back into the basement was not the move, but he was pressured by a lot. I mean, within the span of, I think, 60 seconds, he had been pressured by all 3 killers.
It was, and that was the scary part, where you're playing the 50-50 of like, I'm just going to stand here and wait. If I'm like, hey, Speedy, he's upstairs on the balcony, and you're just like, all right, well, I'm down at the bottom of the ladder. I'm like, well, all 3 other doors are locked, so I don't think he has anywhere to go. And then meanwhile, he's like, he's heading back towards the basement, and you just see Kitten there. We're like, I got him.
Out. He's like, how you doing?
He turned that corner. I know. He's like, all right, cool.
No. He's
But
trying to think of his next escape route.
Halo is the next game, and I know you're a little bit excited. You've been asking for it all day.
Now, I have not casted Halo in a while. I haven't casted Halo since, I want to say, Gorillas and Phantoms.
That had to be an early match in the season.
Yeah, I mean, no, that was Gorillas Phantoms, right? Yeah. Gorillas Phantoms playoffs.
Oh,
yeah.
I did.
Gorillas Phantoms playoffs was the last time we had Halo, and Mers just
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Gorillas did, I think, bring out GGO, who put on a pretty decent show as well himself that game. It was but Mers and the Gorillas.
The Phantoms brought out GGO, not the Gorillas.
It's a whole confusing.
Yeah.
GGO came out for the Phantoms.
Yes.
Great player at Halo.
Yes. It was very.
Well, he tried.
It was tense.
Yes.
It was tense in that lobby between the 2 top fraggers for the 2 teams. They were both really trying to show off, and they did. They both made it known why they should be considered so great at that game. And it's always fun to watch a game like Halo where you're not just like shooting a guy's body till he's dead. There's shields to consider and armor abilities. It's kind of like Overwatch with the abilities that each character has and ultimates as well.
Yes.
It's always fun to see more diverse shooters get pulled in. So Halo Infinite is fun for exactly that reason. And I'm very excited to see who stands out here because we don't have a lot of standout Halo players in the league in general. We've got I would say we have plenty of Call of Duty players that stand out. We have some Valorant players who are clearly PC oriented and perform better in that game. But Halo is one that it is Xbox exclusive. So anybody that grew up with PC or PlayStation is not very experienced in Halo. Now, finally, Halo Infinite, we've got it on PC. Yes, I know Halo Master Chief Collection and Halo 5 were on PC, but it was also way after they actually released. So
Yeah.
I'm not considering that. Halo Infinite on launch on PC is a cross-platform game. More people are able to play it. I'm really excited to see the new generation of Halo players, which doesn't just mean younger players now.
Yes.
It means PC players as well, PlayStation players who have transferred over to PC. I'm really excited to see where all of these people stand now and how the game has evolved.
It's one of those funny things because I always give the edge in things like Gears and Halo to a team like the Bots because they are older players. And unlike, I think, a lot of the younger players nowadays, we didn't have the luxury of like a SurfThing PC to play our game.
Not.
It was like, here, look, take this Xbox 360, have some fun, enjoy yourself. And if you had a 360, Halo was one of those must-have games.
Oh, yeah.
That there were points where that was the game that you're playing. Halo 3, Halo Reach, Halo 2. We can go way
back to the Xbox.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I expect them to have some experience in the game and to be kind of strong. Again, the shooters today, man. The shooters from the Reapers have been amazing. And looking ahead at their opponent, I think that's directly a response to them beating Eclipse. Eclipse was always known as the shooter team. That was beyond everything else, the specialty players they have, everyone was a strong shooter. And I think the Reapers have used that to get to a level where they're saying, well, we're the best shooting team in the league now. I don't care what the shooter is.
Yeah.
We have 144p accolades. We have Cuddy, 2-time shooter of the year. Twig has been nominated multiple times. People understand that Pebble, as much as he laughs and jokes around, is an amazing shot. He does what his team needs to. And we were commenting about Kitten being like their weakest shooter in the lineup as he proceeds to basically top frag Apex and keep up with all of his contemporaries. I look at this team and I'm just like, hey, even if I would normally give the edge to some of the older players, the same way we give younger players the edge in Fortnite, I can't bet now against the Reapers.
Yeah, one thing that I want to see in this matchup specifically here on Halo is if this is a Reaper's weak point, because I can tell you a lot of those players' favorite shooters on the side of the Reapers. I don't know who I would point to for Halo as who's going to be the standout. So I just go to the general shooting players of Cuddy and Twig or maybe 144p. I'd really like to see 144p stand out on this one because he's usually the guy you bring in with a good shooter.
Yeah.
It's like 144p is a super reliable shooter player. So you can bring him in on any game with anybody. But I want to see if maybe he's got a specialty here. If maybe he can top frag in a game and really pop off. Although he kind of put his work in on Call of Duty already. So we don't have a whole lot of questions for him anymore. Something I like about Pebble that you had talked about him. We mentioned him in the discussion of how good they are at this category. Pebble brings Fortnite to the team. Because without him, with these 5 players in particular, without Pebble, your skill level in Fortnite decreases significantly. Sure, maybe you still win against the bots, but the level at which you're going to play and how quickly you're going to finish that game drops significantly. So good on him. I love the way that the team played. They had Pebble sidestepping across the map in Fortnite while another player built arches for him and walls in front of him. It was really fantastic to see that teamwork. That was really impressive from them. I love the way that they play shooters because they play it like a team game and not just a individual skill game, which we see very often. Some teams are able to pull it off. I would point to the Ravens maybe as one of those teams, and Halo in particular. They can get away with winning it just off of being better.
Yes.
Just each individual player, and that's a compliment. That's not.
Yes.
I'm not saying they can't do team play. I'm saying they don't. I don't know that we even have to give it recognition if they do, because they oftentimes just have shooters that are good enough to overlook everything else. They just have people popping off in the lobby.
Yes. It's the thing about this league, and it's where I see the league moving towards, especially with Season 9 coming up. Again, signups available over on the Discord. The team play is what is starting to push the envelope. Yes, there are people in this league whose skill ceilings are in the stars.
Yeah.
Pun intended there. Shout out to stars.
Shout out Stars, right.
Absolutely pun intended. There are players that are younger than you would believe that have done incredible things. We've seen multiple aces from preteens in this league.
Yeah.
Like, the skill is there, but what sets the championship teams apart and these top teams will always be team play. We've seen the cohesion of a team be the thing that is starting to put more and more teams over the edge. And you highlighted it so perfectly that it's always beautiful to see that the Reapers are to a point, and I'm gonna bring New Moon in as well, where they're not they don't have to worry about my teammate's gonna miss his shot. They just have to worry about there's a guy over there. Even if I die, he's got him. And the fun begins. So, our rules have certain maps that are allowed. There's a very specific set of maps.
Ooh, it was close to Pokemon.
There are a very specific set of maps that are valid and aren't valid. This is not on that list. It's a map called Void. As you can see, there is a vehicle, some weapons, and 2 very small bases. Players are going to slay out. Everything's in the middle, and we're just going to have a free-for-all.
All right.
You asked for 144p, and here he is with
here
the
he
sword.
is with the energy sword. He's going to go ahead and get a double kill there, using this grapple hook to pick up a third. That's going to be a triple kill and a killing spree. Oh, goodness.
Possibly
Energy sword and he's just going to wait for spawns. Yep, there he is. He's going to grapple his way right back in. He's picking up
I hope one of the bots is calling it out.
Just the one. The energy sword going to stay on the map. It looks like a quantum translocator might have dropped there. That player, unfortunately, I believe the Reapers have a what is that they have? Is that a Falcon up there?
Yes.
So unfortunately, that's going to be their situation. They're going to be just putting out tons of damage. But yeah, this one might wrap up pretty quickly. We might actually see that Rocket League get played, which I'm sure. Oh my goodness, the Rocket!
It's a lot of fun, isn't it? This is incredible time, isn't it?
This is it's all happening oh so fast. But try to stay with us
hey,
here. We've got another rocket launcher up now. Let's see where these players spawn. I don't know if they accidentally split spawn them. No, they should be in the other base. Yeah.
And I think this is also something that we've seen from a few different teams, a few different players. Usually as seasons come to a close, if players have things they've cooked up or maybe wanted to do, they start to show it to kind of expose possible openings and force other teams to continue to grow. And we turn around and run to the other side of the map where they're going to inevitably respawn with our rocket launcher. You were hiding and they're dead. Now run back to the other side of the map to hopefully find them to take some more shots here. We do have a kill limit here, but much like those rockets, it is closer and closer coming until it finally will explode. And Cuddy with another kill.
Cuddy with the double kill. 2 rockets, 2 kills. 2 more are going to spawn on him. He almost looked for a double kill with a single rocket there, but he is going to pick up another double kill anyways. And another spawn coming in. Killing spree for Cuddy now. Very few deaths. I mean, in the last 18 kills of theirs, I don't believe the bots have gotten, well, any kills up until now. And so whoever it is on that, it's Snappy profile up top of the
I can tell you it's one of the Reapers.
Yeah.
The bots, I believe, had choice, so it wouldn't surprise me if the bots went ahead and picked this map. Bots, again, always having a strategy, always having an interesting opportunity to play a game or two. But here we go. Time and time again, we might actually see them finish up and get enough of these kills to finish up the game. We don't normally see all 50 kills come out. Only a handful of teams have done it, but I think this map kind of enables it. We see Twig launching grenades across the map, turning around, finding this player that has just spawned on himself and is willing to go again. This is what is huge. This is what is big. 9 more kills, and with 4 minutes left, which should be enough time to set up Rocket League.
They're not allowing respawns at the moment. They have to step off of the top, I believe, in order to get these respawns in, and the melees coming out there on the other side of the map. If they were to step off of this
Like they
barrier
just
here that they're standing on.
just jump towards your teammates, and I guarantee they will spawn.
Yeah.
Nah, let him spawn. We got it.
Yep, right there, and one will pop up as he moves away from the wall.
Running over now. Finally, it's like we can't spawn. Move. We see Mordecai calling out, getting the sword, hoping that hey, did I bait it out? Yeah, it looks like they are here. Hey, how's it going? Nobody else is here. They'll probably be on that other side of the map. 47 kills. I have to expect that this is going to end shortly. 48. Translocator running over, looking for one of the bots players. Whiffs. We need one more kill. Which one is going to find it? We see the rockets go away, grenades go away. Running back around now to check the corner. I think they're sitting a little bit too close, though.
Energy swords, one translocator.
And there he is behind. He just notices him. And that will be the game.
And 50-5, that will go the way of the Reapers. So never mind what I said about finding a standout player. We have some fun here.
Yeah.
Rocket League up next.
The Reapers have a timeout if they want to play this, which I think they do.
They do. They already used it. They're already on timeout. They want to play this so bad. So yeah. The Reapers love themselves some Rocket League. They may even try to stack 4 in here. We've seen them play with a 3 stack strategy before, but that was in a much more serious situation. That was against, I believe that was against the Ghosts, in which were a team that were competent in Rocket League and actually took them to a really long overtime. So
I don't think we're going to see anything wild here. We're going to see probably standard soccer.
Yeah, car soccer.
Yeah, it's funny to me. The fact that they named the mode soccer.
Soccer, yeah.
It's so amazing. But yeah, I do think that with lineups being available, people will be able to go in, have some fun, close out the season. The Reapers absolutely want to play this. They did hit that 17 number, which does confirm if by some amazing ability the Reapers found a way to forfeit what I guess it'd be 11 games in 3 minutes.
They'd still win.
They'd still win. They go ahead and close that number and bring everything to a close. But that sets us up perfectly as they get into this Rocket League game to look ahead a week from today on Father's Day to District E and the finals between the North Carolina Reapers and the Minnesota New Moon. These two teams have met time and time again. This is one of now the most legacied rivalries. Two of the most successful teams in UEL history will clash it out in Washington, D.C. on the big stage to find out who will take home Season 8's championship and $100,000.
It's going to be a really great capstone on this season because it does feel like we're moving into a new era of the UEL starting with next season. Some things are going to change and it's going to be really, really exciting. I think everybody's really already enjoying the idea of it. But finishing out this season, what I guess just a classic UEL era, just the early humble beginnings here. It feels right to end it with the Reapers and the New Moon. Those are the two teams that should be going up against each other. They haven't just earned it this season. They've earned it throughout their entire histories. They've come up so far at this point, and the players on both sides. One of the things we're going to see next season is we're not going to have rosters that are quite as stacked. Things are not going to be quite so predictable. Players will be moving around. Players will be getting different kinds of contracts to be considered on all different teams. So teams aren't just going to be stacked with the top talent because the only reward is getting the big prize at the end. Now it's what can I do before the end of the season?
Yes.
Can I make this into a living? And there's a lot more real world stuff to consider for these players. And we may never see a roster as stacked as the Reapers or the New Moon again.
It's so interesting as I look at it because that is what I think as the league evolves, what is most enticing to me. As these players maybe go to new homes and find new teammates, the question will be who stands the test of time, for a lack of a better way. We all think of your favorite player, whether it's an esport or a physical sport, and we all know that most of them go to a different team and maybe don't see those same highs that they once did. Maybe it was the coaches, maybe it was the teammates, maybe it was the system as a whole. But I look at these teams, and for the Reapers, they managed to build a dynasty. They were a team that came in as an expansion team at one point. They took their lumps and over the course of 3 seasons built a championship team that has now taken 2 in a row, is looking for their third. And on the flip side, feisty upstart New Moon came in as well as a new team, playing on a different level. But here we go. We're getting into Rocket League, and Billy the Goat scores the first point. Looks like he nobody was ready. Nice bank off the wall here.
Yeah, this is most commonly played as a rumble map. That's what I see this one most often on. So very cool trajectory to work the ball from. You can either play it along the outside and have the protection of the wall, or you can play it toward the inside and you're kind of guided toward the goal by the 2 walls on either side. So right now we are seeing it played to the outside, and I believe these are team colors here that are being used, right?
Yes, the green should be the Reapers, the pink should be the bots. We saw that first goal coming out of Billy the Goat. And we're now on to Kitten. We were watching Twig there for a little bit. Kitten looking to play a little bit safer, a little bit of defense. And Kitten finding his goal. And you mentioned how stoic he was earlier in the game. We see some emotion coming out.
Yeah.
Maybe finally realizing I can relax. The game's over. Let's have a little bit of fun before we go ahead to next week's game. But a tied game coming up here, and I'm excited to see. I love the best part about this is, for those that don't know, RPG is the general manager of the bots, and he's like, look, this is all my players now. I'm not in this one. I am absolutely enjoying the show before me. Balls bouncing around, looking for play after play. And here we go. Billy the Goat still focused up, still looking.
Nice goalkeeping there from the bots. The Reapers still putting on pressure, though. It looks like they've got 2 on the ball at all times because it is a 4v4. Things can get really, really cluttered here. You see it just sticking to this, the Reapers left outside right now. They need to get it out of here, but every time they try to apply pressure, it gets taken the other way. Now the bots, they did get it in front of the Reapers' goal, but one of these Reapers players is going to send it right back to that left side, pinch it between the walls once again. And it looks like right now Twig is trying to set himself up in position. He's not going to get that one, and in fact, going to send it toward his own goal.
Nice defense, though, from his teammates, pushing it back away. It was a slow floater that had me a little bit worried there for a bit. If somebody had been looking maybe towards the middle, they might have had an angle on the goal. And now 144p here riding around, looking for his own chance to score. Banks it off the wall. A little bit high, though.
Teammates not able to capture anything either. No goal for them yet. A nice collision there. Everybody flying for the ball, but it's the Reapers that are pushing it toward the bot goal. It's able to be cleared. Now it's going towards the Reapers goal. One of the bots demoed right there. Going to be past the goal of the Reapers. The bots maybe not done having control yet, but they're not able to find contact with the ball. Everybody just really finding contact with each other right now. This one's headed towards the bot goal. Not going to go in.
2 of the Reapers players competing with each other for the ball. We see Pebble doing his best to send it around. A singular player stopping both of the bots' opportunities there to push the ball a little bit further forward. It's back on their goal, and there we go. We see Hollywood, a.k.a. Twig, finding another goal for his team.
Yeah,
and both players, I think, for the bots, I saw a little move there from Mordecai. Maybe both were thinking the other one was going to jump, and they both went for the low possible shot opportunity. Here we go. Twig going up in the air. Is he able to find the goal? One of his teammates managed to get to the ball just before him. It also is the most Twig thing humanly possible to be the gold car when everyone else is a neon color. You have to love it. Finds 2 kills.
2 demos for Twig. 3. I believe that was a newborn car that he just demoed there. And now he's going for the goalkeeper who will avoid him.
Bumps him out of the way, opening the floor for his teammate.
He's still chasing it.
He is not even worried about the ball anymore. Just having picked his target, saying, I'm bumping you time and time again.
He might just score one of the bots into their own goal before this game is over. We'll have to see. But right now, a little bit of an opening for both teams. Twig goes up for it, but it doesn't go in. It's back to this Reaper's left side again. This time it is going to slowly make its way toward... No, back toward the bots goal now, not the Reapers. The Reapers have a chance. They're putting this one up on the wall, but the bot's going to have a defense here. Twig's going to go up,
nice
and this one's
setup.
going to be scored.
And that would be Kitten.
Oh, Kitten goes in for it.
It was a good job. It was a good setup between all of them. The first shot being set up there by Twig. Another one of their teammates helping him push it, whether that's 144 or Pebble. But Kitten there waiting patiently in the middle, as we saw him doing earlier, just looking to finish it up. And we may be looking for another one going up, trying to get this ball back down.
Oh, beautiful tap. And Cat knows how beautiful that was. He stands up. He gets excited.
That's mine. He's like, nah, you ain't nope. You ain't taking this one.
And right off of the wheel for a softer touch, right to the top left corner as well. Very, very nice from Cat. That's 2 for him and 2 for Twig. The two of them, I feel like we've talked so many times about them in this game, and for good reason. They're just such well-rounded players. We're going to be highlighting them plenty during their grand finals match as well a week from today. And there's a chance for the bots here to score, but it looks like that ball went too far past the Reapers' goal. So 30 seconds remaining, and there's still a 3-point lead. This is a goal every 10 second scenario for the bots. How did that not go in? Off of the post. It doesn't go. But now the bots scoring another one.
Gamer PC3 La Bamba finding a goal for his team, just with some good defense, some good prediction, and a few whiffs on
that's facts. Where's Hollywood?
on the part of the Reapers.
That was beautiful off the wall. That was such a nice angle.
And here we go. We're back on Twig. Let's see what he's able to do. Looking for some of these acrobatic shots.
Everybody making contact. A little bit of an opening for one more shot. Oh, but
you know what? I gotta be honest. If I'm Kitten there, I'm making sure that we tie. You're not getting that goal, buddy. And that is a win for the Reapers.
One more win.
Just to close out the day. That beautiful gameplay and all of the beautiful plays from today were brought to you by our PC sponsor, SurfThing. If you are looking for any PC hardware, even if you're looking for golf simulators, funnily enough, you can head on over to their websites and they can get you set up correctly. Every single game has been beautiful, has run smooth. Our playoffs have been, in my opinion, a completely different level. I know everybody in production is exceptionally thankful for what SurfThings have done, and all the players have only been positive voices and compliments for what we've been able to see. But this marks the end of the Northern Conference, the entirety of everything but the championship of Season 8. We are now at a point where we know both of our contenders, both of our teams. A big shout out to the Virginia Bots, putting on a masterful show, finishing second. But the Reapers and New Moon, as you mentioned before, we'll see each other next week.
A classic matchup. We've seen it plenty of times. We've seen it once this season in which the New Moon did take a win, just barely. There has been a lot of season, a lot of gameplay, a lot of matches since then. Anything could be different at this point. I feel like the New Moon is stronger than they were back then, and I feel like the Reapers have worked so hard to be a better team than they were when they met the New Moon. I think it was pretty obvious to everybody that the Reapers did not take that loss easily.
Oh, they
changed everything following that. I mean, they started taking it way more seriously. So we are going to have the Reapers coming in for an interview in just a moment here, which will be great. We are back to interviewing our players, and I'm sure on the main stage in a week from today, that will be wonderful as well.
I think I hear the footsteps. They are approaching. A big, again, congratulations to them, and I'm super excited for next week. I can't tell you how excited I am to see how Season 8 plays out, who walks away with this $100,000 and, marks their dynasty.
Well, I have good news for you. You're going to be there.
Yeah. Hey,
so,
but here we go. I'm going to pass my headset off.
All right, we are going to give the headset to Kat here in a moment. That's what Twig decided, so that's what's going to happen here.
Oh, shucks. Can you hear me? That's a fact. Do I need to put a jury out? Hold on. Put a jury out. Hey, we'll pop a knee.
All right, here he is. Man of the hour. All right, so congratulations on your guys' win. You are going to the grand finals in DC at District E.
District E, here we come, baby. District E.
All right, so you guys are looking for a three-peat championship win here. You're
sir.
going against a team that you are very familiar with. But how do you think this game is going to be different than the last times that you've seen them?
I don't think it'll be different. I'm not gonna lie.
You think you're going to see a similar matchup? You think everything's going to be played the same way as it was the last 2 years?
I think we're better than the last 2 years, so I think it's gonna be the same outcome.
All right.
They can't
Twig
hear you,
saying it's going to be the
Hollywood.
same outcome too.
They
So
can't hear you.
how do you guys prepare for a game like that then? You're going to be going up against the 10-0 team, a team that you guys just barely were unable to defeat in your
That's
one meeting with them
facts.
this season.
They'd take us out. That's fact.
What will be the next? What is the next week going to look like for the team preparing for that?
Hey. Oh, it's a vacation. Oh yeah, Among Us stuff. Nah, I mean we'll just practice like we always do, game plan like we always do.
All right. And do
Week in,
you
week
guys?
out.
I guess you guys can't give away any of your weaknesses that you guys are feeling, but just to talk. There were a couple of games today that obviously didn't go your guys' way. That's just a few. I mean, 18-5 is a fantastic record. Obviously, you've got most of these things on lock, but how do you make improvements in the games that you've been that you can't find wins on against some of these other top teams?
It just comes to the off season. It's games that we slacked on and chosen. We know we couldn't win them, or we thought we couldn't win them at the beginning of the season, so we chose to focus elsewhere. But then you see with like King of Fighters, we didn't think we were gonna win that today, and then smoked them. So I mean, it's a personal choice. Like, what games do we like? What games do we not like? What games do we think we can get better at? What do we not think we can get better at? And then what do we focus on? We game plan around that the whole season.
All right. Well, we'll end this one on a high note here. You guys are headed to DC for the grand finals. How excited are you guys feeling for it?
I got something to say. Hey, yo, those bots that didn't show up today on time, bums. All y'all bums.
All
Hey,
right.
Ryan knows, Billy knows. Y'all are bums. Goodbye, bro. That's all I got to say to them. Hey, they're bums.
And I think what I heard in there also is shout out to everybody who was here today and everybody who did compete. So thank you
Hi, Miss
to
Heflin.
everybody who was competing. But
Shout out, Miss Heflin. Shout out, Zah. Oh, we got a little Zah on the way. Everybody DM Zah. Wish him congratulations. Are you team boy, team girl? Let him know.
all right. Well, congratulations on your guys' win. And we will see you again in DC at District E for the grand finals. So good luck at that.
All right.
All right.